The sun's been baking on the track, so just even less grip. And if the clouds roll in, suddenly and the track temp goes down, all of a sudden you get more grip. So you have to just kind of be mindful of that all day and make adjustments.
We'll certainly see that in Stage 3 today. Thank you, Ryan Blaney, as the jet dryers go by. Wendy Vittorini.
Rick Hendrick is down here speaking to one of his drivers, Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson, who was in Bristol, of course, for that dirt race, had some fun slinging that dirt car around last night and walking away as Mr. H. Kyle, what does Mr. H tell you before this race?
Oh, just talking about how the season's been going, and I said I've been doing a good job. So it's always great to hear the owner say that, or the boss. So yeah, it's been a fun weekend so far at Bristol. Finished second both nights there, and come here with our Hendrick cars Chevy and try and get one spot better than I've been the last 2 nights.
The sun has really come out. It's a little bit warmer than we maybe were expecting. What do you think that will do for your car and the handling?
I have no clue. I don't think anybody has a clue really, how their balance is going to be, but we'll learn and adapt quickly and try and adjust accordingly. So Atlanta's a fun place, really, really slick, and got to take care of your stuff. So definitely enjoy it and look forward to a long race today.
All right, well, good luck out there. It's always good when Mr. H is happy with your performance out there. Kyle Larson will start 6th. Brad Gilly.
Kevin Harvick has won 3 races here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, including 2 of the last 3, but the one we've been talking a lot about this week was 20 years ago, Kevin, when you picked up that first career victory. Of course, last year we saw the number 3 out the window as well after you drove this car across the start-finish line first. Trying to go back-to-back, though, here today and get that 4th win in the number 4. What's the biggest challenge about Atlanta?
Yeah, just really not knowing where your car is to start the race and just trying to adjust on it as fast as you can. Obviously, we have high expectations out of our Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford Mustang to contend and run up front. So you never know, with the formats, the way that they are, you just never know where you're going to start, and we'll just work from there.
We see you guys put 4 tires on every time you come down pit road, and we see the huge difference in speed once you do that. How different does it feel for you in the car?
It's a drastic difference. In every lap, you really have to be open to what you did the lap before and be adjusting on throttles and brakes and lines and being aware of where you are in traffic and what's in front of you. So there's a lot to take in here.
All right, those are the defending winner of the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500, Kevin Harvick, looking to go back-to-back here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we'll have more of our pre-race coverage coming up right after this.
Welcome to KFC. What can I get?
You hear that? That's the sound of someone enjoying a much-needed vacation from the painstaking dinner making.
Here you go. Have a good day.
That's the calm and comfort you get with a $20 fill-up from KFC. You deserve a break from cooking, gosh darn it. Order ahead with the KFC app and pick up a $20 fill-up with 8 pieces of chicken or 12 tenders, plus all the fixings. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. $20 fill-up not available with delivery. Tax and substitutions extra.
Hey, race fans, NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace here from my friends at Blue Emu. Don't forget, the Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief 500 at Martinsville Speedway is Saturday night, April the 10th. Catch all the action on FS1 at 7:30.
2 in a row here at Martinsville. Martin Truex Jr., he'll win the Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief 500.
So the next time you want Hall of Fame relief, reach for Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief. It works fast and you won't stink.
We're back at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, drawing closer to the national anthem, the invocation, the engines firing, and the green flag flying for the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. You're listening to PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, it's PRN's Doug Rice. You can join me each Monday for Fast Talk, where we keep you on top of the NASCAR universe.
Every race that Bubba enters this year, it's going to be like him stepping to the free throw line. You're down by 1, and it's 1/10 of a second left on the clock. He's going to have to win these races while at the same time being under all that pressure.
There's a big list of drivers that are just not that great at road racing, and they need to be, because this year, I don't think you're going to be able to fall back on points unless you're top 12 or top 10.
Make the playoffs. Be in that top 16 teams after 26 races. And if we're still talking about you, then that's a huge step.
My mom texted me. She said, another no-name won. And I said, he is not a no-name by any stretch of the imagination. Christopher Bell, we have known for a very long time, as an extremely talented race car driver.
It's Fast Talk right here on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
We're back at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Mark Garrow, Doug Rice, high atop this racetrack, soon to be joined by our state water heater turn announcers, Rob Albright and Pat Patterson. Right now, down to O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter, Doug Turnbull.
Heard a lot of cheers and boos from the race fans during driver introductions here, and one driver starting ninth is William Byron. And William, you won a couple of weeks ago in Homestead. Sometimes they compare these tracks with tire wear. Do you feel like you learned something there that you could bring here to AMS?
I think some things for sure. I mean, the track here has a lot of character, and I would say the fall off is definitely a lot more severe than Homestead. So plus we're not going into the nighttime, so it's going to be a challenge all day. But I feel like we've learned some things and kind of learned some things over the last couple weeks. So I feel like we're in good shape, and just got to go out there and race the track and move around, not be too stagnant one lane, and try to just make efficient time. So it's a really long race, so you gotta make sure you're doing the right things and adjusting the right way.
For sure. William Byron talking again about day turning into night here on the Liberty University Chevrolet. Brad Gilly.
Chase Elliott's always up for a challenge. He's got a little bit of one here today with a 5th place starting spot. You're going to have to go to the back, though, Chase. We saw you win the championship from the back last year at Phoenix, but this is your home track here at Atlanta. What will it take to be able to get to the front after 325 laps?
Yeah, I mean, I think just, if you have your car right, I think 500 miles is plenty of time. If you can't figure it out in that period of time, you're not going to figure it out. So hopefully we, have our balance in a reasonable position to where we can adjust throughout the day and give ourselves a shot there at the end. So looking forward to the challenge and looking forward to getting going.
All right, our reigning series champion looking to make some big things happen here today at Atlanta, guys.
Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Atlanta Motor Speedway, we're about a minute away from the pre-race ceremonies going on down on pit road today. And Mark, I've got to say, for Brandon Hutchison and the team here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, this place looks great. And that's nice, since we talked about it earlier. It's been 2 years plus since they had race fans here to watch NASCAR racing.
Absolutely beautiful what they've done to this racetrack, Doug. It is in great shape. The fans are here. We're looking forward to such a great afternoon.
We're about a minute away from getting it started here today. Special thanks to our friends from the Folds of Honor. Check them out online, and you can also support their silent auction and send donations to a very worthy cause.
So far this year, Michael McDowell, Christopher Bell, William Byron, Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr., 5 different winners. Will we make it 6 today?
Good chance we will leave here with a half dozen different winners early on in the 2021 Cup season. Thanks a lot for tuning in to make us part of your day. Wherever you're listening, we hope to keep you informed and entertained for about the next 3.5 hours. Right now, it's time to go trackside here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as Folds of Honor founder, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Rooney, offers today's invocation.
I'm Colonel Dan from the Folds of Honor. Please join me in prayer. Lord, please watch over all the drivers and their crews. Allow them to compete at the highest level and also safely. Watch over all of our veterans deployed around this great nation, defending our freedom so we can enjoy these great days together at the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Please watch over all the Folds of Honor recipients. And Lord, watch over the families and the 8 individuals tragically killed in the Atlanta shootings. And always, Lord, God bless America.
Here to perform our national anthem, fresh off the release of his single, Cross Country, featuring Mickey Guyton, please welcome platinum-selling breakout artist, Breland.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, who said does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Denny Hamlin's multiple Daytona 500 wins may have ended at the track, but for Toyota racing fan Kevin Samuels, it was just the start of what he calls Daytona in the dark. Now he speed reads bedtime stories, only to head out on the empty nighttime streets in his Camry to become the laps leader in his neighborhood roundabout. That's how it all began for Kevin. To kick off this season, share your hashtag Toyota fan stories on Twitter. Toyota, let's go places. National is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing LLC. Daytona 500 is a registered trademark of the International Speedway Corporation.
O'Reilly.
Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get up to a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries. With the power and capacity your vehicle demands, Superstart batteries are designed for lasting performance and consistent starts. Turn the key with confidence with Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coming up, we're about to fire the engines for the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. You're listening to PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
The Grassroots is where the hometown heroes of Friday and Saturday nights are, and where the future stars of NASCAR are made.
First career win for James Friesen in the Task Racing Sportsman Series.
PRN's At the Track is a people show about the people of grassroots racing. The stories and journeys from the grassroots are always unique. Whether it was the excitement of her championship at the track her grandparents helped build, the loneliness of his first win without his father there to hug him in victory lane, or the track their mama warned them about, PRN's At the Track covers the people of America's baddest bull rings. From Eldora to Knoxville, Jennerstown to Lawrence County, Mudlick Valley to Dog Hollow, Blizzard Creek to Possum Kingdom, Gas City to the Chili Bowl, and many, many more. Follow PRN's At the Track on Twitter and hear PRN's At the Track each week on broadcast radio stations, the free PRN app, or at goprn.com. PRN's At the Track, relentless passion for grassroots racing.
U.S. now has more than 100,000 COVID-19
President
cases.
Trump declaring the coronavirus a national emergency.
Nervous, scared, confused.
1 year ago, these were the headlines dominating the news. Across the world, the prognosis was grim, and NASCAR was not to be spared its effects. Even days before the sport traveled to Atlanta Motor Speedway, the storm clouds were gathering. Eric Jones.
I remember we were sitting at my house on Tuesday or Wednesday night of that week, and the NBA postponed their season. I thought, well, it's probably not a great signal for us.
By the time the teams boarded planes to travel to the track, hard decisions were already being made. Mid-flight, a member of Christopher Bell's team received some disturbing news.
We're not practicing today. Trucks may race in an hour. And it was just like, whoa, what is going on?
Joey Logano.
Next thing you know, they canceled the whole weekend, and I'm sitting there with my wife and my kids, and now what?
Chase Briscoe began noticing an eerie feeling of isolation at the track and in the hotel.
As we're walking to the elevator, a guy from our team walks in and says, they just canceled. Head back to the airport.
Worry began to set in. Kyle Busch.
Hey, we going to get laid off? Are we going to get let go? Are we going to get fired? When are we going to get rehired? How's that going to work?
But throughout the initial worry and uncertainty, NASCAR quickly began crafting a plan to return safely to racing. Matt DiBenedetto.
That was just the start of all the adapting that
we and NASCAR and everybody did together as a group.
It's a weird time, but everybody did a really, really good job of getting through it the smartest way possible.
Lee Iacocca once said, "In times of great stress or adversity, it's always best to plow your anger and your energy into something positive." And that's exactly what Denny Hamlin decided to do.
I think COVID in that moment is essentially where I knew that I wanted to be part of team ownership.
And for Kevin Harvick, there's the belief that in their response to COVID, NASCAR may have discovered a new course to an even brighter future.
Finding a balance going forward in what we can and can't do or need to do will be interesting, but I think it will have forever changed the efficiencies and the things that we do in our sport.
It's been a year and some change since that surrealistic weekend here at Atlanta Motor Speedway when NASCAR as a sport had to shut down and take a hiatus. We've had way too many races in front of empty grandstands featuring concrete and shiny aluminum. But, Mark, it looks like the sun is coming up on the horizon. Fans are back here today, not in the numbers we're used to, but we appear to be turning the corner.
Winter has turned to spring, which is going to turn to summer, literally and figuratively for NASCAR this year.
Now let's go trackside and get it all started here today at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Today's Grand Marshal is a Fox Sports broadcaster, a spokesperson for Tubi, an entrepreneur, and a former Atlanta resident. It is our pleasure to welcome Erin Andrews.
It's my pleasure to be today's Grand Marshal for the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. On behalf of my Tubi and Fox Sports family, it's time for the most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines.
Crank them up, Hayden. Crank them up.
Now, the starting lineup presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Starting 39th, Austin Cindric in the Pertec Ford. The 38th starter, Timmy Hill in a Ford. Starting 37th, Josh Balicki, the Insurance King Ford. The 36th starter is Joey Gase, the Donate Life Georgia Chevrolet. 35th belongs to Quinn Houff, the 8-Ball Chocolate Whiskey Chevrolet. 34th is James Davison in the Chevrolet. The 33rd starter, Cody Ware, the Nurtec ODT Chevrolet. 32nd belongs to Anthony Alfredo, the Georgia Peanuts Ford. 31st is BJ McLeod in the Surface Sunscreen Ford.
Then 30th on the grid, the NFL Alumni Folds of Honor Chevrolet. It's Corey LaJoy. Going off 29th, Tyler Reddick, the Alsco Uniform Chevrolet. It's the Roush Fenway Ford of Brian Newman lining up 28th. 27th, Cole Custer, the HaasTooling.com Ford. Then it's the Diamond Creek Water Chevrolet for Justin Haley, 26th. 25th, Daniel Suarez, the Comscope Chevrolet. Then it's the HighPoint.com Co-op Financial Ford for Chase Briscoe, 24th. 23rd, Ryan Priest in the Planter Chevrolet. Moving up to row 11 on the outside, starting 22nd in the Petty's Garage Chevrolet, it's Eric Jones. And then in 21st in the Tubi TV Chevrolet, Ross Chastain.
In row 10, starting 20th, Matt DiBenedetto in the Menards Maytag Ford. The 19th starter, Kyle Busch, the M&M's Messages Toyota. 18th belongs to Michael McDowell, the Freight Auctions Ford. The 17th starter, Chris Buescher in a Ford. 16th is Eric Almirola, the Pit Boss Grills Ford. 15th starter, Bubba Wallace in the McDonald's Toyota. Starting 14th is Alex Bowman, the Ally Chevrolet. The 13th starter is Austin Dillon, the Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet. 12th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the Kroger Chevrolet. Starting 11th, Kurt Busch, the Monster Energy Chevrolet.
Now the top 10 outside of row number 5 in the Body Armor Ford. It's Ryan Blaney to his inside. William Byron going off 9th in the Liberty University Chevrolet. It's the Sirius XM Toyota of Christopher Bell in 8th. 7th, Kevin Harvick, the Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford. In row 3, a pair of teammates on the outside. Starting 6th, Kyle Larson, the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. To his inside, going off 5th in the Napa Auto Parts Chevrolet, it's Chase Elliott. Moving up to row 2 again, it's two teammates. This time from Penske, it's Joey Logano on the inside, Brad Keselowski outside. Keselowski in the Auto Trader Ford, Logano in the Shell Pennzoil Ford. And now the front row on the outside, starting 2nd in the Bass Pro Shops Toyota, it is Martin Truex Jr. And on the pole in the FedEx Express Toyota, Denny Hamlin.
And that's the starting lineup for the 63rd Annual Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Today's starting lineup presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
Nya, nya, nya. Ba, ba, Babue, Zimbabwe. The broken Bunsen burner burns so bright. South, Jamie. Southeast Asian Peninsula.
Hey, Jamie?
Yes.
I think the only line we need from you today is drivers who switch to progressive could say big.
Cool. I just got to finish my warm-ups. Foul, foul, throw in the towel. History.
Switch to Progressive today.
Santa ski slalom in a salmon skin suit.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
It's going to be live. It's going to be loud. And you know it's going to be authentically Austin. Grab your friends and gear up for the inaugural Echo Park Automotive Texas Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas, Sunday, May 23rd, for a NASCAR experience like no other.
Pace car hits the pit road. We're ready to race in the Lone Star State.
Get tickets for as low as $70 at NASCAR@COTA.com.
We're back at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. The cars have rolled off the pit lane. We're about to go racing here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. You're listening to PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
It's going to be live. It's going to be loud. And you know it's going to be authentically Austin. NASCAR's elite, including Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, and more, will descend on the ATX while navigating the 20-turn, 3.41-mile circuit. Grab your friends and gear up for the inaugural Echo Park Automotive Texas Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas, Sunday, May 23rd. Reserve your spot for as low as $70 at NASCAR@COTA.com.
Hi, I'm PRN's Alexis Eric. Want to listen to PRN anywhere you go? By downloading the PRN mobile app, you can listen to live race broadcasts and have on-demand access to your favorite shows like Fast Talk, Pit Reporters, Garage Pass, and PRN's At the Track. Download today to make sure you don't miss any of the action. Get the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app, available on Apple App Store and Google Play. Find more information at goprn.com.
We're back at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Again, competition caution on lap 25. Our stages today in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Stage 1 ends at lap 105, stage 2 at lap 210, and that will leave us 150 laps to the 325 that make up the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
Time now for our pit road picks today from our three pit reporters. And since he is a native son of the great Peachtree State, let's go to Atlanta's own Doug Turnbull.
And proud of it here. And in that spirit, armed forces are a theme for this race weekend. It's the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. And the driver I want to pick today has won 2 of the last 4 races here. His tribute to the number 2 Heroes paint scheme has over 200 Armed Forces heroes on that Auto Trader Ford. It's Brad Keselowski, car number 2 for the win today.
All right, like in number 2, the deuce to win it today. Let's go to Brad Gilley.
Doug, I think it's time for a repeat winner. How about the guy who did it at Las Vegas Motor Speedway? Kyle Larson will do it again here today.
All right, we'll see how that plays out. Now to Wendy Venturini.
Well, I like this guy because he did well in the Xfinity race yesterday. Now, he didn't win, but he was very strong the whole entire race. Mark Truex Jr., I think, will back it up with a victory today here on Sunday.
And those are our picks to click here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Time now to give you a view from the turns from State Water Heaters. And again, brought to you by new sponsor for us. We want to thank them for joining us here at PRN, State Water Heaters. When you need a water heater, make sure you get a State. Visit statewaterheaters.com to find a professional installer near you. So now for the State Water Heaters view from turns 1 and 2, Rob Albright.
Thanks, Guru. My focus this afternoon can really be summed up in 2 words, the first of which is choices. You heard the drivers in the pre-race show talk about running different lines. There are multiple grooves in turns 1 and 2, all the way to the bottom and the top, but you can't set it and forget it. You've got to be willing to move around. As the track temperature changes, the sun is in and out from behind and in front of the clouds, and the tires begin to wear. Secondly, how you pass cars with this high downforce package, it's very difficult, even if you're able to run down a car in front of you, to choose the right line to get around so that you don't destroy your momentum. And as other drivers talked about, restarts are crucial here. No place other than Atlanta, it is more critical, your choice of restart lane. With the choose rule, you can choose the inside or the outside. And we saw yesterday some drivers maybe lining up 4 on the inside before the 5th place car takes the outside of row number 1. The second word that I would use is parity. Last week at Phoenix, 3 JGR Toyotas, 3 Penske Fords, 3 HMS Chevrolets, all 3 brands, 9 out of the 10 finishers, and that's replicated in the starting lineup today. 2 JGR Toyotas, 2 Penske Fords, and 2 HMS Chevrolets, albeit Chase Elliott relegated to the rear of the field, having failed inspection twice. I'll be picking up the cars when they enter turn 1, 24 degrees of banking. About a quarter of a mile later, they'll exit turn 2. It's a smooth 24 degrees, but the tar strips that separate the lanes can be a little tricky from time to time. When they come off that second turn where they are right now, it'll exit onto 5 degrees of banking, almost flat down the back straightaway. It's 1,800 feet in length, a little over a third of a mile. At the midpoint, I'll drop the call to the racing guy, Pat Patterson.
All right, thank you, Rob. Happy race day, everybody. Pace car right now has got the field in tow midway down the backstretch. We'll be watching all afternoon down here in 3 and 4. The walls are dotted with red, white, and blue. As they get into turns 3 and 4, you'll see 3 lanes that they can operate: low, middle of the racetrack, and up high. They'll be down at the bottom of the racetrack to start here today, but you can bet that that tire wear will take them up a little bit later on. Want to say a special thanks to State Water Heater. My boy Jeff Story and the guys at A.O. Smith over there in Tennessee make the best water heaters in the world. We're going to be your eyes and ears for you down here all afternoon in turns 3 and 4. Let's set the top 10. Ryan Blaney will go alongside William Byron. Christopher Bell in row number 4 with Kevin Harvick. Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott in row number 3. Row 2, Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano. It's Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin. As the Chevrolet pace car hits the pit road, the fans are on their feet, and we're ready to race in Atlanta.
In the first 5 races this year, 5 different drivers have gone to victory lane. Can we run that streak to 6? We're about to find out here at Atlanta Motor Speedway as the green flag drops on the Folds of Honor QT 500. It's Denny Hamlin on the preferred inside lane, leading the pack to turn 1.
Casey Kane, the last pole sitter to win the race 15 years ago. Can Denny Hamlin get it done today? He'll lead them off turn 2. Joey Logano right behind, and then into the machine of Kevin Harvick to 3rd.
Hamlin toes the field down the backstretch. First time today here in Atlanta. Right behind him, Joey Logano. They're tucked in tightly nose to tail. Bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Harvick. He's going to make a move for the second spot as they work all 4.
They're side by side. Harvick inside, outside Joey Logano, but Hamlin's your leader. The big mover on lap 1, Kyle Larson. He's 3 wide up top in turn 1.
Larson trying to get around Brad Keselowski. Keselowski running the bottom lane. Larson now will tuck up on the back bumper of the Truex machine as Hamlin continues to set the pace.
Battle for second right there. Up front, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano to the outside. Here comes Martin Truex Jr. Jr. goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Harvick slams the door shut. Now here comes Harvick. He'll pull right up on the bumper of the leader, Hamlin, all 4.
Kevin Harvick loves to run the bottom of this racetrack here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. He takes a look to the bottom. Hamlin throws the block on Harvick. Those two break away from the battle for second between Truex and Logano.
Kevin Harvick has led an astounding 49% of the laps in the last 7 races. He wants the lead, but he'll chase Hamlin off turn 2 and down the back straightaway.
Hamlin gets a little bit of a jump that time down the back straightaway, stretches it out to a car length and a half now. Harvick will close it down. He'll get right to the bumper. He works to the outside. He's trying to get to the outside of Hamlin. Not going to make it work this time.
Denny Hamlin slides up the racetrack in turn 4. Harvick does the same thing. They're in the same tire tracks as they cross the start-finish line and complete lap number 3.
Keep an eye on Chase Elliott's picked up 10 spots in the first 3 laps of this race. Here comes Harvick. He'll move to the top side. Middle groove belongs to race leader Hamlin. All the way to the bottom. 3rd place, Joey Logano.
Logano's starting to find a little bit of speed now. Drops back to about 5 car lengths midway down the backstretch. They work down into turns 3 and 4. Here's Larson at the bottom of the racetrack. He's being chased by William Byron as they work all 4.
Let's see if Kevin Harvick can wrestle the lead away from Denny Hamlin as they come back to start-finish line. We'll call it a car length from Hamlin back to Harvick. 6 car lengths back to 3rd place, Joey Logano.
We talked about the disadvantage of starting or restarting on the outside. Martin Truex Jr. started outside pole. He's in the 6th spot. Again, the fight resumes for the top position off turn 2.
Hamlin goes right up next to the wall. Bright white color coming down the backstretch now. Stretches it out to about 2.5 car lengths. Harvick in a green and white car today. He gets down to the bottom of the racetrack. Logano in his usual yellow and red colors. That's the way they run.
Now working up to the top of the racetrack, William Byron going to work on teammate Kyle Larson. Larson, though, moves up to the right side of the racetrack, makes the block. Top car, single file in one.
Those 5 cars packed together now in turn 2. It's Larson using the bottom lane. His teammate Byron will go up top side. Now a challenge for second as Logano goes to the inside of Harvick.
Tire temperatures start to come up to where we can race. Here goes Logano. He goes right to the bumper of Harvick. Can't make anything work. Again, everybody dives down to the bottom of the racetrack. Larson right there. Only a car length separate he and William Byron.
As Pat said, they drop down to the very, very bottom in turns 3 and 4. Hamlin's pulled away a little bit. Call it 3 car lengths over Harvick. Then it's Logano. Next in line, it's Kyle Larson and William Byron.
With the double dog leg, the cars arc into turn 1 more than they do into turn 3. That opens up numerous lines. Hamlin way up top this time.
Watching as Kyle Larson now begins to make a move. He's going to go for the 3rd spot against Logano. Logano out next to the wall. Here's the 5 Chevy. Bottom of the racetrack, the blue and white car with Larson aboard. He takes the 3rd spot away.
Alex Bowman gets a twofer on this lap. He moves by Christopher Bell and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. The Ally Chevrolet on the move early. Meanwhile, William Byron trying to drive inside Joey Logano. That's a battle for 4th.
Logano backsliding. He'll give up another spot. Byron will pass him. Let's see if he's able to slide up in front. Truex sits about 4 car lengths behind Logano. Logano and Byron still side by side.
Logano gets the benefit of running off the top of the hill down in turns 2, but Truex now will challenge at the bottom. He's going to try to slide underneath William Byron. Byron fights back on the outside. Give it to Truex by a fender. Now they're door to door.
Positions change very quick here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Byron had taken the spot from Logano. Now he's fallen back, and he is being challenged by Truex and Ryan Blaney in 7th.
Blaney has now joined the hunt for that 5th position, or 4th, I should say. It's Logano still being challenged by Byron, Truex, Blaney, and now Austin Dillon will join that fracas.
Here comes William Byron one more time. This is the battle for 4th. Midway down the backstretch, Byron out in front by Carling. Now Logano drops in behind him. Truex will go to the high side of the racetrack. It's Ryan Blaney at the bottom of the racetrack in a red and white car today challenging.
Watching a battle back there for the 16th position. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has it, but behind him there's a big gaggle of traffic. Bubba Wallace is back there. Also, Christopher Bell, and bouncing off the wall is going to be Tyler Reddick. He's off the pace.
That happened right in front of Chase Elliott, who had made his way to the top 20 in just 8 laps after starting shotgun on the field. We'll keep an eye on Tyler Reddick. Slow off turn 2.
Down in turn 3, Larson is going for the 2nd spot. He'll move Harvick up the racetrack. Here comes the 5. He'll take over the number 2 spot.
Battle up toward the front here. It is going to be Kyle Larson getting around Kevin Harvick, and then back behind them, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., and Kurt Busch are in a good fight back there for 7th.
As Larson was making the 2nd place pass of Kevin Harvick, the 2 of them have fallen about 8 car lengths back of race leader Denny Hamlin.
Down the backstretch once again, out in front is Denny Hamlin, about 10 car lengths back to Larson. Then there's Harvick. They get down into turn 3. William Byron is there. A good battle going on with Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch rushing to get in that one.
Tyler Reddick on pit road. Let's go to Brad Gilley.
Derek Nealon, the spotter for that number 8, said right rear is killed. They're working on the right side of that car right now. They've got to make a lot of changes, pull away a lot of sheet metal as well. They just gave him a 2-tire pit stop to try and save time on pit road.
So Tyler Reddick now getting up to 45 miles per hour to make his way down the pit lane. Yesterday, we voted Jeremy Clements the Mako paint scheme of the race, and bad things happened, and we voted Tyler Reddick, the Alsco Chevy, the Mako paint scheme of the race today, and again, bad things happened.
Don't tell anybody about that. We need to keep that a secret.
But he needs Mako.
There you go. Exactly right. Top 5 look like this. It is Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, William Byron, and Joey Logano.
You need more than speed to take home the checkered flag. The same goes for your internet. That's why Xfinity XFi is more than just fast. XFi delivers coverage, control, and security to keep your network on track. Catch every lap with excellent coverage throughout your entire home. Or bring your crew in for a pit stop with control that lets you pause Wi-Fi for family time. All on a network dedicated to keeping your personal information safe, secure, and private. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more.
Once upon a time in a convenience store, a woman asked, "Which zero-calorie drink will I like more?" The cashier said, "I have a thought. Coke Zero Sugar always hits the spot." The taste made her heart fill with laughter, and with her Coke Zero Sugar, she lived happily ever after. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, unbelievably delicious.
No trip to the store is complete without the unbelievably delicious zero-calorie taste of Coke Zero Sugar.
Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson have been able to get away from the pack right now. Hamlin leads Larson by about 3 car lengths. It's 25 car lengths back to third place running Kevin Harvick. From Atlanta, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Logano puts a big block on Truex, and Truex nearly spun him in turn 1.
3 wide going into turn 1 with Chris Buescher in the middle.
Austin Dillon has spun. He bypasses the front stretch chicane, and the caution comes out.
Hamlin slides right up in front of Bowman, almost takes the boat out. Here goes the tail down the backstretch. Here comes Matt Benedetto, going to make it 4 wide into turn 4. Wow, can anybody hang on? And they do.
Trouble along the front stretch. Martin Truex Jr. gets into the wall, and then a host of other cars plow into it.
Hamlin washes up the racetrack. Keselowski now has the lead once again.
John Hunter Nemechek smacks it hard, smoke trailing from behind the game.
Chase Elliott proves once again that he's NASCAR's king of the road as he goes back to back in the Bank of America Roval 400.
When the NASCAR Cup Series races at Atlanta, Bristol, Charlotte, New Hampshire, Sonoma, Las Vegas, and Texas. You hear it here on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
We're about to complete lap 17 in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Denny Hamlin has led every lap. Move Austin Dillon up a spot as he goes to 9th. Martin Truex Jr., the outside pole sitter, falls back to 10th. Meanwhile, Rob Albright, the Busch brothers, been going at it last lap or 2.
Kyle Busch just took a spot away from his brother Kurt Busch. 1 lap ago, Kyle Larson trying to chase down race leader Denny Hamlin. Got completely sideways, lost a lot of ground. How does he look down there, Pat?
Yeah, Joey Logano, I was just watching him down here on mine to the racetrack. Kyle Busch is pretty racy, bottom of the racetrack. He's going to take another spot away from Logano. His brother's right behind that group.
Watching out here right now, it's an interesting situation. Tyler Reddick right now is the first car 1 lap down. He is out on the racetrack ahead of Denny Hamlin. He is hoping he can hang on long enough to get to the competition yellow, which is 7 laps away. It's going to be a very tight battle because if he gets past, then he's going to be 2 laps down and won't get the lucky dog.
Yeah, so he has something very much on the line right now. Let's go down to O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Brad Gilley.
Mark, I'll give you guys updates on 2 drivers you were just talking about. First of all, Tyler Reddick, he said nothing was wrong with the car. He just drifted up into the wall. They got all of the fenders and quarter panels clearance, so his car is okay. As you mentioned, he just wants to be the free pass when we get to the competition caution. For Kyle Busch, very calm on the radio. He won the Truck Series race here yesterday and told his crew chief, Ben Bayshore, that his car is just a little bit tight middle and a little bit loose off. Overall, he sounds happy.
Kyle Busch, by the way, right now running in the 6th spot as Denny Hamlin has been able to pull away. And right now, for the moment, Tyler Reddick is in a pretty good spot to get back on the lead lap with just about 5 laps to go here before the competition yellow.
Right now, he's got about a 4-second gap back to Denny Hamlin. Should be enough for him to hold on to that spot. So that will be good news after bad news for Tyler Reddick. Let's now go to Doug Turnbull.
And Brad Keselowski started this race in the 4th spot, but has fallen back now to 12th place. Not a lot of alarm on the 2-team radio. Grant Hutchins, the filling crew chief there with Paul Wolf, missing a race after 2 loose lug nuts after Phoenix. They think they have a good long-run car that when the track starts to grip up, they're going to start to come to the front. Also, spotter Coleman Presley told crew chief Grant Hutchins not to worry because they think their car is the worst out there in dirty air.
Now let's go over to Wendy Venturini.
Joey Logano has dropped to the 8th position from starting in 3rd today. He's been a little tight on the bottom. He feels like he needs rear grip. Those are the adjustments they continue to work, losing that rear grip throughout these race laps, but hoping to come down pit road the next time so they can work on that.
Right now, the fastest car on the racetrack, according to NASCAR timing, Kyle Larson. He has cut down the deficit to Hamlin now to 0.4 of a second.
It was 3 car lengths, then it became 20 car lengths. Now he's begun to reel him in once again, just a couple of laps, Pat, to catch him and win this, or to lead at this competition caution.
Larson has found a new way down at the bottom of the racetrack, and he's making time down there. His car really wants to cut in the middle of the corner, and he really ran Hamlin down a few minutes ago.
Kevin Harvick made that bottom line really stick and work here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. There's paint down there, and apparently if you can put that left front wheel into that paint mark, it doesn't heat up. It doesn't wear as much. Harvick was really the first guy to kind of discover that trick, and it's paid huge dividends for him.
The other thing it does, Doug, it pivots the car to the left because it's banking and then flat. So by putting that left front tire, and it's a very fine line between putting it there and wrecking yourself, but it will rotate the car a little bit. And again, as you talked about, Kevin Harvick is the master.
We just tried to hype up the fact that Larson was reeling in Denny Hamlin, and Rob Albright, as soon as we do that, Hamlin pulls away by 15 car lengths here. One more lap to go before the competition yellow.
Now they're spread out. We've watched a good battle the last 4 or 5 laps between Ryan Blaney, who started back in the 10th position, and William Byron. They diced it out for about 4 laps. Just a lap ago, Pat, Blaney took that 4th spot away from Byron.
All right, here's Hamlin now working the top side of the racetrack, all the way up in that 3rd lane as he works off of turn 4. Coming back around here off turn 4.
This will be the completion of lap 25. The competition yellow will come out here momentarily. Usually NASCAR will wait just a bit until most of the cars on the lead lap pass by. So as Hamlin now works his way through turn number 2 and begins to work his way onto the back straightaway, NASCAR is yet to throw the yellow, and now they do as Ross Chastain goes by the line. Chastain running 17th and on the lead lap. So here we go. First yellow of the day in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
Get a refresh with your refund during Maaco's tax season event for expert paint and collision repair. Use our contactless services. It's as easy as book, quote, fix. Better get Maaco. Visit Maaco.com today to schedule your free estimate. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you ever considered advertising on a NASCAR race broadcast and reaching that huge national audience? NASCAR programming on the Performance Racing Network reaches hundreds of thousands of fans each week who are proven to support the companies that support their sport. If you'd like more information, head to our website, goprn.com, and click on the Advertise with Us tile. Fill out the information and we'll get back to you. It's that simple, and your business could be off to the races.
By downloading the free PRN mobile app, you can listen to all of our live race broadcasts anywhere. You'll also have easy access to all of our award-winning studio shows. Get all the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app.
During the last couple of laps of that first 25, Denny Hamlin passed a slew of cars and put them a lap down. That made Quinn Houff the lucky dog or the beneficiary here in that segment as far as the competition yellow is concerned. Taking a look at our Xfinity fastest lap of the race, that's Kevin Harvick, 177.835 miles per hour on lap number 2. Xfinity XFi, internet that's more than just fast. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR. And it looks like that pit road is going to be open. And let's go right now to Doug Turnbull.
I need to listen to a couple of my drivers here. So there will be all takers here for 4 tires on my end of pit road. The highest running of those is Kevin Harvick, who says they're not going to work a rear grip of the car. They'd like to get the chatter in the front tires taken care of. Of course, it'll be a 4 Goodyear tire change, Sunoco fuel, and a chassis adjustment in the rear right as they change the right to the left side tires now, Brad Gilly.
Kyle Larson slides his Chevrolet in. He's going to get a fresh, clean windshield, 4 Goodyear tires, 2 cans of Sunoco fuel. Chase Elliott came from the back to race his way up to 15th. He's also going to get a 4-tire change. Kyle Busch, a little air pressure adjustment, 4 tires in Sunoco. Wendy Venturini.
Ryan Blaney, who was in the 4th position, got 4 tires. He was a little loose in turn 3. Air pressure adjustment for him. Denny Hamlin, our leader, has been pretty consistently fast. 4 tires, no adjustment for Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin first on, second off. Kyle Larson barely beats him off the pit lane. Then it looks like it's going to be Kurt Busch, or rather Kevin Harvick, then Ryan Blaney and Kyle Busch. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, it's Kathy Martindale and Paul Shadd on ZMAX Racing Country Classics.
It's Kathy and Shenandoah.
Well, Marty, you're taking your preaching roots to prisons now?
I go to jails and county jails and went down to Angola prison. Literally at one time, Angola was known as the bloodiest prison in America. You went into Angola and either you left in a hearse or they carried you out in the same condition.
There's a country song in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Now let's go on out to Charlotte where Paul is with Christopher Bell.
You did great in trucks. You did great in Xfinity. And what a blessing for you to be with Joe Gibbs.
Yeah, it was definitely, a dream come true whenever I got the call and said that I'm moving over to JGR. there's no place like home, and I always knew that JGR was where I wanted to be, and I just hope that I can continue to make these guys proud and stay in this number 20 car forever.
Z-Max Racing Country Classics.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will have to go to the back too fast on pit road. By the way, Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies. Visit geico.com for more. And eventually they'll be back in the Geico restart zone following this competition yellow.
Corey LaJoie also busted for speeding on pit road. Another Goodyear update coming your way. We talked about early on in our pre-race show about the drop-off in these tires because the track is old. It really wears the tires out like a cheese grater, like a termite on a 2x4, really eats into these tires. When we started the race lap 4 for our leader, Denny Hamlin, he was running 31.3. By lap 12, it was 32 seconds flat. By lap 22, it was 32.8. So a second and a half drop off in less than 25 laps. And that update brought to you by Goodyear. NASCAR, drive beyond what's possible. Goodyear, more driven.
The cars are coming around the first time today. They will have the opportunity to use the choose rule. It's not really a choose cone because it's just a line painted down on the racetrack. And Mark, when you talk to these drivers and you listen to them, the inside line is the preferred line. They might give up 2 or 3 spots in the running order just so they can start on the inside here.
Doug, for some reason, the outside will not fire on the restarts. And you ask them, and the drivers, the crew chiefs, nobody knows why. The track looks different. But what basically is the middle line on this racetrack, on the start, it just won't go.
And the cars are practically stopping here at the start-finish line so they can try to choose to go to the bottom. Not everybody can. I guess in theory they actually could. Let's go to Doug Turnbull.
Got quite a story down here. Kevin Harvick has just said his left rear tire is flat. They ran over some kind of debris, either in the pits or out on the racetrack, and the 4 car is going to have to give up the 3rd position, a slew of track position, to come and right that before the restart here. Crew Chief Rodney Childers is going to bring him down next time.
Wow, and that, of course, will put him in danger of losing a lap as well. And again, NASCAR has given the 1 to go signal, so this could create quite a jumble when Harvick quickly jumps off the racetrack and comes to the pit lane. It is Larson, the leader, chosen the inside line to his outside, Denny Hamlin. Harvick on the inside of row 2. That's a quick place to be able to jump onto pit road. To his outside is Ryan Blaney. In row 3, it's the Busch brothers. Kyle on the bottom, Kurt up top, and then the next row is Alex Bowman and Joey Logano.
So Kevin Harvick will take that Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford down on pit road, try to get some quick service here as the pace car jumps on the pit road right in front of him, and we're ready to go back racing. It'll be lap 30 here when we resume action in the Folds of Honor QT 500. Kyle Larson in the bottom lane, right behind him, Kyle Busch, and they will take that battle down to turn 1.
Harvick's departure gives Kyle Busch a bit of an edge over Ryan Blaney, who's to his outside. Hamlin so far is able to keep Larson pinned down, so the front 2 side by side off turn 2.
Chevy versus Toyota, front row. They're locked side by side down the backstretch. Hamlin now gets a shove from Blaney. He goes to the middle of the racetrack. That opens the bottom up for Larson. Here comes Kyle Larson off turn 4.
3 wide. Larson on the bottom. And now Hamlin in the middle. Outside, it is going to be Blaney. Now Larson slides up the racetrack and into the lead.
Big move by Ryan Blaney. Gave a shove to Hamlin, then immediately went to the top of the racetrack. It was 3 wide off turn 4. Settles out side by side for second. Now Hamlin will take that spot away from Blaney, but Blaney fights back.
Hamlin squeezes the number 12 up next to that white wall down the backstretch, and that is Ryan Blaney. Blaney now easily takes over the second spot. Kurt Busch has got the big green machine working on the outside of Hamlin off 4.
Kevin Harvick manages to come out in front of the pack. Let's see if he can stay there. Kyle Larson leads. Then it's Ryan Blaney. Nice battle here between Denny Hamlin and Kurt Busch. Busch to the outside. Hamlin dives to the inside.
Despite restarting third, Kyle Busch has lost 3 spots, but he'll go to work on Joey Logano. 3 wide off turn 2. It's Kurt Busch up high, Kyle Busch down low, and Logano in the middle.
Kyle Busch has got a loose race car, and he's just barely hanging on to it right now. Logano's giving him all he got on the outside. Here's Larson. Then there comes Blaney. Hamlin trying to get an angle on the 1 car of Kurt Busch.
So Harvick was able to make the pit stop and stay on the lead lap, but he's only 3 seconds ahead of leader Kyle Larson. Blaney is in the second spot. Still Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, door to door in one.
Not going to be easy for anybody to catch Kevin Harvick. I don't think he's going to go a lap down. Off turn 2, Larson's advantage over Blaney, 2 car lengths.
And it's a side-by-side battle for third now down the backstretch. Hamlin on the outside, Kurt Busch on the inside. Kurt Busch trying to work a fender out in front. He wants that third spot. He's going to get it off 4.
Kurt digging down on the bottom of the racetrack. Not so fast. Hamlin comes back to the outside. He has about a 3-foot advantage over Kurt Busch as they get to start-finish line. He'll hang on into 1.
If your car is running well on the bottom, you still need that middle to top group exiting the turn, and that did not allow Kurt Busch to clear Denny Hamlin. They'll continue side by side.
And that's what they do down the backstretch. There they are, right side by side, midway down the backstretch here at Atlanta. Kurt Busch in that black and green car fighting on the very bottom of the racetrack. He's got the preferred line, but can he make the pass? Yes.
He slides up in front of Hamlin. Harvick ran the second fastest lap the last time by. The only man quicker, leader Kyle Larson, by only 32 hundredths of a second.
I'm sure as soon as Kurt Busch's spotter saw daylight between his car and Hamlin's, he said, clear, move up, and he did so. Now he'll try to chase down second place Ryan Blaney.
Got our eye on that number 48 car. Alex Bowman working down the backstretch now. He's worked his way up very close to the top 5. Meanwhile, the battle rages on in the 4th spot. Here's Hamlin trying to take it away from Kurt Busch off 4.
Let's go down to pit road now, and Doug Turnbull.
Just spoke to Goodyear Racing's Mike Severini. He said that a broken valve stem, something hit the valve stem, and that's what knocked down the left rear tire of the number 4 machine.
That could be a lug nut spinning off the tires as they make the pit stop. There's a lot of reasons that could happen, but a bad break for Kevin Harvick. But 2 bits of good news. 1, he was able to stay on the lead lap. He has a very fast race car. Again, the last lap, he ran the second fastest lap, even though he's being scored 32nd as the last car on the lead lap. And the positive note, number 2, it happened early. They've got a chance to come back in that Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford.
Yeah, this is one of the few 500-mile races left. And if you want to make a mistake, you need to make it in that first 100 miles or so. Gives you a little bit of recovery time.
Absolutely. And so Harvick will live to fight another day. And again, looks very strong. Doug, the last lap, he ran quicker than leader Kyle Larson. So again, he's out front. Again, the third positive note, no traffic in front of him. Kevin Harvick has...
he has clean air.
There you go.
Yeah. We all know what that is. Clean air is king here and a lot of other racetracks. And Harvick right now making the best out of a bad situation. Let's go ahead and take you through the field here as we've completed 38 laps. Kyle Larson is the race leader. Ryan Blaney is second. Denny Hamlin third. Kurt Busch fourth. Fifth is Kyle Busch. Sixth is Alex Bowman. Joey Logano seventh. Eighth, William Byron. Brad Keselowski ninth. Martin Truex Jr. 10th.
Chase Elliott has come from the back. He's 11th. Matt DiBenedetto 12th. Cole Custer 13th. Then it's Eric Almirola 14th. 15th, Ryan Newman. Christopher Bell 16th. 17th, Chris Buescher. 18th is Ross Chastain. Austin Dillon 19th. 20th is Daniel Suarez.
21st, Michael McDowell. 22nd, Bubba Wallace. 23rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Austin Cindric is 24th. 25th to Eric Jones. Chase Briscoe is 26th. Ryan Preece 27th. Corey LaJoie rides in the 28th spot. Anthony Alfredo is 29th. And Justin Haley was being scored 30th.
31st, Quinn Houff. 32nd, Kevin Harvick, the last car on the lead lap. -1 in 33rd, Tyler Reddick, who bounced off the wall early, trying to get back on the lead lap. Then Cody Ware, 34th. James Davison, 35th. DJ McLeod in 36th. Joey Gase, 37th. 38th is Timmy Hill, and currently 39th is Josh Bilicki. And that leaderboard update brought to you by John Deere. Run with us on a Gator XUV and pave your own way with plenty of power. Nothing runs like a deer.
We will be coming back to Atlanta Motor Speedway in July, and that version of that race will be 100 miles shorter because it's taking the place of the event that had previously been held at Kentucky Speedway.
And that will make for an interesting race. They won't be riding around with 100 less miles to go here at Atlanta at any point during that race.
But they're going to want as many tires as they give them for this. I can promise you that. Kyle Larson continues to lead by 1.5 seconds over Ryan Blaney.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor.
Half man, half motorcycle.
To find your balance, keep riding. And if you stop, put your feet down so you don't fall.
Progressive Motorcycle also presents Roadside Assistance. Progressive Motorcycle, for those who were born to ride. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Sir, Are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower? Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, it did fuel up at Sunoco this morning.
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson continues to extend his lead, a 2-second advantage now over Ryan Blaney. Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That is 1,024 topping combinations at one price. Who does the math on this? I don't know. Not myself.
Now, that would be a pizza if you put them all together.
Oh, that would be, wouldn't it?
Maybe we've got to do Hunt Brothers Supreme coming that we could maybe come up with.
Kind of a whole pizza mountain thing almost.
That would do it.
Yeah. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza. Here on lap 61, the top 5 look like this. Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch, and Kyle Busch. From Atlanta, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Do you want your NASCAR news unfiltered? Then join me, Brett McMillan, for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters each week on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
I don't think there will be 16 winners. I think it'll probably be closer to like 12 or 13. But it's not too early to start thinking about it. And drivers and teams already are. I mean, Brad Keselowski said if you don't get a win soon, you're really going to be sweating it.
I think when you look at trying to keep this schedule diverse and get away from so many mile and a halves, yes, we needed more road courses. We only had 3, but to expand as quickly as we did was surprising.
Each week in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters, we give you an honest look at the week's news.
The knock against NASCAR was for so long, it didn't seem like they were open to change ever, right? I mean, it was moving at a glacial pace. And one thing that did come out of the pandemic is that every aspect of everybody's life had to change and had to change quickly.
The O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Leader Kyle Larson just flashed by the start-finish line to complete another circuit around this mile-and-a-half racetrack. And Mark, when he won out at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, I was a little bit surprised that he won this early in the season. I think now I'm not surprised at all that he's out leading and pulling away from the pack.
Doug, Hendrick Motorsports has gotten off to a very strong start this year. William Byron, of course, has already gone to victory lane along with Kyle Larson. You know Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman eventually are going to victory lane as well. So Hendrick Motorsports, after maybe, you might call it a slump, but I think, Doug, they paid a price. They went with young drivers, let them gain the experience. Chevrolet has improved the Camaro, and all that has come together to where they've really gotten off to a good start this year.
And one of the people I was really happy for after that Las Vegas race, crew chief Cliff Daniels, he had to labor there with Jimmy Johnson at the end of his career. They couldn't ever stitch together a win out on the racetrack. And then just a handful of races in, Kyle Larson, they win in convincing fashion out at Las Vegas.
And again, I think everybody felt good about that win for Kyle Larson at Las Vegas. As I've said to you before, I've said on the air, America is such a great place because it's a land of second chances. And Kyle Larson, on the track and off, did all he could to make up for the mistake that he made last year. I'm glad that Rick Hendrick, I'm glad the race fans have given him a second chance. And Kyle Larson, you can better believe, is going to make the most of it.
Last week, I think we saw a return to, I hate to use the word normal, but that's what it felt like in the sense that the top teams were in the top 10 all day long. Get that feeling here today. Here's the top 10. It's Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch in 5th, 6 through 10, Alex Bowman, Mark Truex Jr., William Byron, Brad Keselowski, and Chase Elliott. Keep in mind, Chase Elliott had to start in the back because they failed inspection twice today.
And right now he is battling with Brad Keselowski to move up to the 9th spot. Looks like he slides in front of Keselowski, but Keselowski had a inkling of maybe trying to do the crossover, didn't get it done. So move Chase Elliott up 1 spot to 9th in that Napa Chevrolet.
Let's go down now to Doug Turnbull.
On my end of pit road, several of my drivers running toward the back or near the top 10. The back of the top 10 or the near the top 10. Brad Keselowski struggled with grip early in the race. They think that as the racetrack changes characteristics, their car is going to come to life. They've just lost a spot to Chase Elliott now and have fallen to 10th. And Matt DiBenedetto, his satellite teammate, has said his car is just a hair free. The balance of the number 21 is almost there. They started 20th and they're up to 12th now. He says, I don't think we have a rocket ship. But honestly, after the season the Wood brothers have had in the 21, they're probably hoping just to finish and maybe on the lead lap or at least a top 15 finish.
And they got off to a miserable start, to say the least, for Matt DiBenedetto, trying to find a little redemption here today at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 3 cars pretty close together, though, Rob Albright, with Ryan Blaney in the middle.
Yeah, it's 3 Penske teammates. Well, actually 2 Penske teammates in the de facto Penske car in the there's machine of Matt DiBenedetto, and they sail down the back straightaway right together.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski's in a bright orange car, and then right behind him, you've got Joey Logano in his typical colors, and of course, running upstairs, there's Matt DiBenedetto in that lime green car. So you can pick them up very easy out here.
No doubt about it. Matt DiBenedetto, best finish the opening 5 races, Doug, 14th. He's had 3 finishes of 28th or worse.
Ouch. Let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Right, Blaney just lost a spot going from 3rd to 4th. He said he is bouncing all over the racetrack, bouncing loose for Ryan Blaney in the 4th position. As for his teammate, Joey Logano, he's struggling with everything right now. Tight, loose, and a 4-wheel drift is how he explained it. He said he feels really slow down the straightaway.
Now let's go over to Brad Gilly.
After winning at the Daytona Road Course, Christopher Bell really didn't have a good race at Homestead, Miami, another abrasive 1.5 miles. Well, he's not really having a good day here in Atlanta either. Currently, Christopher Bell is running 20th. He says his car is very loose off of turn number 2, especially when he gets on throttle. Right behind him in 21st is Ross Chastain. Says his car is just way too tight in. And your race leader, Kyle Larson, Cliff Daniels, his crew chief on the radio, just about every lap, giving Kyle his lap times and telling him what the split is between he and Denny Hamlin. Basically, Kyle Larson just keeps he needs to stay out front.
And here's something interesting. As of lap 56, Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin have split laps led. 28 for Hamlin. He led the opening 28. Now 28 and counting for Kyle Larson.
Mark, we see this track, though, and we've done so many races here. It is so temperamental. And by that, we mean that it changes just a little bit. Brad Gilly was saying a moment ago, the wind has picked up, the temperature has dropped here. And it is such a sensitive track to temperature that you may look really good right now. If it cools off 10 degrees, you could be junk.
Now we see the sun trying to beat down through the clouds a little bit more. And as you talked about, that will change it as well. And again, want to remind you, next week we're at Bristol for the Food City Dirt Nationals. We've got qualifying for the Cup cars on dirt on Saturday, 4 qualifying races, and they'll earn their starting positions by a combination of where they finish in that heat race. They also, again, going back to some short track routes, will get passing points. So they get points for passing cars during the heat race, and then NASCAR will put that into a computer, and out will pop the starting lineup.
I was getting ready to say, I hope somebody else has to figure that out for us.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
No.
Yeah. And then
we would mess that up.
And then 250 laps on Sunday, of course, 2:30 Eastern time. It's the Food City Dirt Race from Bristol next Sunday afternoon. The qualifying heat races, 6 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, March 27. There are 4 heat races we'll be covering.
And right after those heat races, it'll be the Camping World Truck Series battling. You can hear their action on the Motor Racing Network. So a lot of stuff going down on the dirt at Bristol Motor Speedway, and they've had a week to work the bugs out of it. And Mark, all the reports that we heard from Austin Dillon, who raced up there and won a couple of races, that place is going to be primed when these Cup cars show up.
Absolutely. And again, 7 Cup drivers are going to be in the truck race as of now. I got to believe maybe some deals are going to be cut this week to add 1 or 2 more. So that'll make that race a little more interesting as well.
Really looking forward to it. And folks, don't worry about them wearing the dirt and getting down to the concrete. In some places on that racetrack, the dirt that they have added is as much as 9 feet deep.
Yeah, we won't be getting down to concrete at some point. Again, the list of Cup drivers in the truck race on Saturday, and there's still tickets available at Bristol: Kevin Harvick, Chase Briscoe, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, Ryan Newman, and Bubba Wallace.
Here we go. We're on 46 laps to go to the end of stage 1, which will be lap 105. Top 5 look like this. Kyle Larson leading by 3 seconds over Denny Hamlin. Then it's Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, and Kurt Busch.
Howdy, y'all. I'm hearing a lot of squabbling over who has the best chicken sandwich. But as the restaurant with chicken in our name, we let our sandwiches do the talking. The new KFC chicken sandwich has a huge breaded and extra crispy 100% white meat chicken filet, thick crinkle-cut pickles, and real mayo in classic or spicy, stacked on a toasted buttery brioche bun for only $3.99, making this a clear-cut chicken winner. Order the new KFC sandwich on the KFC app. At participating locations only. Prices may vary. Tax extra.
The smell of burnt rubber emanating from the tires of your favorite Toyota racing driver's Camry can be exhilarating. But for fan Rebecca Chu, a.k.a. Bernie Becky, the smell of Martin Truex Jr.'s Victory Donuts became an obsession, which explains why the multiple air fresheners in her GR Supra have the sweet scent of burnt rubber, as well as why she smells like it 24/7, 365. That's how it all began for Becky. Share your hashtag Toyota fan stories on Twitter. Toyota, let's go places. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
Kyle Larson has set sail, 3.5-second advantage over Denny Hamlin. Then it's Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch. The rest of the top 10, Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott, William Byron, and Brad Keselowski. Today's broadcast brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. You can save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com. From Atlanta Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
The cure for the common NASCAR show is PRN's Garage Pass. Hi, I'm Mark Darrow. We'll take you where others won't.
We're about to get in a chunk of the season where you're going to start to see some of your normal winners.
It's really going to change how many cars get in on points, right? It's pretty obvious. You know, some of that next batch of cars is really needing to be thinking about if they're swinging for the fence or if they're racing for points.
I think every driver loves that racetrack. I do. It's fun because it's wore out. You know, so the cars are sliding around a lot. And it's wide.
If it's happening in NASCAR, you'll hear it on PRN's Garage Pass.
It's going to be the hottest race we've ever had down there. So the track is going to seem extremely slow, lack of grip. And so we're already making setup changes.
I had the most painful day. I'm listening to the 23 teams debrief in my ears while I'm at the dentist getting my teeth cleaned. It might have been the most painful hour of possibly my life.
PRN's Garage Pass. It's 4 minutes that will keep you talking for hours. Back at Atlanta, green flag pit stops. Let's go to Doug Turnbull.
A bunch of cake takers on my end of pit road. Nat DiBenedetto and Brad Keselowski, they're away. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Eric Almirola, they've struggled today. They are just away. Alex Bowman pitted from the 6th position. He said his car was really free. They just took 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Wendy Venturini.
Ryan Blaney came down pit road. He said his car was a little bit better after bouncing free everywhere. They took 4 tires, air pressure adjustment. Coming to a stop directly in front of me, Joey Logano, it's going to be 4 tires. He said he felt really slow down the straightaways. Also on pit road, the 11 of Denny Hamlin took 4 tires, and Martin Truex Jr. with 4 tires. Brad Gilly.
Chase Elliott's already been in. He just got a 4-tire change in 2 cans of Sunoco, as did Ross Chastain. Christopher Bell came in. They made a wedge adjustment on the left side to try and tighten him up. Race leader Kyle Larson was one of the first drivers that came in. He got a 4-tire change and air pressure adjustment. We also saw Kyle Busch in on this end of pit road. Wendy Venturini.
Austin Cindric came in. He came in for 4 tires. Now coming to a stop is William Byron. It's going to be 4 tires for William Byron as they come around to the left side for those Goodyears, and that's Sunoco fuel. A solid stop for William Byron. Let's go over to Doug Turnbull.
And Bubba Wallace smoked his tires coming to pit road as he just finishes his pit work on the number 23 Toyota. They've run to the back of the top 20 all day long. It's been a struggle there for Bubba in his first start for the team 2311 team here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. They are down to the way as all the crews on my end of pit road are finishing work right now.
Those green flag pit stops starting on lap 64, ending on lap 66. And again, remember, lap 80 will bring an end to stage 1 in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
And it looks like when all of this cycles around after this flurry of green flag pit stops that Kyle Larson is still going to hang on and be the leader here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
There was a drag race down the pit lane. Larson with Kevin Harvick. Harvick trying to stay on the lead lap. He's being scored 29th. If you just joined us on the restart following the competition caution, he found that he had a flat left rear tire. He pitted as soon as they threw the green flag. He came out in front of the leaders and right now still in front of leader Kyle Larson, trying to hold on to that lead lap for 12 more laps and live to fight another day in today's race.
And they're about halfway down the backstretch right now. That's going to be an interesting battle. Pat Patterson, it's Kevin Harvick trying to hang on to the lead lap.
Yeah, and Harvick, they came awful close. He came awful close of losing that to Kyle Larson before they decided to pit. So that was a great move as they worked their way back around the front stretch.
Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
"36 laps to go here in stage number 1 as we've completed 69. It's 105 laps that make up this group.
Now, Kurt Busch got credit for leading a lap. William Byron got credit for leading 2 laps on that exchange of green flag pit stops. Right now, Kyle Larson has led the most laps at 39 and counting. Denny Hamlin, as we've talked about, led from the pole the opening 28 laps.
Rob Albright, the first time Kevin Harvick was able to hang on to the lead lap. What are we thinking here? Can he do it again?
Well, after coming back on the racetrack post-caution or post-pit stop, Kevin Harvick was right in front of Larson, and Pat, he's been able to pull away from him. So at the moment, he's at least maintaining his own.
Larson's got a faster car. Kevin really had to fight down on my end of the racetrack that last group of laps before the pit stop, Rob, and he manages now to kind of hold serve, but I think Larson's faster. I know he's back on your end.
Now this time, Kyle will use the bottom lane. Kevin Harvick running all the way to the top. But once again, Larson is beginning to reel in that machine of Kevin Harvick and then attempt to put him a lap down.
Harvick's got that green and white number 4 Ford working down in the bottom of turn 3 and 4, and they're going to catch some lap traffic that's going to have to get out of the way, or Larson's going to be able to close it down some more.
Up ahead of Harvick is Austin Cindric. He is on the lead lap, so Harvick will try to leapfrog him as we go down to Doug Turnbull.
And I just got the update for Kevin Harvick's team there. Yeah, he's in front of the field, except, of course, just trying to hang on and stay on the tail end of the lead lap. They made an adjustment there to the right rear of the car. The right rear tire is the one that oftentimes sees the most tire wear out here. So Kevin Harvick trying to make it handle correctly so he can salvage this race. He came in here as the odds-on favorite.
Plans within plans here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Kevin Harvick trying to plan his way around Austin Cindric and make him the first car 1 lap down. But Kyle Larson, Rob Albright, starting to reel in Harvick.
He's within 2 car lengths of the back bumper of Kevin Harvick. Harvick using his preferred lane down on the bottom. And as we've come to expect from Kyle Larson, he's going to the whip on the top of the racetrack, and he's right on his back bumper.
Oh, I think he's going to get it done right here, but Harvick goes up and blocks him. Bottom of the racetrack, Larson takes the wheel below the red line and now works hard in turn 3 and 4. Harvick's going to get beat off the corner.
Harvick put him down on the apron of the racetrack on the back straightaway. He's a lap down. So if Larson gets by Austin Cindric up ahead with just 6 laps to go in stage number 1, that is big trouble for Kevin Harvick.
Don't know if that move was brave or foolish on the part of Kevin Harvick because he pinched it down right on top of Larson. Larson did not even lift, and he's really close now to Cindric.
I think Kevin can make a note, unless you're going to run me into the wall, literally, you're not going to stop Larson when he's got a head of steam, and he's got one now. He's pulling away to about 5 cars. Austin Cindric's going to be in trouble here pretty quick.
30 laps to go here in stage number 1 when they come back to the line as Kyle Larson cleared Kevin Harvick. Now an interesting battle. Can he put down Austin Cindric? But we got 30 circuits to do that in, Rob.
After the round of pit stops, Denny Hamlin had narrowed the gap between himself and Larson, but that's been stretched out. Last couple times off turn 2, Pat. Hamlin has been way loose, and Kyle Busch is really closing quickly.
Yeah, watching the leader now. Austin Cindric getting some cup seat time today. Working along right in front of the leader. Larson now off of turn 4.
As they work their way down to the line, 76 laps go up on the board, and we go down to O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Doug Turnbull.
Well, to continue the Kevin Harvick stories, he just went a lap down to leader Kyle Larson there after the valve stem came off the tire there before that last restart. Team Radio says it's, quote, the worst car he's ever driven at Atlanta, and the front end is horrendous, especially in dirty air. And now he's going to be in dirty air as he's mixed in with the leaders there, a lap in arrears, Kevin Harvick.
So Kevin Harvick right now doing his best to try to remain to be the last car on the lead lap, but that's no longer the case as Larson has gotten around Cindric. So Harvick's got a tough uphill battle the rest of the day, Mark. I mean, I'm not counting him out by a long stretch, but that flat tire is going to make this a much more difficult chore.
Because at one point, Doug, he was riding in the second spot, but he just didn't have what it took to go up and take the lead away from Denny Hamlin. Kyle Larson eventually did that. He finished 4th at Daytona, led 17 laps, was 6th on the road course, 5th at Homestead, 20th at Vegas, 6th at Phoenix. So 4 finishes of 6th or better. So it's been okay for Kevin Harvick, but it's not the performance we've seen out of this team that we saw a year ago.
Well, as we pointed out at the top of the show, 11 races now that Kevin Harvick's gone without a win. Okay, that's not that big of a streak, but when you look at the fact that he won 9 races in the first 3 quarters of last season, and then to chill off like that, that's a big drop-off. As you said, they're not out to lunch, but they're not winning races and leading laps right now.
And it's
got a pass for second here, guys. Just want to bring this up. Kyle Busch got it rolling down here on the bottom. He's going to take that spot away from Denny Hamlin now. Move him up to the runner-up spot.
So slide him up in front of the FedEx Toyota, the M&M's machine for Kyle Busch. That happens at lap 79. Leaves 26 laps to go here in stage number 1.
But to put this in perspective, that is almost 6 seconds behind the race leader, Kyle Larson. Kyle has checked out on this field, so kind of mark that down, 5.6 seconds with 26 laps to go in stage number 1.
When you look at Kyle Larson, he's down there. Maybe we can get this view from our state water heater turn announcers, our view from the turn on Kyle Larson. He looks like Kevin Harvick, Rob Albright, the last 2 races. He's down on the bottom, hugging it and riding fast.
You know, he's doing exactly in 1 and 2 when he chooses that bottom lane what Harvick is notorious for doing. That's getting that left front wheel, the left front tire, actually below the line that separates the racing surface from the apron. And that goes from about 24 degrees of banking to about half that much. If you can make that work, Pat, you are blazing fast, and that's exactly what's happening with Larson.
He's got the perfect afternoon for it, too. The cooler it gets and the more that sun stays off this racetrack, the faster all these cars go. Larson's really had it locked down on the bottom of my end of the racetrack here in turns 3 and 4. But in lap traffic, he can also go where he needs to go, and that's what you want. You want a car that can drive. Most everybody down on my end of the racetrack is still using the bottom of the racetrack. Got a few folks that are up top, but not many. Here's the leader once again, Larson off turn 4.
At the first race of the season down in Daytona for the 500, a lot of the talk was directed at Denny Hamlin's team, his joint venture with Michael Jordan and Bubba Wallace as the race car driver. They had a rough start. They got caught up in a crash. They've had other problems and miscues. I felt like last week, Mark, was their most competitive week, even though they made a missed call staying out on old tires, and they never recovered from that. But they were in the hunt last week, and they seem to have found their footing a little bit today. Not outstanding, but they're running 19th and securely on the lead lap. Baby steps. People need to remember, this is a brand new race team.
Yeah, when they started this, they didn't even have a shop. Forget about a bolt and a nut that went in to go on one of these race cars. And even though they've got a great setup, they get cars from Joe Gibbs Racing, engines from Toyota Racing Development, and the TRD program there, as you talked about, new team, new people, they've got to gel. Denny talked about that a couple of weeks ago. Look, he said it's going to take us 15 or 20 races to really get things the way we need it to be and really start improving. He said, I look for this team to put up the bigger numbers later this year, end of summer, early fall.
And I think a lot of the hype that was generated around this team were people that were kind of mesmerized by Michael Jordan being involved in the sport and Bubba Wallace having his own level of celebritydom. And it was unrealistic. It was fueled by people that really don't follow racing that much. And I'm not putting anybody down. It's just the obvious. When you come out here with basically a startup operation and you have to compete against people that have been doing this for a millennia, that's a big mountain to climb.
Let's go back in the Wayback Machine. What does this remind you of? For me, remember when Hendrick had the dream team, Darrell Waltrip, Waddell Wilson, everybody thought they're going to take the world by storm right out of the box. It took a while. And we've seen this time and time again, Doug. We've been doing this for a long time. New teams with new crew chief, new driver. It just takes a little while to build it.
People thought the same when Dale Earnhardt Jr. made the move over to Hendrick. He's going to win every race. He's going to win multiple titles. It's not even going to be close. It took a while before Jr. became a force there at Hendrick. All right, here we go with 20 laps to go in stage number 1. Top 5. Kyle Larson leads by 6.3 seconds over Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, and Kurt Busch.
Grime, friction, wear, destructive words when it comes to an engine. Adding Z-Max microlubricant to your oil and fuel allows it to soak into metal to disperse harmful carbon deposits. You wouldn't wax a car with dirt on it. Don't run your engine without Z-Max. Help improve performance, reduce emissions, extend engine life, and improve fuel mileage with Z-Max microlubricant. Get Z-Max today at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Hey, race fans, NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace here from my friends at Blue Emu. Don't forget, the Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief 500 at Martinsville Speedway is Saturday night, April the 10th. Catch all the action on FS1 at 7:30.
2 in a row here at Martinsville. Martin Truex Jr., he'll win the Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief 500.
So the next time you want Hall of Fame relief, reach for Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief. It works fast and you won't stink.
18 laps to go here in stage number 1. Kyle Larson has pulled out to a 6.5-second lead over Kyle Busch. From Atlanta, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, it's Kathy Martindale and Paul Shadd on Z-Max Racing Country.
Let's go to Nashville with Kathy and Dirks Bentley.
When we started using the internet for websites and whatnot, I immediately jumped on Dirks.com and love the fact that instant communication with the fans.
And you're interactive, though.
I try to be interactive with the fans, and it can be a little crazy, but on the other hand, what is this whole thing about? It's about the fans and that connection.
Now, let's head on over to Charlotte and join Paul and Christopher Bell.
Christopher, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Now, how long after the race before you got to talk to your mom and dad?
I had a bunch of post-race obligations, and I wasn't able to get to my phone. So it was later on in the evening once I got home.
From what I understand, you're the first Oklahoman that has won a NASCAR Cup race?
I think so, yeah. That was pretty cool. I got told that the other day. Very special for sure.
Z-Max Racing Country, music from the fast lane.
We're on lap 90 here of 105 in stage number 1. Kyle Larson dominating this race with a 6-second advantage over Kyle Busch. Let's go downstairs to Doug Turnbull.
So great info from the spotter stand on the number 2 team. Former driver Coleman Presley became Brad Keselowski's spotter last season. Yeah, I said former driver. Presley relayed to Keselowski over the last 2 laps that the 2 best cars are the top 2 runners, Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch, and that they've been able to hold the bottom line, but then exit the corners just a little bit higher than Keselowski has. And then Presley reversed and said, but the best long-run car is a car that just passed Keselowski moments ago. That's Chase Elliott in the 8th spot. Elliott, he says, is using, quote, Mark Garrow knows this, the Harvick lane that can exit almost on the paint from the turns. And so Keselowski is trying to mimic that. Keselowski has said all race he thinks he has a good long-run car, Brad Gilly.
13 years ago, Kyle Busch gave Toyota their first win in the NASCAR Cup Series here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and he has now raced his way up to the 2nd spot, although a straightaway behind race leader Kyle Larson. Kyle Busch radioed up to his crew chief, Ben Bayshore, said his car is actually feeling pretty good right now, just a little bit tight off the corner, and he said the line he's having to drive and the way he's having to drive it, he feels like it's making it a little bit harder on those Goodyear tires, guys.
Thank you very much. Brad Gilly, one of our O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporters today. At O'Reilly Auto Parts, you get guaranteed low prices every day. You also get a guarantee that you get what you need. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every single day.
Of course, this is the Folds of Honor Quik Trip 500 here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 500-mile races used to be pretty much the norm at all mile-and-a-half racetracks. But, Mark, as time has gone on, that number has really dwindled down. Texas Motor Speedway will have their one race this year as a sanctioned cup event. It's 500 miles. This race at Atlanta Motor Speedway, Darlington for the Southern 500, and Daytona for the Daytona 500. That's it. And, of course, the Coca-Cola 600, which is it's 600.
Yeah, it's its own animal, always has been. And so, again, I think it's a good trend because if you run a race 3 hours, that's a lot of racing. And again, I like the sprinkle, though, of 500-mile races throughout the schedule. And I love the fact we still have the granddaddy of them all, the Coca-Cola 600.
And when we come back here in July, this race will be a 400-mile affair. Right now, it's a long day for just about everybody with the way Kyle Larson is spanking the field. Let's take you through that field. Larson is leading by 6.1 seconds over Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney is third, but he's almost 8 seconds back. Kurt Busch fourth, fifth to Denny Hamlin. Alex Bowman is sixth, seventh, Martin Truex Jr. Eighth is Chase Elliott, ninth, Chris Buescher, and 10th is Brad Keselowski.
William Byron's 11th, Matt DiBenedetto 12th, 13th, Joey Logano, Austin Dillon 14th, 15th is Ryan Newman, 16th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Bubba Wallace 17th, 18th, Cole Custer, Eric Almirola 19th, 20th, Daniel Suarez.
21st will be Ross Chastain, 22nd, Christopher Bell, 23rd, Daytona 500 winner Michael McDowell. He is 1 lap down. Bell is also 1 lap down. Ryan Preece is 24th, 25th to Kevin Harvick. He is down a lap. Austin Cindric, 26th. Eric Jones, 27th. 28th, Chase Briscoe. Corey LaJoie is 29th, and 30th is Anthony Alfredo.
Then Justin Haley, 31st. Tyler Reddick, 32nd. Both of those cars, the first two laps down. -3, Quinn Halpin, 33rd. Then James Davison, 34th. 35th, Cody Ware. BJ McLeod, 36th. Joey Gase, 37th. 38th, Timmy Hill. Josh Bilicki being scored last in 39.
And we have only had 1 caution flag today. That was for a competition yellow on lap 25.
So the next time by, just 7 laps left in stage number 1 of the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Again, our stages today, lap 105, then lap 210, and that will leave us a quick sprint to the finish. After that, I believe it's, to be exact, make sure I get my math right, 115 laps from that point make up the 325 that make up the distance in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
And Kyle Larson right now out to a 6.6 second advantage. We do need to comment on the fact there are fans here today. A nice change from when we were here last June, and it was a deserted Atlanta Motor Speedway. It always looks like more fans from our vantage point than are actually in the stands. It's an optical illusion the way when we're up on top and look down, but still a nice crowd. They sold every ticket they were allowed to sell.
And what's neat about it, Doug, is that with the social distancing, the crowd is spread out through the entire grandstand. I mean, so from turn 1 to turn number 4, we have fans everywhere here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
And I can tell you this, they were spending money because I had to walk through the fan zone today where all of the haulers are that sell all the souvenir stuff. Every hauler had a line of people waiting to buy stuff. So the pin up money and pin up time, and people taking their stimulus money and spending it out in the parking lot here.
Well, as we talked about in the pre-race show, the Georgia folks here have certainly been chomping at the bit. First time fans have been allowed here in 2 years. The last race, February 24, 2018. We ran the race later in the year last year, and of course we ran it without fans. So there's a lot of folks here in Georgia. This is their first crack at the Atlanta Motor Speedway in a long time, and as you talked about, they are not going to leave without their hat, their T-shirt, their jackets. They're not going to leave without it.
We got a nice battle going on for 7th and 8th, Pat Patterson. It's Martin Truex Jr. and Chase Elliott.
Yeah, watching them work into turn 3 here. Elliott's about, call it 4 car lengths behind Truex as they work all 4. Everybody at the bottom of the racetrack.
They flash by us here at the start-finish line. Truex now is distanced just a little bit from Chase Elliott. Last time they were in front of you, Rob Albright, they were almost side by side.
And this is a half lap behind the race leader, Kyle Larson. We'll notice that Larson has now lapped up to the 19th place car. He's right in front of you right now, getting ready to put a lap on Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, we're watching that one happen. Once again, Chase Elliott chasing the 19 car. Also, give a call, as we like to say, to Chris Buescher, doing a good job here. William Byron was trying to run him down to take a playoff point, or excuse me, a point away from him on the stage, and he's managing to stay out in front.
Watched a mad scramble out of turn 2. Ryan Newman drove below the white line and popped up in front of Austin Dillon. So moved Newman now up to the 14th spot as Austin Dillon falls back to 15th.
It'll be 2 laps to go when Kyle Larson comes back to the start-finish line, as he does so right now in that HendrickCars.com machine. He's been in charge here in the latter part of stage 1, Rob.
He gives Suarez a momentary break. Right in front of Suarez is the car of Cole Custer. Now Suarez will go after Custer, and Larson is trying to put 2 more a lap down before the end of the stage.
At number 5, Chevy. Larson aboard there down the backstretch. He'll go to the inside now of the 98 car with Suarez on board. Now Suarez is fighting back on the outside, trying to hold on to that spot.
as they work their way out of the corner. 1 lap left in stage 1. Suarez continues to hang on strong, and just up ahead, Cole Custer.
Daniel Suarez is Cole Custer's best friend right now as he continues to hold race leader Kyle Larson at bay. Kyle is faster than Daniel, but he does not want to jeopardize his car with the huge lead that he has over the second place machine of Kyle Busch.
And he's going to fall right in behind the Trackhouse racing car, Daniel Suarez, and he'll ride down at the bottom of the racetrack as they work off of turn 3 and 4. Here's Kyle Larson once again.
Daniel Suarez, I think you might owe a thank you note to Kyle Larson here. I think he cut you a little bit of slack there, lets you stay on the lead lap here as they flash across the start-finish line. Kyle Larson will win stage number 1. Kyle Busch will be almost 8 seconds back. He will finish second, followed by Ryan Blaney. Then it's going to be Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin in 5th. 6th will go to Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr. 7th. 8th will be Chase Elliott. 9th, Chris Buescher. And 10th will be William Byron. No trip to the store is complete without the unbelievably delicious 0-calorie taste of Coke Zero Sugar.
Hi, Denny Hamlin here. During this stage break, take a minute to grab an ice-cold Coca-Cola. But be sure to stick around. The race is just heating up.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Oh, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief, the official pain relief cream of the Performance Racing Network.
Have you ever considered advertising on a NASCAR race broadcast and reaching that huge national audience? NASCAR programming on the Performance Racing Network reaches hundreds of thousands of fans each week who are proven to support the companies that support their sport. If you'd like more information, head to our website, goprn.com, and click on the Advertise with Us tile. Fill out the information and we'll get back to you. It's that simple, and your business could be off to the races.
Xfinity XFi Internet is more than just fast. Xfinity is a proud premier partner of NASCAR. Kyle Larson with the Xfinity fastest lap, 177.875 miles per hour. By the way, also in the 500-mile club for NASCAR, Talladega Superspeedway.
Yeah, we forgot about that big track.
Shame on us.
Shame on us. The pit lane is going to remain closed. By the way, that you talked about Kyle Larson cutting a break to maybe Daniel Suarez. That was also a break for Eric Almirola. He was the first car 1 lap down. He'll get the free pass. We'll take a break, come back for the pit stops. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, it's PRN's Doug Rice. You can join me each Monday for Fast Talk, where we keep you on top of the NASCAR universe.
Every race that Bubba enters this year, it's going to be like him stepping to the free throw line. You're down by 1, and it's 1/10 of a second left on the clock. He's going to have to win these races while at the same time being under all that pressure.
There's a big list of drivers that are just not that great at road racing, and they need to be, because this year, I don't think you're going to be able to fall back on points unless you're top 12 or top 10.
Make the playoffs. Be in that top 16 teams after 26 races. And if we're still talking about you then that's a huge step.
You know, my mom texted me. She said, oh, another no-name won. And I said, he is not a no-name by any stretch of the imagination. Christopher Bell, we have known for a very long time, as an extremely talented race car driver.
It's Fast Talk right here on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
At the end of stage 1, Kyle Larson has led 77 laps. Denny Hamlin has led 28. 1 lap led for Kurt Busch, 2 for William Byron.
And it looks like pit road will be open this time, Doug Turnbull. It's going to get really busy in front of you.
It certainly is. Brad Keselowski will pit from the 11th spot once they do make it down to pit road there. And Brad Keselowski has said he needs a little bit of everything, doesn't know exactly what to ask for. They've had handling problems all day long. The highest running driver of mine to pit road will be Alex Bowman. He's just entering pit road speed right now. He's pitting from the 6th position. They're going to do 4 tires, a little bit of an air adjustment, air pressure adjustment, and a round of wedge there to make that car just a little bit tighter. They can't can't hold the bottom of the racetrack, Brad Gilly.
Here's your stage winner, Kyle Larson, and his box. The crew's working on the right side of that race car right now. No changes from crew chief Cliff Daniels. They're very happy with that. For Kyle Busch, the runner-up in stage number 1, he wants a little more right rear travel. He's going to get that 4 tires in Sunoco. Also in the top 10, Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher. They're in for 4 tires in fuel. Wendy Venturini.
Ryan Blaney's down and away. 4 tires, air pressure adjustment, Sunoco fuel for him. Also, Denny Hamlin in the 5th position has been loose on entry with the short runs, but too tight on the long runs. They made an adjustment with his 4 tires also on pit road. On my end, the 4th place runner, we have Kurt Busch, who has been pretty consistently up front today, feels pretty good. Air pressure adjustment, 4 tires for Kurt Busch.
First car off the pit lane, Kyle Larson, followed by Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney up 4 to 4th now off the pit lane. Chase Elliott up 1, Alex Bowman to 5th.
Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies. Visit geico.com for more, which leads me to say French vanilla, Rocky Road, peanut butter cookie dough. Woo. There it is. Maybe one of the best commercials ever conceived.
Everybody is singing that, and you see these things on Twitter and Instagram where
memes,
where parents are going like, I wish my kids would stop singing that song.
It is absolutely fantastic. So for whoever at whatever agency came up with that, they should be congratulated. Pit road gets really busy again as the cars a lap or more down come in to make their pit stops. And Mark, this is crucial for these teams too.
And one of those cars is Kevin Harvick, who has not been able to catch a break, and he is still a lap down and does not get the free pass. Again, that went to Eric Almirola, and that team, Doug, has had a woeful start to the season. Let's go down to Doug Turnbull.
Eric Almirola's pitted kind of cattywampus in his pit box here. We've seen a lot of that this weekend. Cars pitted in a slanted way. He's pitting for the 20th position here, and they have taken an extended pit stop to make some big-time adjustments here, and they're finally down and away. So obviously they're not worried about the track position, more about getting adjustments. Almirola among the Stewart-Haas quad that has really struggled here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, Brad Gilly.
Cliff Daniels looking at the 4 Goodyear Eagle tires that came off of Kyle Larson's car, and he's telling him that the tire wear looks really good. He said just be a little conscious of not putting too much wheel into it. You don't want to wear them out too much. Larson said he was just a little bit tight. It was interesting right before Larson did come down pit road, though. He was curious how many cars he lapped and how many were on the lead lap, and he was told by Cliff Daniels that was 19. So Larson knows he's got a hot rod here today.
And that was a Goodyear Tire Strategy Update brought to you by Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Goodyear, more driven.
Again, they started the afternoon with 13 sets. We haven't seen a lot of caution flags, Doug, so far, just 2. We had, of course, the competition caution, lap 25, and the yellow flag here at the end of stage 1. So they have still, 11 sets of those Goodyears or 10 sets of the Goodyear tires in the pits, and that'll certainly be big news and very helpful for them throughout the rest of the day.
You know, Doug Turnbull made a good point there that they weren't in a big hurry to get Eric Almirola out. He was the free pass guy. He's going to be the last car on the lead lap. So that does, in a way, give you the luxury to have more time on pit road to decide your course of action. Let's give you a full field rundown here as we have 100 laps to go in stage 2. Kyle Larson being shown as the race leader under yellow. Kyle Busch is second. Third is Ryan Blaney. Chase Elliott is up to 4th. Alex Bowman 5th. Kurt Busch 6th. Chris Buescher 7th. 8th will be William Byron. 9th is Denny Hamlin, and 10th to Martin Truex Jr.
Joey Logano 11th, Matt DiBenedetto 12th, 13th Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski 14th, 15th is Ryan Newman, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th, then Bubba Wallace 17th, Daniel Suarez 18th, 19th Cole Custer, and the last car on the lead lap right now is Eric Almirola in 20th.
Christopher Bell 1 lap down in 21st. 22nd is going to be Michael McDowell. 23rd, Kevin Harvick. 24th, Ryan Preece. Ross Chastain, we understand he's going to be penalized for an uncontrolled tire on pit road. Is being scored at the moment 25th. He'll be moved back. Austin Cindric 26th. 27th is Eric Jones. 28th will be Chase Briscoe. Anthony Alfredo is 29th. And 30th is Corey LaJoie. He is the last car just 1 lap down.
-2 in 31st, Tyler Reddick. Justin Haley also down 2 laps in the 32nd spot. Quinn Houff -3 in 33rd. Everybody else 4 laps or more down. James Davison 34th, 35th, BJ McLeod, Cody Ware 36th, 37th, Joey Gase, Timmy Hill 38th, and 39th, Josh Balicki.
And that leaderboard brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza. By the way, if you'd like to follow along on Twitter, it's at PRN Live. A lot of great information being distilled there today by our Hank Lee. For Mark, it's at Guru Garrett. For myself, it's at RiceMan61. We'd love for you to tag along.
So we were kind of joking early on. We have the O'Reilly pit reporters, the state water heater turn announcers.
Right.
We were joking about us. So far we've had for the PRN anchors, Doug Rice and me. So far, there's a trend. Waffle House, Krispy Kreme. Hank Lee can update us on the rest of them at some point, but they're kind of going in a direction that I didn't really think they were going to all
I
go
probably
that way.
merit that, so I'll take that up. I'm not going to back away from that. So I'm still looking for an ice cream deal. I think that'd be good.
There you
Pat
go.
Patterson, they're lined up here. The running order probably changed a little bit from what we gave because everybody is now going through the choose your lane zone.
Ice cream. You need to check out that Fat Boy ice cream deal. That would be that'd be perfect for the afternoon. Yes, here's the way they have chosen as they get around here in turns 3 and 4. That blue Chevrolet Camaro pace car's got him. Larson's going to take the bottom. Kyle Busch is going to spin the wheel and try it up at the top side of the racetrack. He's got Chase Elliott behind him. Let's see how that works out. And Ryan Blaney's there in the mix. Boy, these race fans are fired up. They're having some ice cream on this stage break. We're ready to get started again here at AMS.
So Kip Childress takes the pace car on the pit lane. The NASCAR starter is Greg Harris. They're in the Geico restart zone. Harris will wave the green flag, and we're underway. Chase Elliott gives a big push to Chase Elliott. Rather Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch is out of shape, and a car's in the wall. Kurt Busch is in the fence in turn 1.
Well, he'll try to get the car to the bottom of the racetrack. A lot of cars dodging and darting around it, but the caution is out just as quickly as we went green.
We say this often. It is miraculous that wasn't a multi-car incident. Kurt just darted up the racetrack, got into the fence there. Nobody else, it doesn't look like, laid a fender on him.
And I'm going to wait for the replay, Doug, when Chase Elliott pushed Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch got sideways, and then you had the accordion effect, and kind of in the middle of that, Kurt Busch kind of squirted out of there.
And we'll have the luxury of the replay here momentarily to kind of let you know exactly what happened to Kurt Busch. You could really see that inside lane take off.
And here you see Chase Elliott pushing Kurt Busch into the back of Chase Elliott. And the car behind Kurt Busch gets into him going into turn 1, and he jackknifes hard to the right into the fence.
Let's go down to Wendy Venturini.
Well, whoever it is that you guys see on the replay that got into the back of Kurt Busch just came over the radio and said, "What just happened?" But in more colorful words by Kurt Busch, because he felt he had picked the lane and was pretty solid with it when they got hit from behind.
We're trying to look on the replay again. Chase Elliott into Kyle Busch. Kurt Busch into Chase Elliott. We're waiting to see this other car from behind show up from Kurt Busch. And again, we see just the top of the car. It's Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin got into Kurt Busch.
I don't think this was anything malicious. This was just one of those restart accidents where you got a lot of cars in a very tight and confined space.
Absolutely. You get the bumping and jamming, and it's always the third, fourth, fifth car in line when things get jacked up like that has a problem, because Denny Hamlin doesn't see what's happening up in front of him until it's too late. Let's go down to Wendy Venturini.
Well, Kurt Busch just came past us in a very damaged race car, and the crew guys had gone out with the air gun. He hit the air gun. The air gun went flying, and it went over the car. So now they're trying to get the air gun back on the left side. Now they have the Jackman, the air gun, and the tires on the right side of the car of Kurt Busch. They've jacked him up. They are going to change tires, but of course there's a lot more damage than that. The right front fender looked caved in under the nose, where he was just dragging that part of the race car. Now Denny Hamlin's about to come by me. Joey Logano's on pit road. I don't see very much damage on Denny Hamlin's machine. Has a little bit on the front end there. Joey Logano comes to a stop right in front of me. He must have had a flat tire in the midst of all that. They're going to take 4 fresh tires on Joey Logano's machine. As for Denny Hamlin, he's still on pit road. Kurt Busch still sits. Joey Logano is now pulling off pit road. Kurt Busch is still being attended to here.
Daniel Suarez also took a stop, made a stop under this caution. Eric Almirola did as well. So again, Denny Hamlin must have got some damage on the front of that FedEx Toyota. And as we talked about, Doug, they just stacked up. And if you're the 4th, 5th, 6th car in line, that is usually where the trouble comes.
And you can't see anything at that point. Let's go to Brad Gilly.
Well, you guys were talking earlier about how lane sensitive this racetrack is on restarts. The inside lane, much preferred. Kyle Busch had lined up on the outside of row number 1 and spun his tires. That stacked up the field. Ultimately, I've heard a lot of spotters talking to their drivers about that very thing. It's going to be interesting to see if this changes the way they choose before we get back to this next restart.
You could clearly see on that restart led by Kyle Larson that inside lane, the front 4 cars on that just took off and they were gone, and it could have been precipitated there by Kyle Busch spinning his tires. Let's go back down to Wendy.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin has just pulled off pit road. I'm still looking at Kurt Busch directly with the net down, and he's now taking his helmet off. That's never a good sign, or if he's getting some air. The team is using the Sawzall on the right front fender and nose area of Kurt Busch's car. There is extensive damage where the nose is pushed under by the right front wheel well. I see Kurt has kind of unbuckled himself, so this could be an end of the day situation for Kurt Busch, but the team continues to work on it.
Again, they're on the clock, the damaged vehicle clock at this point, and they don't really have much time, Doug. That's a lot of damage to that car. When he got hit by Denny Hamlin, it jackknifed to the right and hit very hard, nose first, into the safer barrier in turn 1.
I'd be shocked if they get back out. Denny Hamlin is back out on the racetrack. He chose not to come back down pit road this time, so we'll let Wendy update us on how much damage. Rolling by here, it didn't look like much at all on the 11 for Hamlin.
No, but it doesn't take much, Doug, on these super speedways. When you upset the front end of a race car, they're so sensitive up front. As far as the aerodynamics are concerned, it doesn't take much. A little crinkle here, a little crinkle there, and you're just not competitive.
Mark, we've talked a lot about Kevin Harvick and struggling today since he had a flat tire, getting a lap down, trying to get back on the lead lap. He did not do it this time. I think Christopher Bell is going to be the beneficiary. We'll see how that spells out. But for them, and I've heard Rodney Childers talk a lot about this, with the new change in the rules and how they are inspecting the cars and going back to templates, they feel like they lost about 70 to 75 points of downforce. And there are only 2 things that hold a car on the ground: 4 tires and the downforce that shoves it down onto the racetrack. That may not sound like a lot. That's a world of difference. And they've not been able to find that delicate balance again that they had last year that let them win 9 races.
They certainly had found a few tricks legally within the box to outperform the other teams in 2020, and NASCAR has taken those away, and so Superman is now mortal, and this is the telltale sign. Kevin Harvick, uncompetitive at Atlanta, is a bellwether situation for Stewart-Haas Racing.
They got a lot of race left to go, and he is only a single lap down. Let's go back to Wendy.
Right now, Kurt Busch has just climbed out of his car and listening to the team. The chassis is basically on the ground, so he's not going to be able to get back in the machine. So Kurt Busch putting on his mask, coming out of the car, getting situated. We know that was a tough restart for Kurt Busch. And the 11, we were assessing the damage here. Hold on 1 second, guys. We're going to see if Kurt Busch, if I could get a word. Kurt, can you tell us what happened on that restart? It looked like you just got hit from behind. Give us your vantage point.
Yeah, the outside lane always struggles here. It's not an unknown. And so the 18 didn't go very well. The 9 checked up. I checked up. I got hit from behind from the 17. He's checking up. And I think Denny is coming in there. And I chose middle. And I was in the middle for a long time. And next thing you know, I'm pointed at the outside fence. I got turned. I didn't make a move to block or anything. Like, I positioned my car there and he drove straight through us. I still haven't seen a replay. I got to check it out. But these are those days that hurt the most because we had a really good Monster Energy Chevy, top 5 car to win the race. And I'm here talking with you guys. I mean, it's just a bummer. I'm pissed off.
Well, thank you to Kurt Busch. And we saw the replay. It matches what Kurt Busch felt from the machine as well. He just had nowhere to go. He felt he was pretty much committed to that lane. As you could just hear, Kurt Busch is very upset.
Kurt Busch now will have to make a stop at the Blue Emu Care Center, and that update was brought to you by Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief, the official pain relief cream of NASCAR. Blue Emu products support healthy muscles and joints. Blue Emu, it works fast and you won't stink.
Only 3 cautions today. Lap 25, competition yellow. Lap 105, the end of stage number 2. Most recently, lap 113, and that yellow caused when Kurt Busch got into the wall down in turn number 1. So one of the other big developments in today's race. The other one I feel like being was Kevin Harvick getting a lap down because of that flat tire. We'll see if he can rally back.
Now, that was certainly a bad break for Kevin, but the leader was able to get around him, so the car is not certainly competitive. Let's get them lined up for you in front of Pat Patterson.
All right, here we go. Once again, let's give it a shot. Kyle Larson's going to start down on that bottom lane, and William Byron will go up here to the outside. Behind him, Ryan Blaney is going to start there in that second row alongside Matt DiBenedetto. And behind him, almost identical cars, Martin Truex Jr. is starting alongside Austin Dillon. So that's the way they're going to start. Here goes the pace car. Fans are waving their towels. They're on their feet. They're ready to see them take a shot at it again.
It will be lap 118 when they come back to the stripe. The preferred groove down on the bottom. That's where Kyle Larson is. He is along with Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman, and they get the jump on the field as they race to 1.
Byron able to get a little better restart than did Kyle Busch before him, but he's now middle of 3 wide off turn 2. Blaney on the inside. Matt DiBenedetto up top as they race off 2.
And DiBenedetto's going to charge from the outside there, try to get that position. Bowman is shoving the 12 car into the corner. Blaney got nowhere to go. He moves out to the outside, but Larson is going to lead it off of 4.
Blaney gets a big run in the middle of the racetrack, goes up and around Kyle Larson. Will Blaney beat him to the line? Answers yes by just 2 feet. Larson, though, pulls back in front on the bottom in 1.
Kyle Larson getting a tap from behind by a teammate. He'll now face the onslaught of Ryan Blaney, who's moved back up into the second spot with Matt DiBenedetto in third.
Matty D has got it rolling once again in the 21. He's in that third spot. Behind him is Bowman by a car length. Then Chase Elliott is in a war with his teammate side by side as they work all 4.
Let's see if anybody can grab hold and hang on to Kyle Larson here on this restart. Larson by 2 car lengths across the stripe. Then it's Blaney, DiBenedetto, and Alex Bowman. The battle is going to be for 5th.
That's a 5th place fight between Chase Elliott and his teammate William Byron. Right behind them, Austin Dillon has climbed into the top 10. Now DiBenedetto goes to work on his teammate Blaney for 2nd.
Blaney's car gets loose off the bottom in 2. That's going to open up the door for DiBenedetto, but he's got nowhere to go. Bowman right behind him in that number 48 car, working the bottom of the racetrack. Chase Elliott trying to close in on William Byron.
A trio of Chevys battling for 5th. William Byron, Chase Elliott, Austin Dillon's there. Now comes Ricky Stenhouse Jr. into the mix, along with Chris Buescher and Kyle Busch.
Martin Truex Jr. struggling. He got hit from behind by Brad Keselowski off turn 4. They both gathered it in, but lost a couple of spots. It is still Kyle Larson setting the pace.
Up in front of that group, you're watching Kyle Busch try to catch back up. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is up in that mix. So is Chris Buescher. Larson now by about 4 car lengths off of Blaney, off of 4.
The good battle is really for 2nd. Matt DiBenedetto hanging on to the rear deck lid of marginal teammate Ryan Blaney. 3 car lengths back, it's going to be Alex Bowman. And a battle between Hendrick teammates for 5th.
We've got 4 Hendrick cars among the top 7, but Chase Elliott loses the 5th spot to his teammate William Byron. Now he must face the challenge of Austin Dillon working the top.
Dillon's got that spot. He drives around the 9. He'll take a look now at William Byron. Here comes Dillon down the into turn 3. He works the middle of the racetrack here. Not going to have anything for Byron this time by.
Digging hard on the bottom of the racetrack, Alex Bowman, the Ally Chevrolet, goes underneath DiBenedetto's Menards Ford. Move him up to 3rd. William Byron 5th. Austin Dillon in his tire track.
Single file back to the 7th position. That's where Chase Elliott still losing some spots. He'll now face a challenge from the car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., also the machine of Chris Buescher.
Watching that group, everybody now single file coming into turn 3. Blaney goes to the middle of the racetrack, trying to find some grip to catch the leader off 4.
Let's check in with Doug Turnbull.
And we're seeing the replay right now in front of us. But 2 laps ago, coming through turns 3 and 4, Martin Truex Jr. slid up the racetrack right in front of Brad Keselowski at about the 10th or 11th position, and it hit Keselowski. Keselowski has nose damage. He said the fender's broken, the hood is popped, and he has just lost 10 or 11 spots. The last time he came by me, he was 4 wide on the outside, falling back through the field. Again, he had been running in the 10th position. Brad Keselowski, his day going bad, Brad Gilly.
Kyle Busch just radio up to his crew chief, Ben Bayshore, after dropping back on the restarts here. Basically just said, I've got no front grip right now. Wendy Venturini.
On my end of pit road, when Kurt Busch was stopped in his pit stall, we documented how Denny Hamlin also came in for damage. We originally thought maybe it was damage from Denny Hamlin because he got in the back of Kurt Busch, but the damage was actually on the fender of the car from the tire changer. They had to come in and pull the fender out. The tire changer had caused a little bit of damage there on their last pit stop, and so they fixed the damage when they had taken the advantage of the caution after he got into the back of Kurt Busch.
We spoke a moment ago about Brad Keselowski, his Auto Trader Ford now being scored 20th, the last car on the lead lap, over 10 seconds behind the leader and fading because of the problems Doug Turnbull talked about. Also need to note that you never want to see this, and you don't see it happen often in the Cup Series, but Kurt Busch's car is on the end of a tow truck hooked up in the air like our car would be on the side of the road, and they have taken the Monster Energy Chevrolet to the garage area, and Kurt Busch eventually is going to be scored dead last today in 39th. Right now he's 38th, but Josh Bilicki is still on the racetrack, it looks like, and so at this point, Kurt should drop to 39th. At the best, he'll finish 38th.
A tough spot here for Brad Keselowski. He's hanging on. I know what they're hoping for. They're hoping there's a caution. They're not involved in it. Maybe they get a chance to come on the pit road and stay on the lead lap. But what was a promising day for Brad Keselowski, right now he is 14 seconds back from the leader, losing about 2 seconds every lap.
Kyle Larson continues to lead, the gap 1 second over Ryan Blaney. Then in the third spot, Alex Bowman 1.7 seconds back. Fourth, Matt DiBenedetto 2.6. Then 3 seconds back to fifth place, William Byron. We have just completed lap 197. 197 laps to go. We've completed lap 128. And again, 210 make up stage number 2 in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
Was 2020 full of dings, dents, and scratches? Your tax refund at Maaco can help. Refresh your ride with your refund at Maaco to undo a little bit of last year. Head to Maaco.com to get a free online estimate today. Better get Maaco.
By downloading the free PRN mobile app, you can listen to all of our live race broadcasts anywhere. You'll also have easy access to all of our award-winning studio shows. Get all the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app.
Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower? Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, I did fuel up at Sunoco this morning.
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Atlanta Motor Speedway, 80 laps to go here in stage number 2. Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Top 10 here at Atlanta Motor Speedway look like this. Kyle Larson leading Ryan Blaney by 2.7 seconds. Alex Bowman third. Fourth, Matt DiBenedetto. Fifth, William Byron. Sixth, Austin Dillon. Kyle Busch seventh. Chris Buescher eighth. Ninth, Chase Elliott. 10th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will extend it to 11, where Daniel Suarez rides right now. From Atlanta, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
The Grassroots is where the hometown heroes of Friday and Saturday nights are, and where the future stars of NASCAR are made.
First career win for James Friesen of the TAS Racing Sportsman Series.
PRN's At the Track is a people show about the people of grassroots racing. The stories and journeys from the grassroots are always unique, whether it was the excitement of her championship at the track her grandparents helped build, the loneliness of his first win without his father there to hug him in victory lane, or the track their mama warned them about. PRN's At the Track covers the people of America's baddest bull rings, from Eldora to Knoxville, Jennerstown to Lawrence County, Mudlick Valley to Dog Hollow, Blizzard Creek to Possum Kingdom, Gas City to the Chili Bowl, and many, many more. Follow PRN's At the Track on Twitter and hear PRN's At the Track each week on broadcast radio stations, the free PRN app, or at goprn.com. PRN's At the Track, relentless passion for grassroots racing.
Kyle Larson dominating here at Atlanta, out to a 4-second lead. He has apparently taken a page from the Kevin Harvick book and applying it very well. Let's sweep the pits right now. We'll start off with Doug Turnbull.
How about the driver running third? Alex Bowman has never finished in the top 10 in 5 career Atlanta Motor Speedway Cup Series races, and he has been told that his car is not as tight as Ryan Blaney's, which means that Alex Bowman in the 48, as he catches second place Blaney, can hug the bottom of the racetrack better. And I see him every time they come by me here in turns 3 and 4. The 48 car getting a little bit closer. His best finish this season was ninth at a track that also chews up tires, Homestead. Bowman trying to get his best career finish here at AMS, Brad Gilly.
A couple of Kyle updates on my end of pit road. First of all, race leader Kyle Larson. That car is obviously very fast, but crew chief Cliff Daniels wants him to save his tires as much as he can. A couple of laps ago, Cliff Daniels told Larson to clean up his line in 3 and 4 just a little bit and give it a little bit of a bigger arc. Now, Kyle Busch wanted some more right rear travel on that last pit stop. Well, his crew chief Ben Bayshore had him take a round out. We're going to put that round back in because Kyle does not like the way his car is handling right now. Kyle Busch running in 7th. Wendy Venturini.
I want to update you on Ryan Blaney running in 2nd. He said his car is very violent through the bumps. He can't hook the line exactly how he wants it to. But overall, he has the speed today at Atlanta. However, his teammate Joey Logano, who's in 14th, is less than pleased with the drivability of his machine. It's not turning any better despite the adjustments they keep making. They're actually going to go back on the wedge adjustment they made for Joey Logano to see if they can get the drivability a little bit more comfortable for Joey out there here in Atlanta.
Great job there by our O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporters. Thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices, and that happens every day. Watching out on the racetrack right now, Kevin Harvick trying to fight his way to be in position to be the beneficiary, to be the lucky dog recipient, and it looks like he's going to be very close here, Rob Albright.
He's right behind that spot of being the first one to get a lap back if we go caution. They're right together off turn 2.
Watching them down the back stretch as they work into turn 3. Christopher Bell today in a blue and white car, black numbers on it. Here's Harvick. He worked down at the very bottom of the racetrack as they work off of turn number 4.
This, again, could be a battle for the free pass, but I caution them because Kyle Larson is about to rumble by Brad Keselowski. Keselowski, the last car on the lead lap in 20th, just moves over. And so this Christopher Bell, Kevin Harvick battle is for nothing right now.
It didn't last long, did it?
No.
No, Kyle Larson's he's kind of making a mockery out of the field right now. There's no other way to say it. 4.7 seconds the advantage. And normally on a restart, the other cars can hang with you like 3 or 4 laps. It was about a lap and a half, and he was already gone.
He has, and one other note, Denny Hamlin has come from making those unscheduled pit stops after the problem during that restart. He's up to 13th and has consistently been running 3rd, 4th, and 5th fastest laps the last 4 or 5 circuits. I'd like to talk a little bit, Doug, about Matt DiBenedetto right now on the Wood Brothers team. And, of course, we all know that Matt's going to need a new ride for next year. They've already announced that Austin Cindric will be in that car next year. So everybody was kind of hoping for a strong start for Matt DiBenedetto. He made the playoff on points a year ago, but he wrecked in the 500 at Daytona. No big deal there. A lot of guys wrecked, 33rd, but was 37th on the road course, 28th a lap down at Homestead, improving a little bit, 16th at Vegas, 14th at Phoenix. So the 14th place finish, best finish in the 5 races, 3 finishes of 28th or worse, and came into the race 24th in points. I mean, they need at least a top 5 finish today.
I think it was Doug Turnbull who earlier was talking about that. If they can get a top 10, a top 15 today, that's a step in the right direction. You're not going to make up all that ground in 1 or 2 races. As they like to say in sports now, it's a process.
So what do you think? Can he find a way to point his way in from the 24th spot? Again, we're early on in the year, but you and I have talked about before, sometimes you dig a hole so deep, you spend the whole regular season trying to climb out, and sometimes you just don't get there.
It's going to be tough. They're going to have to rack up top 10 finishes. They can't do that by finishing 15th, 17th. They're going to have low teens or top 10 finishes, I think, to do that. Or the other way that you said point in, the other way, obviously get a win.
Eric Almirola is somebody that also has had a struggle this year, and he talked about earlier this week. I was talking with him on a Zoom call. He said, look, last year we went on a streak of 8 straight races, top 10, top 5, and we just quickly climbed up the standings. Almirola and DiBenedetto need just that, and they need that in a hurry. Let's go down to O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Doug Turnbull.
An addendum to your Matt DiBenedetto story there. Pretty much he, as of a race or two ago, had to average about 28 or 29 points a race to make what 16th of the points made last year to qualify for the playoffs. And you have to do that by getting stage points. Today, he has run outside of the top 10 in stage number 1. And the reason he's now inside the top 5 in the 4th position is an incredible restart here that we saw moments ago that launched from about 6 or 7 positions, Brad Gilly.
Chase Elliott had to drop to the back of the field at the start of the race for failing pre-race inspection twice. He raced his way up into the top 10 before the stage 1 break, where he finished 8th. Well, now he's dropped back down to the 10th spot. He told his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, he's basically doing everything he can. Also, spotter Eddie DeHaan is trying to help him with the good line around the racetrack. The problem, Chase Elliott has just a little bit of damage on his race car. He was part of that accordion that ultimately took Kurt Busch out of the race.
By the way, we want to give a little shout out here to a car that I didn't think would be running in the top 10 at this juncture. He is 9th, and that is Daniel Suarez and that new team out there putting in a nice effort here. By the way, congrats to Daniel Suarez. He did color commentary on one of the Fox broadcasts about a week ago. I thought it was fabulous.
Oh, he did a great job, no doubt about it. And this team, Trackhouse Racing, of course, Pitbull part ownership there in that race team. They made a lot of noise off the racetrack early on, again, as we saw an influx of new car owners coming into that team or coming on to NASCAR and the Cup Series. And this team has gelled fairly quickly. I mean, he's been pretty quick. They've got an alliance there, I believe, with Richard Childress Racing. And again, they've done well the opening races. They really have. Not set the world on fire by any stretch of the imagination, but they've certainly come out of there pretty good.
And right now, Daniel Suarez riding 9th in this particular race. And by the way, you talked about Pitbull being a part owner. Technically now, LeBron James is also part owner of a NASCAR team because he bought in to the Roush Fenway Group, which owns the Boston Red Sox, but also are partial owners of Roush Fenway Racing. So kind of by marriage, he now owns part of that outfit.
And part of Liverpool, one of the top teams in the British Barclays Premier League.
You would know that. you would know that. Well, so it looks like we're going to be having green flag pit stops coming up here shortly, as we're watching right now. Kevin Harvick trying to battle his way around Christopher Bell and pick up one more spot of the cars a lap down.
Looks like he may have just accomplished that as he also works around the lead lap car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They tap each other side to side, and here comes Bell trying to get back by Harvick.
Yeah, not so fast, as they like to say. Here comes Harvick, and he gets past by that car as he works his way out in front, move Christopher Bell back in front of the 4 car.
So Brad Keselowski again, still 20th, the first car a lap down, but he is really struggling. That car is just laboring around the racetrack, hoping for a yellow flag, hoping they can make a pit stop to kind of fix the situation that they're dealing with right now. And that is about the only thing that can maybe save him from going a lap down here before the end of stage number 2. We've completed 150 laps at this particular point.
60 to go in stage number 2. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Back here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, 60 laps to go in stage number 2. It was all Kyle Larson in stage 1, and right now that remains the case as he has a 6-second lead over Ryan Blaney.
Larson in the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet has led 119 laps today. The next closest, Denny Hamlin at 28. He led the opening 28 from the pole position. Ryan Blaney has led a lap. Also leading a lap, Kurt Busch, before he was knocked out of the race. And then you have 2 laps led for William Byron.
Looks like we're not that far away from some green flag pit stops here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And it's been a quiet race, save for the one caution caused by Kurt Busch in that incident with several other cars, but he got the worst part of the deal as he is out of the race, and that happened on lap 113, and the laps are clicking off as we're up to lap 152.
Again, want to remind you, this is the third race of the weekend here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Yesterday, absolutely gorgeous day to go racing, and you had, of course, Kyle Busch win the Camping World Truck Series race. And, Doug, you talked about it earlier. Justin Allgaier just dug deep at the end, held off Martin Truex Jr. to get the Xfinity Series win.
Guys racing a lot of tough luck. Nice to see him get a win. We'll take a timeout, come back, and get ready for green flag pit stops.
Hey, what do you want to da-da-da? I don't know. What do y'all think we should da-da-da? Well, what did we do yesterday? Yesterday. All the dogs feel like the same dog these days. I know. Like, is today Monday or Tuesday? Today is Thursday. Oh, no, I forgot to call my mom on her birthday. Oh, no. No.
These days, nothing is normal and everything is weird. But you could still save big when you switch to Progressive. That won't change. Not today or any day.
Quote today at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You wash the outside, clean the inside, and make sure maintenance is up to date. Pamper your car's engine and fuel system by adding Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Using the fluids as a carrier to reach internal parts, Z-Max literally soaks into metal, dispersing harmful carbon buildup. This helps improve performance, extend engine life, and reduce emissions. Get Z-Max today at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Today's race brought to you in part by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That is a combination of 1,024 toppings at Hunt Brothers Pizza. We love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza. And Mark, we're thinking that we're probably going to see a rush on pit road here very shortly.
Yeah, I think we're about to see green flag pit stop. So hopefully somebody can deliver us a Hunt Brothers Pizza. We can do that during the break.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
We'll take our local timeout. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Dirt racing is coming to Bristol Motor Speedway. And on Saturday, March 27th, the Camping World Truck Series invades Bristol for the Pinty's Truck Race on dirt. Oh, yeah, and it's a night race.
He hits Labonte!
What could be better than a race at Bristol at night with trucks slinging dirt around? It's the Pinty's Truck Race on dirt. Saturday, March 27th, 8 p.m. at Bristol Motor Speedway. Get your tickets at bristolmotorspeedway.com. Remember, kids are free. This is no normal dirt track.
It's Bristol, baby.
It's Bristol.
Start your engine!
And it's on dirt.
Is it going to be wet and fast? Is it going to be slick and slow? It's hard to really make any predictions. So many unknowns. You know, I think it's going to be a little bit of a wild card for everybody.
It's going to be different and unique, something totally different. So it's going to be a fun weekend regardless of how it goes.
It's going to be incredible for, I think, the drivers, but especially the fans.
It's the Food City Dirt Race at Bristol. Sunday, March 28th at 2:30 Eastern on PRN.
With 52 laps to go in stage number 2 here at Atlanta, the green flag pit stops have begun. Let's go down to Wendy Venturini.
On my end of pit road, we had Chase Briscoe come to a stop. Ryan Newman was in for 4 tires. We have Denny Hamlin coming right now. Truex is making his way down pit road. Also, Joey Logano. Joey Logano has really bad drivability, so they are going to take a big adjustment and undo some of the things that they worked on earlier in this race. As for Martin Truex Jr., it's going to be 4 tires, air pressure adjustment only, it looks like. Also, the pit sign is out for the 12. We'll come back to here. Let's head over to Brad Gilly.
Over on my end, Cole Custer just came in to make his pit stop. How about you, Doug Turnbull?
I've got Alex Bowman just getting 4 tires of fuel down and away, a small air pressure adjustment to try to free up his car. Matt DiBenedetto also pits out of the top 5. Looks like a little bit slower stop for the 21 car, Brad Gilly.
Very busy on my end of pit road now. Kyle Busch is in. He's going to get an air pressure adjustment on both rear tires. Also in Chase Elliott with just a little bit of a fix on the fender of his race car. Race leader Kyle Larson comes in now. He's going to get a clean windshield, 4 Goodyear tires, 2 cans the Sunoco fuel. Also in on my end, Christopher Bell, Wendy Venturini.
Ryan Blaney comes to a stop. He said he was very violent through the bumps and he couldn't hook up the line. They make a big wedge adjustment right there. It's a 4-tire stop and pretty solid with Sunoco fuel for Ryan Blaney. Let's head over to Doug Turple.
Austin Dillon's number 3 Bass Pro Shop Chevy had snuck into the top 10 there. They're making some adjustments on that car to try to get him better. They think their car is going to get better as it goes throughout the day, Brad Gilly.
Last couple of cars on my end of pit road coming in. First, Chris Butcher, who's had a pretty good run all day long. He got 4 tires, 2 cans of Sunoco fuel. Also coming in, we saw Tyler Reddick, who had a really rough start to his race. He got 4 tires in service. Ross Chastain will be coming in this next lap. Wendy Venturini.
How about Daniel Suarez in the top 10? He's going to take 4 tires, has been very happy with his race car. No wedge adjustment. It's air pressure only for that machine. Also coming to a stop in front of me, Austin Cindric for 4 tires.
And I believe Daniel Suarez might have cycled to the top and led a lap under this green flag situation.
It's what it looks like under NASCAR scoring and timing for the moment. And the big flurry is now over on pit road. We'll have to wait till all of this separates out. Let's go back down to Doug Turnbull.
And Kevin Harvick pitted from a lap down a moment ago, took 4 tires of fuel, has been unhappy with his race car all day. And the only driver on my end of pit road that has been on the lead lap earlier today is Brad Keselowski. He stayed out. Brad Keselowski has stayed out. They're hoping a long pit here since they have to fix damage to the front of the hood after that last restart where he got into Martin Truex Jr. when Truex cut him off. So they're hoping to catch a break here, the 2 team is, as they get the late stages here in stage number 2.
Under this exchange of green flag pit stops, Kyle Larson is going back to the top of the board. Alex Bowman moves up to second. That's the good news. Bad news, 5 seconds behind Kyle Larson, his teammate at Hendrick Motorsports.
And it looks like for the moment we will remain with 20 cars on the lead lap. Let's go ahead and take you through the field now as we completed this round of green flag pit stops. Kyle Larson, the race leader, as Mark told you. Alex Bowman, 5 seconds back in second. Third is Ryan Blaney. Fourth, almost 9 seconds back, is Matt DiBenedetto. Kyle Busch is 5th. 6th is William Byron. Austin Dillon, 7th. 8th, Denny Hamlin. 9th, Chris Buescher. And 10th, Martin Truex Jr.
18 seconds back. Newman, 11th. 12th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Daniel Suarez, 13th. Chase Elliott, 14th. 15th is Brad Keselowski. Joey Logano, 16th. 17th, Cole Custer. Bubba Wallace is 18th. 19th is Eric Almirola. Last car on the lead lap, Michael McDowell, 29 seconds behind the leader.
All right, this is significant. The first car 1 lap down is now Kevin Harvick in 21st. 22nd is going to be Christopher Bell. 23rd, Ross Chastain. 24th, Ryan Preece. 25th, Chase Briscoe. 2 laps down, Austin Cindric at 26th. 27th is Eric Jones. Corey LaJoie is 28th. 29th, Anthony Alfredo. And 30th, also 2 laps down, is Tyler Reddick.
Then Justin Haley -3. 32nd is Quinn Houff. James Davison, 33rd. 34th, Cody Ware. 35th, B.J. McLeod. 36th, Joey Gase. 37th, Timmy Hill. Josh Bilicki, 38th. And cycling now to dead last, Kurt Busch in 39th. He is the only car out of the event. If you just joined us, we had a restart. Things got jammed up. He got hit from behind, wrecked in turn 1, and is out with the car that was running top 5.
We have had only 3 caution flags to this point. Lap 25, a competition yellow. Lap 105, stage number 1, and lap 113, Kurt Busch in an incident down in turn 1. And we've completed 166 laps. We're over halfway, just 159 to go.
We've had 6 different leaders of the race. Kyle Larson, 134 laps and counting. Denny Hamlin, 28. William Byron, 2. Then 1 lap led for Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, and Kurt Busch.
And that's the way they stack up here, as 158 laps to go here in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. It has been all Kyle Larson to this point. We'd love to go out on the racetrack and pick you up a fierce battle, but he's taken a lot of the starch out of that at this point, Mark.
He's brought out the whooping stick at this point in the race and has clobbered the field. We'll take a break and come back to Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Denny Hamlin's multiple Daytona 500 wins may have ended at the track, but for Toyota racing fan Kevin Samuels, it was just the start of what he calls Daytona in the dark. Now he speed reads bedtime stories, only to head out on the empty nighttime streets in his Camry to become the laps leader in his neighborhood roundabout. That's how it all began for Kevin. To kick off this season, share your hashtag Toyota fan stories on Twitter. Toyota, Let's go places. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC. Daytona 500 is a registered trademark of the International Speedway Corporation.
Was 2020 full of dings, dents, and scratches? Using your tax refund at Maaco can help. Refresh your ride with your refund at Maaco to undo a little bit of last year. Head to Maaco.com to get a free online estimate today. Better get Maaco.
By downloading the free PRN mobile app, you can listen to all of our live race broadcasts anywhere. You'll also have easy access to all of our award-winning studio shows. Get all the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app.
Brad Keselowski has now moved up to be the first car one lap down. He is in the 20th position, so that kicks Kevin Harvick out of that enviable spot. Z-Max gives you increased gas mileage, improved performance, and reduces wear on vital engine parts. Available at fine retailers like AutoZone, Pep Boys, Advanced Auto Parts, and Walmart. Z-Max, performance you can feel. From Atlanta Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
It's going to be live. It's going to be loud. And you know it's going to be authentically Austin. NASCAR's elite, including Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, and more, will descend on the ATX while navigating the 20-turn, 3.41-mile circuit. Grab your friends and gear up for the inaugural Echo Park Automotive Texas Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas, Sunday, May 23rd. Reserve your spot for as low as $70 at NASCAR@COTA.com.
Hi, I'm PRN's Alexis Eric. Want to listen to PRN anywhere you go? By downloading the PRN mobile app, you can listen to live race broadcasts and have on-demand access to your favorite shows like Fast Talk, Pit Reporters, Garage Pass, and PRN's Pass the Track. Download today to make sure you don't miss any of the action. Get the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app, available on Apple App Store and Google Play. Find more information at GoPRN.com.
Brad Keselowski hung out as long as he could. He finally had to come in, Doug Turnbull.
Here's how wounded his car was. By making one less pit stop than everybody during that cycle, he still was a lap down. When they came into the pits, they couldn't get the bear bond all the way on the left front of the car where they have damage from that contact with Truex Jr. about 40 laps ago. So they put it down and away, but I saw that bear bond flipping in the wind. It was also an extended pit stop, and they didn't even get to fix all the damage. So David's gone bad to worse for the number 2 team.
And right now it looks like Brad Keselowski is being scored minus 2 laps in 29th position. So a tough day for the driver of the Auto Trader Ford as he comes back to the start-finish line. He is minus 2 laps. We currently have 18 cars on the lead lap, but the way that Kyle Larson is running out there, Mark, that number could shrink a lot over the next few laps.
The one thing, and Pat Patterson, Rob Albright, our turn announcers have talked about it. He can hug the white line, makes a lot of speed, but he can go anywhere on the racetrack that he wants to. And Doug, you know he's not using all of it. We still have a long way to go in this race. 36 laps, about to be 35 in stage number 2. That leaves 150 to go overall in the race. So you know he's not pushing it 100%. And yet he's out there clicking off the fastest laps, 32.127 that last lap. Next quickest, 32.3, and that's Daniel Suarez. Great lap there, but he's 11th. So, again, a wide disparity. And right now, in cruise control, he is the quickest car on the racetrack, Kyle Larson.
And, Rob, no need for them to go to the whip right now. They're doing this as Mark said, on cruise control.
And, you know, Doug, you and Mark were talking about the fact that Harvick was trying to put himself in position to be first car 1 lap down, but over the last few laps, that has happened to a couple of guys. Michael McDowell went down a lap just a few laps ago, and 1 lap ago, Eric Almirola went down a lap. So Harvick still got his work cut out for him, Pat.
Yeah, he certainly does. And, you know, right now, down on my end of the racetrack, I'm watching cars, you know, constantly down on the very bottom of the racetrack, probably more than I think I've seen run an Atlanta race in a long, long time. There are folks that are moving up on the top side of the racetrack, but nobody's making any speed up there. One thing also to point out, we got bright sunshine right now, and Mark and Doug talked about how sensitive the track is. So crew chiefs have a long way to go to the end of this, and they got to make a lot of good decisions.
So Almirola is down a lap. He's already gotten the free pass once, hopes to get it again. And right now, when you look at the next car on the hit parade for your leader, Kyle Larson, that is Bubba Wallace, and Wallace has a gap of about 2 seconds, and of course that's shrinking every lap. So Almirola could find himself in the same spot as Kevin Harvick, thinking you're in position for the free pass and losing it as Larson goes up there and chops down the field one by one.
Now, Larson right now chopping into that advantage as Bubba Wallace is in 17th, the last car on a lead lap. 147 laps to remain in this 500-mile contest. 32 laps to go to the end of stage number 2. And Mark, we say this a lot, but this race has the feel of a race. I don't think we're going to see a lot of yellows. And I think part of that is because these drivers can drive all over this racetrack in the different grooves, and they don't have to fight for the same piece of real estate all the time. That doesn't give you a lot of cautions normally.
No, we've seen at this racetrack, there's at least 3 lanes. Sometimes they can make it 4, and that does allow you an escape route that other racetracks might not have. And again, Larson just keeps up there at the front of the field. Bubba Wallace in danger of losing a lap. Cole Custer in front of him. And then Joey Logano, Chase Elliott next on the hit parade. And they've only got 4 or 5 seconds to Larson and still 31 laps to go here in stage number 2.
Doug Turnbull, I want to come down to you in just a minute here and get an update because we talked about some damage to Chase Elliott here a moment ago. And apparently that's showing up on the racetrack right now. They didn't have a great car, but they had a good car earlier on, but he's dropped all the way back to 14th. More importantly, 26 seconds behind the leader, Kyle Larson. What can you tell us about the driver of the Napa Chevrolet?
On my independent road over here, you had Chase Elliott. I definitely saw that damage on the hood for sure, and that's certainly hurt the handling and taken it back from the top 10 into that back of the top 15 position. I'll tell you, a surprising driver in the top 10, Austin Dillon. He has never finished in the top 10 in 8 career Atlanta Motor Speedway races, and he's been trying to adjust the car and drive different lines. In fact, his spotter, Andy Houston, just told him to put his left side tires on the top seam. That's high up on the racetrack in turns 1 and 2, and they just told him he peeled a good lap off. He's right now running 7th ahead of Denny Hamlin, among other big heavy hitters behind him.
Hey, Brad Gilly, can you update us further on what the Chase Elliott situation is?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Doug, Chase Elliott did really good at the beginning of this race. He was actually working his way up through the field after starting in the back, currently running in 14th. They did get a little bit of damage on that incident that did take Kurt Busch out of the race. They did pull some sheet metal away from him, but now they're just simply having trouble finding the aero balance on the Napa number 9.
Minus 27 seconds. Yeah, I'd say the aero balance is a little bit out there. And, you know, Mark, coming into here, of active drivers, oddly enough, he's never won at this place. He had the best average finish.
Yeah, he's done well, but not well enough. And we talked about that earlier this week with him. And he said, you know what, he really wants to win here, but you have to have a good full race, meaning you can't have any kind of major blips because this is an aero-sensitive racetrack. If you do, you bend up the car at all, you just can't be competitive, and we're seeing that this afternoon.
I have spent most of my life, unfortunately, pulling for the Atlanta professional teams. The Braves did give me a World Series one time, so thank you for that.
And the Falcons gave you a heartbreak.
Yeah, they coughed up the Super Bowl like a fur ball. And for the people who live around here, there's a lot of allegiance to the Georgia Bulldogs, and they've come close, but they've never closed the deal since Herschel Walker left town to win a national championship. But you got to give it to Chase Elliott. Guy had the extra pressure of representing an entire state last year that just felt like the brass ring was always out of their reach. He brought him back a title, and they had a parade in his hometown.
You know, that was one of the cool things about it, Doug, because of COVID, right? Usually you win the championship. NASCAR puts you on a jet. They fly you to New York, and you do the talk shows, and you do the different networks, Fox and NBC and CBS. But because of COVID, right, everything was shut down. Chase Elliott got to go home. They took his car, brought it to, Georgia.
Brought it to Dawsonville.
Brought it to the pool hall, fired it up, drove it down Main Street, and the local fans, the people that have been Chase Elliott believers and Chase Elliott backers, not only of Chase, but of course his dad, Bill, all these years, they got a chance to really celebrate in a big hometown way. So I thought that was kind of cool that because of COVID, Chase Elliott got the kind of celebration that kind of small town kid would love to have, and he got it.
And maybe there's a lesson in that somewhere. It paid off really well. Right now, Kyle Larson still leading by 9 seconds. That's why we're talking about Dawsonville, and Chase Elliott having a parade all by himself. Let's go to Doug Turnbull.
Yeah, I got to fly over that in my full-time job at 95.5 WSB as a traffic reporter, our Skycopter. We made sure it was a slow day in Atlanta traffic back in November, and we flew up to Dawsonville and watched that parade. And there were hundreds of people at Chase Elliott's hometown lining those streets through downtown Dawsonville, all the way from the Dawsonville pool room where the famous siren is to the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, where Elliott's father, his two uncles are all enshrined. And Chase Elliott got to take a number 9 show car, not the one he won at Phoenix with, but the number 9 show car over there. And there was a huge celebration in the big Ring of Honor outside the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame. Quite a local moment. And yes, the championship finally back in Georgia.
All right, thanks for that insight there, Doug Turnbull. By the way, Daniel Suarez just got around Martin Truex Jr., and that's significant because it moves Suarez up to 10th as we're closing in on the end of stage number 2.
O'Reilly. This is Jesse's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
As a nurse, not making it to work was not an option. But driving through the snow with my wiper blades struggling, I just didn't feel safe. So I pulled into O'Reilly Auto Parts, and before I knew it, an employee was offering to install the wiper blades on my car. I got to stay out of the snow for a moment, and I still made it to work on time.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policy? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Top 10 looked like this. Kyle Larson leading by 9.2 seconds over Alex Bowman. Ryan Blaney is third. Fourth is Kyle Busch. Fifth, Matt DiBenedetto. William Byron has moved up to 6th. Austin Dillon 7th. Denny Hamlin 8th. Chris Buescher is 9th. And riding in the 10th spot is Daniel Suarez. From Atlanta Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Logano puts a big block on Truex, and Truex nearly spun him in turn 1.
3 wide going into turn 1 with Chris Buescher in the middle.
Austin Dillon has spun. He bypasses the front stretch chicane, and the caution comes out.
Hamlin slides right up in front of Bowman, almost takes the boat out. Here goes the tail down the back stretch.
Here comes Matt DiBenedetto, going to make it 4 wide into turn 4. Wow, can anybody hang on? And they do.
Trouble on the front stretch. Martin Truex Jr. gets into the wall, and then a host of other cars plow into it.
Hamlin washes up the racetrack. Keselowski now has the lead once again.
John Hunter Nemechek smacks it hard, smoke trailing from behind the Gann.
Chase Elliott proves once again that he's NASCAR's king of the road as he goes back to back in the Bank of America Roval 400.
When the NASCAR Cup Series races at Atlanta, Bristol, Charlotte, New Hampshire, Sonoma, Las Vegas, and Texas. You hear it here on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson enjoying almost a 10-second advantage over Alex Bowman. Shout out to KLIK in Columbia, Missouri, WCSM in Salina, Ohio, WECO in Wartburg, Tennessee, and right down the road here in Atlanta, Georgia, 680 The Fan. Great sports station. We appreciate them covering at Performance Racing Network coverage of the Foals of Honor QT 500. Shout out to those great affiliates. Now let's go to Brad Gillen.
Chase Elliott is about to see his teammate Kyle Larson on the racetrack. The problem is he's going to see Kyle Larson in his rearview mirror. That's because the leader is getting closer and closer to that Napa number 9. Chase in danger of going a lap down before the end of this stage 2. Elliott radioed up to Alan Gustafson, said, man, I'm trying. He's trying everything he can do on the racetrack. The car is just simply not working for him right now.
Elliott running laps 33.2, up there running 33 flat, Kyle Larson. And right now, Larson 4 seconds away from lapping Chase Elliott with 16 laps to go in stage number 2. Lapped here recently, Bubba Wallace, Cole Custer, Joey Logano, Elliott in 14th. Right now, the last car on the lead lap.
And here you don't really have the advantage of being able to stay out and try to get the wave around with the tire situation, Mark, because if you're on older tires, you're just at such a disadvantage. You have to come onto pit road.
You run 5 to 10 laps and you get the chance to change them. You're gonna. And again, the team started out today with 13 sets of these Goodyear radials, and they are the dual treads. And that means that the inside of the tire is a little bit harder, and then the That's the inner 2 inches. Then the outer 10 inches a little bit softer for the grip. Now, Goodyear came up with that design years and years ago to try to make things more competitive here at Atlanta, give the drivers more of what they wanted, and the dual tread design has certainly worked well. And that update, as you know, brought to you by Goodyear. They're the official tire of NASCAR. Goodyear, more driven.
Right now, driving away from the field, an 11-second advantage is Kyle Larson over Alex Bowman. You just don't see this that much anymore with somebody.
Hey, Doug, Joe Bowman just gave up the second position to Ryan Blaney. I know it's almost anticlimactic with the huge lead that Larson has, but Blaney has taken the second spot away from Bowman, and now William Byron is close to taking the fourth position away from the car of Kyle Busch.
What is that, moving the chairs around on the deck of the Titanic?
Yeah, right.
It's kind of what they're doing here today as far as the shuffling going on behind Kyle Larson.
Blaney as the new number 2 man, 11 seconds behind. And again, right now, Chase Elliott looking in his rear view mirror, Kyle Larson looming larger as we go down to O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Doug Turnbull.
Alex Bowman just lost that second position, as everybody heard right there from our state water heater turn announcer Rob Albright. And what he just said is he needs the car to rotate better. His car that tries to step out on him when his tires hit the paint. And as crew chief Greg Ives just told Alex Bowman in the 48 car, we're not going to lose the race on a pass like that. Tell me what you need. And Bowman did just that. They're riding in the third position there, the best he's ever run at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Third position, 12 seconds behind race leader Kyle Larson. And Mark and I were both doing what Rob and Pat have been talking about all day long, observing Kyle Larson. And Mark, if you change the color scheme on that car, it could be Kevin Harvick. It's the line that Harvick has made famous at this speedway. Hook in that left front, right down on that bottom, and it is working to perfection for it.
It is a tricky way to get around this racetrack because you're flirting with the apron of the racetrack, losing the banking of the racetrack down onto the flat part, and you get your left front tire just barely onto that flat spot and really makes the car rotate to the left. Kevin Harvick, the master of it here today. Kyle Larson is gone to school on that. He has certainly studied it. He and his team have been working hard to get his car to handle down there, and it is rolling on the bottom of this racetrack right now. And at this point, we've talked about the domination of this race, and at this point, 167 laps led in the first 200.
And I don't see how Chase Elliott can hang on to the lead lap if things stay the same. Joey Logano is now a lap down. He is in 15th position. 14 cars are on the lead lap. Pat Patterson and Kyle Larson now chasing down Chase Elliott.
Yeah, Larson is about 7-8 car lengths behind Elliott now, working here in turn 3 and 4. And just to add to what you guys were talking about just a second ago with Larson, you know, the whole idea of hooking the bottom of the racetrack, and Rob can talk about this too, it all comes from your setup, your entry into the corner. And as the fuel dissipates on these cars and as the tires are worn out, that entry into the corner is really what allows you to get down on the bottom of the racetrack and put your car on that line and get that exit off. And, you know, that Larson's just showing us this afternoon that he can really, really get that done. That entry is just perfect as he comes off turn 4.
As he comes down to the stripe, there's going to be 8 laps to go in stage number 2, and he is there knocking on the door, trying to put Chase Elliott a lap down.
To tag onto what Pat said, what he does is he goes in very high into the corner. His entry is high. When he cuts it down, he's actually rolled out of the throttle a little bit early, cuts it down, gets that left front tire below that line, and that's what allows him to get quickly back to the throttle and maintain that big advantage.
So here's a dynamic that's going on. We're watching Chase Elliott. He's trying to get around Ryan Newman and make Newman the last car on the lead lap and give himself a little cushion as they're all being chased now by Kyle Larson. This could get interesting in these closing laps of stage 2, Rob.
How often do we talk about the next guy to get lapped as being the big story as the race progresses? But Newman is still right in front of the race leader, Chase Elliott, who's the last car on the lead lap.
Yeah, that group now works down here in turns 3 and 4. Newman just now getting his car into the middle of the corner. Elliott about 5 car lengths behind him, but Larson is closing fast.
I will say this, though. You look at the electronic timing. I think Kyle Larson has called off the dogs on his teammate Chase Elliott at this point as they come across the stripe. The gap back to the second place car of Ryan Blaney has shrunk a little bit, so Larson has backed off. trying to let Elliott get by Newman. They're in 2.
Yeah, he is about 5 car lengths back of Chase Elliott, and Pat, he's remained about that distance back for several laps.
Now, I agree. I concur. I do believe that is what's going on out there. Larson is giving his teammate a little bit of a break here. Plus, there's, for him, there's no real reason to do anything more than what he's doing now. But he is right there out on the door of Chase Elliott.
5 laps to go here in stage number 2. Rob, it could make the team Zoom meeting a little more pleasant if he does back off and let him stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, we got 300 Chevrolets in the top 5. Larson, the race leader. Third belongs to Alex Bowman. In the 5th spot is William Byron. And trying to hang on to the lead lap is Chase Elliott.
Yeah, Ryan Newman is out in front of Chase Elliott right now, working his blue and black car, white letters on that car, bottom of the racetrack, and he just basically holding serve there with Chase Elliott.
So we have 4 laps to go in stage number 2. Doug, so you have Larson calling off the dogs on Elliott, and the last thing Elliott really wants to do is go up and tangle with Ryan Newman for a spot. So everybody, it looks like, is willing just to keep a pat hand right now.
Yeah, they're all playing nice as we get down to the waning laps here of stage number 2. They're halfway down the backstretch with no change here, Pat.
Yeah, the sun, by the way, is gone back into the clouds here, so it's cooling off again some more. Here, once again, Chase Elliott, they're just maintaining about a 5-6 car length difference between the 2 leaders.
To tell you how much Kyle Larson is backing off, his gap now to Ryan Blaney has fallen back to 9 seconds and change. At one point, it was 12 with 3 laps to go in stage number 2. And 2.
9-second advantage is a mere 1/3 of a lap, so he has nothing to lose. Kyle Larson, of course, we're talking about. He'll go to the bottom of the racetrack and just glide around.
Well, I'm not sure what it means, but it looks like Ross Chastain just drove around Kyle Larson, so I don't know if that helps him or not in the rundown. But once again, here's the leader off 4.
It appears that Kyle Larson content to play patty cake here at the end of stage number 2 as he slides across the start-finish line, visibly slowing down. He is in no danger now of putting his teammate Chase Elliott a lap down.
Yeah, Corey LaJoie, I think he's at least a couple of laps down. He just bypassed Kyle Larson, who came a little bit sideways that time off turn 2. So maybe, Pat, things are going away for that 5 car.
Now here's the Hendrick.com cars or HendrickCars.com sponsored machine, bottom of the racetrack in 3 and 4, once again making his way towards the stage break.
So it's hard to believe the leaders out there running laps over 34 seconds, just kind of tooling around with a big lead. The gap now to Blaney still 8.5 with 1 to go in stage 2.
And it certainly has not looked as if Kyle Larson has abused the tires or abused the car at all. It's never almost hardly out of shape. And again, just gliding off turn 2.
All right, here comes the leader. Once again, Kyle Larson down the backstretch. Call me optimistic, if you will, but I remember a lot of Atlanta races when you had a world beater like Kyle Larson that didn't get the checkered flag, but man, he sure looks good this afternoon off 4.
I don't sense that Atlas is going to shrug today, but there are 115 laps left to go here at Atlanta Motor Speedway as Kyle Larson wraps up stage number 2 in dominating fashion. We have to wait an eternity for the second place car of Ryan Blaney to fly on by. Finishing 3rd is Alex Bowman. Then it's Kyle Busch, William Byron, Matt DiBenedetto will be next in line. Austin Dillon picks up 7th, and then it'll be Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin, and Danielle Suarez.
Kyle Larson has led 178 of the first 210 laps in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
Every day, people experience mysteries that challenge the laws of nature, like enjoying a Coke Zero Sugar. It looks, sounds, and tastes delicious. But how does one explain the great taste if there are 0 calories and 0 sugar? Some mysteries are just too mysterious. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, unbelievably delicious.
No trip to the store is complete without the unbelievably delicious 0-calorie taste of Coke Zero Sugar.
Kyle Larson has run the Xfinity fastest lap in this race so far. Here's the bad news. It came on lap 120, up the speed to 178.591 miles per hour. Xfinity XFi, internet that's more than just fast. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR. We'll take a break and come right back. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, it's Kathy Martindale and Paul Shadd on ZMAX Racing Country Classics.
It's Kathy and Shenandoah.
Well, Marty, you're taking your preaching roots to prisons now?
I go to jails and county jails and went down to Angola prison. Literally at one time, Angola was known as the bloodiest prison in America. you went into Angola and either you left in a hearse or they carried you out in the same condition.
There's a country song in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Now let's go on out to Charlotte where Paul is with Christopher Bell.
You did great in trucks. You did great in Xfinity. And what a blessing for you to be with Joe Gibbs.
Yeah, it was definitely, a dream come true whenever I got the call and said that I'm moving over to JGR. There's no place like home, and I always knew that JGR was where I wanted to be, and I just hope that I can continue to make these guys proud and stay in this number 20 car forever.
Z-Max Racing Country Classics.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Their general manager, Brandon Hutchison, just popped his head here in our booth momentarily. We asked him about the crowd. 15,000 here today at Atlanta Motor Speedway. They sold all their available tickets. By the way, another place where they're selling tickets is at the Circuit of the Americas. Giveaway alert for the Ultimate VIP Weekend Getaway for 2 for the inaugural NASCAR at COTA. Echo Park Automotive Texas Grand Prix. Head to NASCAR at COTA Facebook page to enter through April 9th. The package includes airfare for 2 suite seats for the May 22nd and 23rd races, 2 nights hotel accommodations, and more. Head to NASCAR at COTA Facebook page for more details on how to enter now through April 9th. Had a chance to visit that speedway about a month ago, and Mark, I think it's not going to disappoint the NASCAR fans at all.
No, not at all. I think we're looking forward to a great race there. Also want to remind you the tickets are on sale now for the Foxwood Resort Casino 301, July 18th at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And that is going to be the 50th Cup Series. Wow. I've been there for every one of them. That's scary. 50th Cup race at New Hampshire. And again, there's a limited number of tickets. So again, go to nhms.com, nhms.com. for your tickets to the Foxwood Resort Casino 301.
Kids 12 and under, just $10 for the whole weekend. Pit road is open, and Doug Turnbull, it's about to get busy in front of you.
It certainly is as the leaders hit pit road right now. Austin Dillon will pit for the 7th spot. They're trying to work on the forward drive, going to make another wedge adjustment there. And the right in front of me right now is our 3rd place runner, Alex Bowman. It's going to be 4 tires, Goodyear tires at Sunoco Fuel. They're going to make a wedge adjustment to try to free that race car up on the Ally Chevrolet as they change the left side tires now, Brad Gilly.
Stage 1 and 2 winner Kyle Larson is in. His pit crew has been as fast as he has been on the racetrack. A little bit tight center since he's on the splitter, just a bit on the restart. 4 tire change, 2 cans of Sunoco. Kyle Busch having a little trouble with forward drive. He's also tight center. He'll get an air pressure adjustment. Chris Buescher finished 8th in that stage. He is also tight, but he says the track hasn't changed much for him. Wendy Venturini.
Ryan Blaney in the 2nd position. He was complaining of a slight vibration, but not too concerned about it. They needed more security in turn 2. They made a rear air pressure adjustment. He said it takes about 15 laps to fire off for him. In the 5th place position, we have William Byron. He said it took off a little bit free the last run. They feel in decent shape. It was an air pressure adjustment, 4 tires for William Byron.
By inches, and I do mean without exaggeration, inches, maybe 3, maybe 4. Kyle Larson barely beats Ryan Blaney off the pit road, followed by Alex Bowman, William Byron, and Kyle Busch.
I think the challenge is going to be when we get around choosing the restart, can anybody hang with him on the restart and make this race interesting for a bit? Now, here's something to ponder. Blaney is going to be 2nd. Does Blaney elect maybe to restart on the inside lane, which is a lot faster than trying to hang on the outside lane on the restart?
Absolutely, yes, for 2 reasons. Yes, inside lane faster. We saw also, number 2, what happened to the outside lane on the last restart. It took Kurt Busch out of the race. Let's go down to O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Brad Gilly.
Alec Gustafson kept Chase Elliott on pit road a little longer than normal, and the crew literally went all the way around the race car. He's got a square section of bare bond right in the center of the nose of that car. Again, that is the restart that happened at the conclusion of stage 1 when we started stage number 2, where all the cars accordioned up and Chase Elliott got a little bit of nose damage. Since then, it's really impacted the handling of his race car, and he almost went a lap down in that last stage.
Yeah, thankfully it was his teammate that was leading the charge out there, and team orders, whatever you want to call her, maybe just being a nice guy since Kyle Larson's the new kid on the Hendrick block, says, okay, I'm not gonna stick it to you this time around.
Now, Mr. H is here at the racetrack, so he has a radio too. So you never know. He might have just.
You
said,
think they give him a radio?
I bet you they do. I bet you they do.
He gets whatever he wants.
Yes,
doesn't he?
yes, he does. Yes, he does.
That's what happened. It's good to be king. Kyle Larson has been king of the hill here today so far. We've got about 110 laps to decide if he can hang on and dominate this one again. And I'll give it to you. But once he took over in Las Vegas, that was kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, again, just a fantastic race there for Kyle Larson. They've backed it up again here today at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. And again, it's a big deal, for this race team to have Kyle Larson running so well early on in this season. It absolutely is. And at this point, again, sky's the limit for this team. Let's go down to Brad Gilley.
One of the advantages of having the commanding lead that Kyle Larson had is when he puts lap cars in between himself and the second place driver. When they go under caution, those lap cars stay in between Kyle Larson and the second place driver and all the drivers down the line. Well, the NASCAR rulebook says that those drivers cannot necessarily accelerate and pass all of those lap cars too soon. Cliff Daniels feels that that's what's happening, that it's taking away a little bit of their advantage, that some of the cars behind Kyle Larson, but on the lead lap, might be passing some of the lap cars before they actually enter onto pit road. So he was complaining to the NASCAR officials about that.
Now let's go to Doug Turnbull.
Down here, first off, in the Kevin Harvick pit, they have not made any noise since going a lap down for that unscheduled pit stop for a flat tire here. They just made an air pressure adjustment. Really, they seem kind of dejected here in the 4 pit. They were the favorites today. But one driver inside the top 10 we didn't necessarily expect, Matt DiBenedetto, running 6th, also has never finished in the top 10 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And he's not overly excited about the ill handling of the number 21 machine, says it's just a hair tight when he tries to run up high in turns 1 and 2. Wood Brothers crew chief Greg Irwin said they didn't want to over-adjust on that. They're trying to really maintain the balance here, especially as the sun gets low in the western sky and this track starts to change.
Doug, you mentioned a moment ago it's good to be king when it came to Rick Hendrick. His teams have now won 265 races, 3 away from tying Richard Petty and Petty Enterprises to be number 1 in NASCAR Cup Series history.
They may be a lot closer here today with Kyle Larson and the way that he has just, we keep using – I didn't come to participate. I came to dominate. Well, that's what they're doing today. They're dominating this race in huge fashion as they go through the choose line. What did Mr. Blaney choose?
Mr. Blaney went inside. Alex Bowman went inside. Kyle Busch went inside. Finally, William Byron, I think, is the first guy to say, what, the heck with it. If you're going to let me have the outside of row number 1, I'm going to take it. But let's give you the rundown as we currently have it. Again, they're switching lanes here a little bit with the choose rule. Larson, your leader. Ryan Blaney, 2nd. Alex Bowman is 3rd. 4th is William Byron. 5th, Kyle Busch. 6th, Matt DiBenedetto. Denny Hamlin, 7th. 8th, Austin Dillon. Chris Buescher, quietly, a great afternoon. 9th. 10th, Daniel Suarez.
And it looks like Matt DiBenedetto, Pat, is going to elect to go to the outside, and that's going to move him all the way up to the 4th spot. So, like to Mark's point, he says, I'll take advantage of the real estate. I don't care if it's slower up there.
Yeah, and again, you just don't know. We've seen what happens on these restarts. You make the best decision you can, but at some point, maybe something happens here, and he's allowed to hang on in there in that spot. And you're right, the track position is all his. Here's the Camaro pace car, pretty blue Camaro pace car, by the way, brings the field right in front of me. Larson on the bottom of lane number 1. On the outside, there is William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Matt DiBenedetto, and Alex Bowman along with Denny Hamlin. Okay, the fans are ready to see how this is going to turn out. They're on their feet. We're ready to go.
The field in the Geico restart zone. Does anyone have anything for Kyle Larson? Let's find out. That bottom line takes off. Larson being shoved by Ryan Blaney, who's being pushed by Alex Bowman down into turn 1.
Well, it looks like Byron will make it through turn 1. He'll fall back to the 4th position. Now he'll be the outside of 3 wide as Matt DiBenedetto moves to the low side.
Larson has the field once again down the backstretch. Blaney in 2nd. Here's Bowman in 3rd. Kyle Busch is up there rolling in that 4th spot. They're all nose to tail. 3 wide behind them. 3 rows deep behind them. 3 wide on 4th.
For 6th place, Suarez on top. DiBenedetto in the middle. Hamlin on the top side. Top 5 cars are single file. Again, the battle for 6th remains 3 wide in turn 1.
Daniel Suarez was on the verge of going a lap down at the end of stage 1. Now he finds himself in the hunt and in the top 10. The race is off turn 2, and it's still Kyle Larson setting the pace.
Battle for third. Bowman to the outside, Busch to the inside. Now that settles out. Blaney trying to hold on to the bumper of that Chevy in front with Kyle Larson. That's the way they'll race off of 4.
I think Blaney knows if I can't hang on to him now, he will be gone again. Right behind Blaney, it's going to be Kyle Busch and then Alex Bowman. That makes up your top 4.
We talked about Parrott at the outset of the show. It's the Chevy, the dominant Chevy of Larson up front, the Ford of Blaney second, the Toyota of Kyle Busch rides third.
Chase Elliott with a problem. Chase Elliott had a problem on the front stretch. The caution's out. That car slowed. It looked like he got sideways into somebody or somebody got into him. But anyway, the caution has come out. That was Chase Elliott. It was in the front stretch that it happened.
Chase Elliott, smoke trailing behind that car. Let's get an update from Brad Gilley.
Chase Elliott just reported Alan Gustafson. He's talking to him right now. The car is running, but it was pretty violent feeling in gear. He pulled it out of the gear, and he said he doesn't feel a vibration, but he's got something wrong. It sounds like maybe with the transmission of that car, but we'll get a full update on it. A lot of smoke was coming out of the back of that Napa number 9.
NASCAR said possible fluid on the racetrack from the 9 car, and that's why the yellow flag has waved for just the 5th time here today.
Geico knows there are many reasons why you ride. From the exciting adventure of the daily commute to the peace of mind that Geico always has your back with 24/7 access to claim service and legendary customer service. But Pamela Mund had one reason in particular.
My skin is extremely averse to most fabrics, except for the soft, buttery feeling of leather. Thankfully, I found my clan of leather lovers in the biking community. It's been life-changing.
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
With the 5th yellow of the day, it looks like Bubba Wallace will be the beneficiary and get back on the lead lap, back down to Brad Gilley.
Chase Elliott said he did have oil pressure in his car, but again, there was something coming out of it that was causing the smoke. So Alan Gustafson is going to have him bring it on down to pit road. They've got the pit sign out right now for the number 9. He brings it in without the engine running. Now they're going to go up underneath the hood to try and diagnose exactly what the problem is. But boy, Chase Elliott really has had some bad luck since the conclusion of stage number 1. And this is absolutely something that's not going to help. So they're trying to figure out what the problem is. It's not an engine issue, but there is something possibly in the drivetrain. Doug Turnbull.
And the leaders are coming into pit despite having just one lap of this restart. Alex Bowman pits right in front of me out about the 4th position. And we're going to see, I'm sure they're going to change 4 tires there. Matt DiBenedetto the same way, pitting from just to the back of the top 10. The Ally Chevrolet team is going to go change left side tire, Goodyear tires now. Put it Sunoco fuel, Brad Gilley.
4 fresh Goodyear tires for Kyle Larson, your race leader. He gets a clean windshield. They've just got 1 can of Sunoco fuel that needs to go in. Also, Kyle Busch in on my end of pit road, Wendy Venturini.
On my end, I'm Denny Hamlin, Mark Truex Jr., Joey Logano, who you just hear pulling away, is the 12 of Ryan Blaney. 4 tires and an air pressure adjustment for Ryan Blaney. A very quick pit stop for them.
Blaney will win the drag race off the pit lane. Larson falls back to 2nd. Bowman is up 1 spot to the 3rd position.
All these teams thinking we don't have that many laps to go, 104 to go. Let's go ahead and use up some of these fresh Goodyears that we've got stacked up on pit road. From Atlanta, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Do you want your NASCAR news unfiltered? Then join me, Brett McMillan, for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters each week on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
I don't think there will be 16 winners. I think it'll probably be closer to like 12 or 13. But it's not too early to start thinking about it. And drivers and teams already are. I mean, Brad Keselowski said if you don't get a win soon, you're really going to be sweating it.
I think when you look at trying to keep this schedule diverse and get away from so many mile and a halves, yes, we needed more road courses. We only had 3, but to expand as quickly as we did was surprising.
Each week in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters, we give you an honest look at the week's news.
The knock against NASCAR was for so long, it didn't seem like they were open to change ever, right? I mean, it was moving at a glacial pace. And one thing that did come out of the pandemic is that every aspect of everybody's life had to change and had to change quickly.
The O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Bubba Wallace, the McDonald's Toyota, gets the free pass. He is back on the lead lap after this caution. Let's go down to our O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter, Brad Gilley.
Chase Elliott about to get pushed to the garage. It looks like that problem terminal for the number 9 Chevrolet. So unfortunate for him. A day that looked like it was going to go fairly well early on is not going to now. As they're pushing him, you can actually see just some fluid actually leaking out of the back of it. Also on my end of pit road, by the way, Kyle Busch speeding on pit road. He's going to have to start at the tail of the field.
And that will leave a mark, although we still have quite a ways to go. So now Chase Elliott joins Kurt Busch as the only 2 cars out of the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
All right, this is probably not cool to say this, but it's under caution. I'm wondering, why are people cheering? Chase Elliott is headed to the garage, but it was because they put up on the scoreboard that Kyle Busch had been penalized. He's only here to keep from getting fined. Just remember that.
You know, one thing about it, and I know there's a lot of people that aren't Kyle Busch fans, but if you get a chance to look at the video of Kyle Busch in a super late model last night during the Carl Customs Bristol Dirt National super late model race, I mean, he made his way into the main event after winning the truck race here. He went up there, went into the last chance qualifier, got his way in, finished 11th. And Doug, it was amazing to watch Kyle Busch drive a car on dirt, only because you know, Kyle Larson's amazing on dirt, but he's always amazing on dirt, has a big background. Kyle Busch doesn't have that background and was really amazing.
I've got to give Kyle some credit for being a good sport, to be on the NASCAR Fox promo at the very end, acting himself, saying, I'm only here to keep from getting fined. I thought that was pretty funny stuff, and that's Kyle kind of knowing what his personality is a little bit.
So right now, Doug, as we get to restart this race, some of the cars have used the wave around because we had that quick caution, and we're going to have 20 cars on the lead lap. Ryan Blaney, your leader, Kyle Larson second, Alex Bowman third, William Byron fourth, Denny Hamlin fifth, Matt DiBenedetto sixth, seventh Ryan Newman, Kyle Busch eighth, but he'll fall back to 20th, ninth Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 10th.
Next in line is Chris Buescher, followed by Austin Dillon being scored in 11th. 12th will be Martin Truex Jr., 13th Joey Logano, 14th will be Bubba Wallace, followed by Cole Custer, Kevin Harvick, Ross Chastain, Michael McDowell, Eric Almirola. And according to this rundown, Kevin Harvick is now back on the lead lap.
So -1 lap down. Christopher Bell in the 21st spot. We want to welcome Hunt Brothers Pizza back to sponsoring us here on PRN, and they brought you that leaderboard update. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza. And right now, we could use a Hunt Brothers Pizza here.
Looking to see if the field can follow Kyle Larson this time as they roll out of turn number 4. Chevrolet pace car dives onto pit road. 2 by 2, they approach the start-finish line. It is going to be Ryan Blaney on the point, followed by Kyle Larson. To their outside, it is Denny Hamlin and Matt DiBenedetto, and they stay glued together as they roll to the end of the straightaway.
Denny Hamlin maintains the leader's pace. He'll fight side by side for second with Larson. Now Larson will clear him and go to work on race leader Ryan Blaney.
Hamlin's going to challenge for that second spot. He gets door to door with Larson midway down the backstretch. Now they dive into turn 3. Hamlin fans out to the top side. Larson's eating up at the bottom. Blaney's got the lead off 4.
As they come down to the stripe, 100 laps to go here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Blaney the leader, a dogfight for second. Larson and Hamlin side by side.
Pole sitter Denny Hamlin has looked like a 10th place car most of the afternoon. Now he's in a fight for second. Larson having trouble clearing him. Blaney still leads off 2.
The battle for second is a hot one. Matt DiBenedetto trying to get in the middle of it there. That's going to move Larson back to battle for the 3rd spot. Hamlin goes to the outside. Blaney down at the bottom of the racetrack.
Larson dives down to the bottom of the racetrack in his familiar spot. He is in 3rd. He is trying to worm underneath Denny Hamlin and take away the runner-up spot.
Still no reason to panic if you're Kyle Larson or a Kyle Larson fan, but Hamlin is making it difficult as he pinches Larson right down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Blaney by 4 car lengths now lead the second place battle between Larson and Hamlin. Hamlin to the outside. They work down to the bottom of the racetrack. DiBenedetto trying to figure out, how can I get around these two, all 4?
Austin Dillon rumbling up on the top of the racetrack. He's battling with Alex Bowman now for 5th. And just behind him, Ryan Newman now is rumbling in that Roush Fenway Ford.
The fight still continues for the 2nd spot, but now Hamlin and Larson have swapped positions. Hamlin on the bottom, Larson in more familiar territory up on the top side.
Behind them, Bowman and DiBenedetto are going at it with each other door to door. Austin Dillon trying to draft into that one as well. Behind them, Ryan Newman is hanging in there with Willie B right behind him. Here they come off four. Once again, Blaney by 5 car lengths.
Brian Blaney, great work on pit road. The race leader dashes across start-finish line. 2 car lengths up on Kyle Larson. Then it's Denny Hamlin, Alex Bowman. The battle is for 4.
It is Austin Dillon on the bottom side of the racetrack. Flanking him is Matt DiBenedetto. Right behind them is Ryan Newman, who's in the top 10 for the first time tonight.
Watching the battle once again a little further back. Austin Dillon trying to work on Matt DiBenedetto. That one straightens itself out as the top 7 cars are now all at the bottom of the racetrack. Single file, 3 car lengths of separation, first and second.
Daniel Suarez digging on the bottom of the racetrack. He picks a spot up. He goes by William Byron. Now Byron side by side with Chris Buescher and another Roush Fenway Ford that's running top 10.
Rookie season for Trackhouse Racing. Not a rookie as Daniel Suarez, but he's giving it quite a ride as the leaders are once again heading down the back straightaway.
Watching Suarez there a little bit. He slides up in front of Chris Buescher. He's on the bumper now of Ryan Newman. He'll try to make a move there. Meanwhile, up front, it's tightening up for the lead. Half a car length separate first and second.
Kyle Larson wanting to close the deal here on race leader Ryan Blaney across start-finish line. We'll call it generously a car length and a half from the race leader back to second place, Kyle Larson.
Blaney one of the 2 cars along with Alex Bowman, who sort of was able to keep pace with race leader Kyle Larson as that pair pulls away from Hamlin, who's getting some pressure from Bowman.
3 good battles there down the back stretch. The battle for the lead, Blaney and of course Larson. Then Hamlin and Alex Bowman are going at it with each other. DiBenedetto and Austin Dillon are locked in a good battle as well.
Daniel Suarez started this race in the 25th position. He's just moved around Ryan Newman, currently 7th in that Trackhouse Racing machine, the Comscope Chevrolet, looking strong in turn 1.
And you know what? Also looking strong in turn 1 is Ryan Blaney. He's pulled out to about 4 car lengths over Kyle Larson. But, Pat, I have a feeling Larson is just taking it easy at this point.
First time today, though, that you can see that somebody else has got a little muscle over Kyle Larson as they get into 3. About 5 car lengths of separation. About 8 or 9 back to Denny Hamlin, and there's Alex Bowman.
93 laps remain here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. It is Ryan Blaney leading by 4 car lengths over Kyle Larson. Feel pretty well strung out behind him. Daniel Suarez has moved all the way up to 7.
And he looks like he's closing on the 6th place car, Matt DiBenedetto. DiBenedetto goes to the bottom, trying to find some racing room and clean air. Moving to the top is Suarez.
Yeah, watching Suarez now. He's got around Newman. He's got that battle with DiBenedetto. Up front, though, here comes Larson. Larson in the middle of the racetrack. Haven't seen a lot of that today. Not going to get that good of a run off of turn 2.
Martin Truex Jr. now starting to flex some muscle in that Bass Pro Shops Toyota, the JGR machine. He has just gotten by William Byron, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Bubba Wallace, so move him up 3 to 10.
The challenge is for the top spot. Larson is tailing Blaney by half a car length as they pull well ahead of 3rd place Hamlin.
Blaney knows he's coming there. That was almost a block down on that end of the racetrack. We'll see if he does the same thing here. No, this time Blaney will stay on the bottom of the racetrack. Larson gets the middle lane once again.
Larson traditionally likes the high line, but here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, that is not the premium way around. It is hugging the bottom. He's still 2 car lengths off race leader Ryan Blaney.
It's almost as if Larson determined that he was going to just ride behind Blaney until the 2 of them had separated themselves from the 3rd place car and then try to race that forward to Blaney, and those 2 continue to pull away.
Yes, they do. And like I said, about the top 7 or 8 cars all down the back stretch, all in single file right now, down to the bottom of the racetrack. That red and white Ford leads the way with Blaney about 5 car lengths out in front.
With 90 to go, we go to the garage and Doug Turnbull.
Chase Elliott didn't have to go to the care center here, but you had hood damage and there's something wrong with the car. Do you know what happened and were those related?
Yeah, we don't know. I could see them being related maybe, but obviously we're not sure. Regardless of it, broke a motor, and that was what ended the day.
Someday for here for the hometown track. Thanks for stopping by, Chase.
All right, Doug Turnbull chasing down Chase Elliott in the garage. A lot of disappointed folks among the 15,000 here today because he has most of the T-shirt sales.
Absolutely. One thing about Chase Elliott, win or lose, it's the same thing. Just even playing all the time. The battle for the lead heads back to 1.
And it is Larson still giving chase like a dog after a bone behind Ryan Blaney. Blaney on the bottom. Larson riding the middle groove as they'll put another lap on Timmy Hill.
Well, here comes Kyle Larson. This is going to be a pass for the lead. Blaney gets up high. Here comes the blue and white Chevy, number 5 of Kyle Larson, and he'll go back to the front here in Atlanta.
Kyle Larson down on the bottom of the racetrack, slides around Ryan Blaney, and he will retake the lead here as we have 88 laps to go at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Let's see if Blaney can rally back.
Well, let's see if Ryan Blaney can keep pace. He closes that margin from 2 car lengths to a car length. Larson off the bottom of the racetrack. Middle groove belongs to Blaney off 2.
3 car lengths separate first and second. Blaney now back in that second spot. Off of turn 3, they pull down to the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney once again right in the tire tracks of Kyle Larson. Way back now in that third spot, Denny Hamlin and Alex Bowman.
This is the 5th time today that Kyle Larson has been out front in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
$87 laps to go here at Atlanta in the Folds of Honor QT 500. Let's get a fuel mileage window update from Brad Gilley.
Well, Doug, I can tell you that the teams had planned to take this race just on one more pit stop, and they were going to be able to do that because we had restarted with 108 laps to go. Now, 54 laps, if you would split the stage, would be the longest stint that any of the teams would make. That was actually reduced a little bit by that caution due to Chase Elliott and fluid on the racetrack, but still, to split this final stage, they can do it on Sunoco race fuel. But the tough thing, that's a lot of laps on these Goodyear tires.
Thanks a lot, Brad. That fuel update brought to you by Sunoco. Fill up with top-tier certified Sunoco Ultra Tech and do that today. Let's reset the field here for you because it shuffled a bit after that last round of pit stops following the problems for Chase Elliott.
Kyle Larson is your leader now by 1 second over Ryan Blaney. Denny Hamlin is third. Fourth, Alex Bowman. Austin Dillon has worked his way up to fifth. Matt DiBenedetto running strong in sixth. Daniel Suarez, he's punching above his weight class today. He's running seventh. Chris Buescher, eighth. Martin Truex Jr. is ninth. 10th is William Byron.
Ryan Newman having a good run today. He's 11th. 12th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 13th, Kyle Busch. Bubba Wallace, 14th. Kevin Harvick back on the lead lap in 15th. 16th is Joey Logano. Ross Chastain rides 17th. Michael McDowell, 18th. 19th, Cole Custer. And 20th is Eric Almirola. He is the final car on the lead lap.
-1 in 21st. It's Christopher Bell. 22nd, Eric Jones. 23rd is Chase Briscoe. Austin Cindric is doing a great job today in just his second Cup Series start. He's 24th. Ryan Preece is 25th. 26th is Anthony Alfredo. First car 2 laps down in 27th. It's Tyler Reddick with Corey LaJoie in 28th. Brad Keselowski 29th. And -3 in 30th, it's Justin Haley.
Rick Ware 31st. 32nd, James Davison. Quinn Huff 33rd. 34th, PJ McLeod. Joey Gase 35th. Timmy Hill 36th. 37th and out of the race, Chase Elliott, 39th, Josh Bilicki -34, and he'll finish last today. That goes to Kurt Busch, and that's the full field rundown here with 83 to go. Let's check in. What do you got, Wendy Venturini?
Well, it sounds like debris on the 12 of Ryan Blaney as he lost that lead could have caused him some issues. They were trying to get his car to get the debris off of it. Also wanted to update from pit road, his front tire changer, right front tire changer, Greg Donlin, took a lug nut to the forehead and had an injury down here. He did go back out on pit road for the next stop, but no doubt these crew guys are Team Penske tough down here. Even though they have helmets, those lug nuts can get awfully sneaky, and he got underneath his helmet on the last stop.
You know, Doug, it's a wonder that doesn't happen more often. They hit the lug nuts, they come flying off, and if a car picks them up on the rear tire, they spin them out of there at, 100 miles an hour.
Caught one in the shin one time. It'll leave a mark.
That's got to hurt.
It does. 1.7 seconds the advantage for Kyle Larson over Ryan Blaney.
Get a refresh with your refund during Maaco's tax season event for expert paint and collision repair. Use our contactless services. It's as easy as book, quote, fix. Better get Maaco. Visit Maaco.com today to schedule your free estimate. Terms and conditions apply.
By downloading the free PRN mobile app, you can listen to all of our live race broadcast anywhere. You'll also have easy access to all of our award-winning studio shows. Get all the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app.
By the way, our Care Center reports are brought to you by Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief, the official pain relief cream of NASCAR. Top 5 right now, Kyle Larson leading by 2 seconds over Ryan Blaney. Then it's Denny Hamlin, Alex Bowman, and Austin Dillon. From Atlanta Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
The cure for the common NASCAR show is PRN's Garage Pass. Hi, I'm Mark Darrow. We'll take you where others won't.
We're about to get in a chunk of the season where you're going to start to see some of your normal winners.
It's really going to change how many cars get in on points, right? It's pretty obvious. You know, some of that next batch of cars is really needing to be thinking about if they're swinging for the fence or if they're racing for points.
I think every driver loves that racetrack. I do. It's fun because it's wore out. You know, so the cars are sliding around a lot and it's wide.
If it's happening in NASCAR, you'll hear it on PRN's Garage Pass.
It's going to be the hottest race we've ever had down there. So the track is going to seem extremely slow, lack of grip. And so we're already making setup changes.
I had the most painful day. I'm listening to the 23 teams debrief in my ears while I'm at the dentist getting my teeth cleaned. It might have been the most painful hour of possibly my life.
PRN's Garage Pass. It's 4 minutes that will keep you talking for hours.
$77 laps remain here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. We've completed 248, 325 are the registered number of official laps. You can always go longer here, and it's pretty much been the Kyle Larson show, except for a brief interlude there when Ryan Blaney got track position during some pit stops, was able to hold him off for a little bit, but after that, Larson swings around him and starts the steady progress of pulling away again.
Doug, I mentioned 5th time today he has led this race. He has now gone over 200 laps, led 201 to be exact and counting. Next closest driver, Denny Hamlin, led the opening 28 laps, and that was it for him. He fell back and has shown no power at this point to be able to go up and get the lead again. 16 laps led for Ryan Blaney, 2 for William Byron, 1 for Daniel Suarez, 1 for Kurt Busch.
Let's give the shout-out flag. Let's get the shout-out flag out for a little bit. Shout, let it all out.
Okay.
These are the things we can do without, but we can't. Daniel Suarez riding in 6th. We talked a lot about him. Austin Dillon, really good run today. I don't know that we should be shocked, Mark, but for him to be a player up in the top 5, that's an excellent run for that 3 car today.
Absolutely, Doug. 1 top 5, 1 top 10 in the opening 5 races. So he's been decent. Average finish about 15th. He's 12th in the points coming into this race. If he stays here, he's going to improve on that. And again, this is, a good racetrack for teams that are looking to work on their downforce programs. If you can run well at Homestead and Atlanta, you've got good aerodynamics and you've got good mechanical grip. So this is a positive sign, certainly for Richard Childress. And also the fact that Suarez is right behind him now, being scored in 6th. Trackhouse Racing has an alliance with Richard Childress Racing, so obviously they got something working today.
Chris Buescher with a great run today, and I say great because I didn't expect he would be running 7th right now. And Mark, if you're up in the top 10 today, you've done that because you've had a good race car, because there have not been a lot of cautions and playing around with pit strategy to kind of gain cheap real estate. You've had to go out and race for it.
He led 57 laps, Doug, at Homestead. He kind of faded at the end. But again, there was a strong performance there. It seems to correlate. If you ran well there, Kyle Larson, you've run well today here at Atlanta. Chris Buescher. And again, it also looks like Roush Fenway. Newman is fallen back to 13th, but he's still on the lead lap late in this race. It does seem like Roush Fenway Racing has made some progress this year on the 1.5-mile tracks. And Doug, during his Zoom call with the media this week, Ryan Newman was asked about, this is a contract year. He's up. This is his deal, his final year currently with Roush Fenway. And he was asked, have conversations broke out yet about a contract re-upping and that kind of a deal? He said, no. He said, because they want to see more performance. So do I. He said, why do we want to talk to each other right now? We've got to concentrate on improving the performance of our car, and then we'll talk about signing a new agreement.
And you need to be able to perform more than just at Daytona and Talladega. And you can give Ryan Newman just about any car there, and he's probably going to be driving near the front.
Yeah, Newman's still a quality driver. And again, Roush Fenway has struggled in recent years, but I think they found a little bit more of a groove this year, and they're much more competitive when you put them in with Stewart Haas Racing and Team Penske than they were a year ago. And I think that bodes well for the rest of the season.
So we'll see how that all plays out today, but we wanted to kind of highlight some of the teams that we don't always have a chance to talk about because they're performing well and running inside the top 10. Let's go down to Doug Turnbull.
Well, that RCR power right there in the middle of the top 10, as you all have been mentioning, both Austin Dillon and Daniel Suarez. And I just heard Austin Dillon's crew chief, Justin Alexander, ask if any adjustments need to be made as we're within about 20 laps of the next scheduled green flag stops. And as this track starts to cool down and tighten up, Austin Dillon wants to free the race car up. They have taken some major swings, including 4 rounds at one point of the track bar today. They've now started to undo some of those adjustments to get free up the number 3 car, who's having his best run of the season.
Pat, Ryan Newman right now in that battle for 13th, feeling some heat out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, he is, as a matter of fact, and doing a nice job. Bubba Wallace trying to move around him as they work themselves back around to where you guys are at.
Bubba Wallace to the inside of Ryan Newman, can't quite get there in their tire tracks. Is Kevin Harvick, a 3-car fight right now for the 13th spot.
And Bubba Wallace will swing around Ryan Newman, but Kevin Harvick will now race to the inside of Newman, and those 3 cars continue to be in a dogfight.
Wallace and Newman stay locked together with each other. Bubba Wallace right out in front. Nice bright red and white car there. Working at the bottom of the racetrack. Harvick just about gets around Newman, but not quite.
Never easy to get around Ryan Newman. I know that's been said by many and often by many, but it is still a truism here today. Here's your top 10 here with 68 laps to go. Kyle Larson leads it by 2.6 seconds over Ryan Blaney. Denny Hamlin is 3rd. Alex Bowman 4th. Austin Dillon 5th. Daniel Suarez rides 6th. Chris Buescher 7th. Matt DiBenedetto 8th. Martin Truex Jr. 9th. And hanging on to 10th is William Byron.
Howdy, y'all. I'm hearing a lot of squabbling over who has the best chicken sandwich. But as the restaurant with chicken in our name, we let our sandwiches do the talking. The new KFC chicken sandwich has a huge breaded and extra crispy 100% white meat chicken filet, thick crinkle-cut pickles, and real mayo in classic or spicy, stacked on a toasted buttery brioche bun for only $3.99, making this a clear-cut chicken winner. Order the new KFC sandwich on the KFC app. At participating locations only. Prices may vary. Tax extra.
At Atlanta Motor Speedway, Kyle Larson leads by 2.3 seconds over Ryan Blaney. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, it's Kathy Martindale and Paul Shad on Z-Max Racing Country.
Let's go to Nashville with Kathy and Dirks Bentley.
When we started using the internet for websites and whatnot, I immediately jumped on Dirks.com and love the fact that instant communication with the fans.
And you're interactive, though.
I try to be interactive with the fans, and it can be a little crazy, but on the other hand, what is this whole thing about? It's about the fans and that connection.
Now let's head on over to Charlotte and join Paul and Christopher Bell.
Christopher, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Now, how long after the race before you got to talk to your mom and dad?
I had a bunch of post-race obligations, and I wasn't able to get to my phone. So it was later on in the evening once I got home.
From what I understand, you're the first Oklahoman that has won a NASCAR Cup race?
I think so, yeah. That was pretty cool. I got told that the other day. Very special for sure.
Z-Max Racing Country, music from the fast lane.
Hi, this is Denny Hamlin, and it's time for the Coca-Cola Racing Family Update.
Speaking of Denny Hamlin, right now he is the highest running Coca-Cola Racing family member in the 3rd spot. Austin Dillon running 5th. Daniel Suarez is 6th. Then in 15th, Ryan Newman. Joey Logano currently 16th. No trip to the store is complete without the unbelievably delicious 0-calorie taste of Coke Zero Sugar.
Here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, 63 laps to go, and I really am impressed with what we've got in the top 10. Austin Dillon 5th, Daniel Suarez 6th, Chris Buescher 7th, Matt DiBenedetto riding in the 8th spot. Names that I didn't know would be camping out in the top 10.
I'd also like to give a little shout out to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Very quietly, Doug, he's gotten off to a decent start here in 2021 for JTG Doherty. He's currently running 12th. Solidly at this point on the lead lap, not in danger yet of going a lap down like many other drivers. Came into this race, average finished 14th. That's decent. He was 16th in the points. So again, they're trying to put themselves in position to win a race and maybe point their way into the playoff. And so JTG Doherty has gotten off to a pretty good start. And look at Ryan Preece, his teammate. He's an open car, meaning that they don't get a guaranteed spot every race, and they will have to qualify at racetracks that you have to qualify your way in. He'll have to do that. But he came into the race today, Doug, 14th in the points, in position at this point to make the playoff on points.
Have really been impressed favorably with what that team has been able to do. A reminder, next weekend, I know I don't have to tell you what's happening. They're going to be racing on the dirt at Bristol Motor Speedway Saturday, March 27th. We will have the qualifying heat races at 6 o'clock Eastern. That'll be followed by, on the Motor Racing Network, the Camping World Truck Series race on the dirt. And then Sunday, March 28th, the Food City Dirt Race, 2:30 Eastern time.
Can't wait for it. You know, I come from racing dirt tracks, modifieds. My dad was a flagman. He'd wear a white uniform with a red stripe on the pants. He would come home completely covered in dirt and looking like a raccoon. He'd pop off the goggles, and only you could see his eyes were clean, completely covered with dirt. It's going to bring me back home.
A lot of anticipation around that race up there at Bristol Motor Speedway. Lenny Baticki, who has been around this game for about as long as Mark and I have, will be joining our crew. Lenny is our local and dirt track expert on the Performance Racing Network. So looking for Lenny's expertise to add some color to what I think is going to be a very colorful event to begin with. By the way, they have a handful of tickets available for the truck race on Saturday.
And, of course, qualifying that same day, and we mentioned before, Kevin Harvick, Chase Briscoe, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, Ryan Newman, Bubba Wallace. Those are the Cup drivers taking part in the Truck Series race. And Martin Truex Jr., after taking over the 7th position, has moved down onto pit road. Let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. is in for 4 tires. Also coming down pit road, William Byron for 4 tires. It's going to be a wedge adjustment for Martin Truex Jr. Let's head over to Doug Turnbull. I do have a tire going down pit road on my end, Doug.
Alex Bowman up in front of me. He had to park a little bit sideways in his pit there as they're trying to crew chief Greg Ives headed tires over the wall there. They're trying to free that race car up. They like his arc into turns 1 and 2, Brad Gilly.
Kyle Busch, after serving a penalty after speeding on that last round of pit stops, he's not really been able to crack his way up into the top 10. The car's not quite handling the way it wants to. He'll get an adjustment, 4 tires, and Sunoco race fuel. Wendy Venturini.
That was the tire of Ryan Newman that went down pit road. Daniel Suarez, who's been in the top 10, took 4 tires, cuts right in front of Austin Dillon. Denny Hamlin's coming down pit road. Joey Logano is in for 4 tires. They've worked on the drivability this whole entire race. He's down and away. Denny Hamlin is now coming to a stop to get to his pit stall. Of course, he had damage earlier on from an early pit stop. It's going to be 4 tires, air pressure adjustment, no wedge adjustment for Denny Hamlin. Let's get over to Doug Turnbull.
Kevin Harvick finally got back on the lead lap, was battling Ryan Newman there for that back of the pack position, about top 15, and they're changing 4 tires, fuel down and away for the number 4 of Kevin Harvick, Brad Gilly.
Christopher Bell is in, but here comes your race leader. Kyle Larson is going to slide his car into his pit stall. Goes up to the service, led by crew chief Cliff Daniels. Crew's on the right side. It's 4 fresh Goodyear tires. 2nd can of Sunoco race fuel going in right now. No adjustments for Kyle Larson, and he is down and away. Wendy Venturini.
Ryan Blaney had to get a little aggressive getting around Chase Briscoe, getting to his pit stall. It's going to be 4 tires, and they almost collide, leaving pit road as well. A tear off on the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Let's get over to Doug Turnbull.
Bubba Wallace is just down and away right now. He changed 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco race fuel. They were fighting to stay on the lead lap, but they were managed to do that. They're still trying to fight that forward drive.
Kyle Larson, after the green flag pit stop, was able to maintain his position over Ryan Blaney. The gap by a 10, 12 car lengths as they go back straightaway, trying to build up their speed again. So Kyle Larson, Doug, not only has he been dead on all day today, but Cliff Daniels, that over-the-wall pit crew, they have gotten the job done as well.
They have not made one miscue here today, as Larson will be the leader after all of this action on pit road. Back to Doug Turnbull.
And just one update on Bubba Wallace here. Again, was running just outside of the top 15. His right front tire was blistering and cording there. They just shaved a bunch of stuff off of that. So Bubba Wallace needed that pit stop right then.
Anthony Alfredo, Fast Pasta, has spun, the rookie Cup driver has spun his car on pit road. It was pointed the wrong direction. He had to spin it back around. He nearly ran into Eric Almirola's car as his pit crew was making their stop.
55 laps to go here, make it 54 laps to go. Kyle Larson will be the race leader after we rotate around all of these pit stops. Mark?
That was a close call. When Alfredo spun the car, on the right side, the Eric Almirola crew was changing tires, and they came within inches of getting smacked and crushed between those two cars.
But luckily that did not happen, but we did see the replay, and it was a bit frightening here. Kyle Larson will reassume the lead. It looks like 2.2 seconds. Bowman is third, Hamlin fourth, Austin Dillon fifth. Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch are going to come out in pretty close proximity to each other as they flash across the start-finish line. Truex is in sixth, Kyle Busch rides in the seventh spot, Rob.
They came off pit road, nose to tail, just like they're running now. And so far, Truex has been able to maintain that position. Before that round of pit stops, Kyle was catching Truex by about 2/10 a lap.
That's about a 4-car difference between those two now as they work down into turn 3. Truex to the bottom of the racetrack. Kyle Busch right behind him now as they race off turn 4.
So as they come down to the stripe, again, they are battling for the 6th position, 10 seconds behind the leader, Kyle Larson.
Ahead of them, a great fight is shaping up for the 3rd position. Alex Bowman has it. He beat Denny Hamlin off pit road, but they're in some heavy traffic going to the outside of the lap machine of Brad Keselowski.
Watching them go outside now down the backstretch. Once again, trying to hold on to that position up front. Keselowski is trying to step back. Denny Hamlin right along the bumper of the 48 off of 4.
As they flash across the start-finish line, Denny Hamlin wants to get up there and do battle with Alex Bowman. They are battling it out for third.
About a half straightaway behind the race leader. Just prior to the round of pit stops, Larson had given up over half of his 2.5-second lead. He got it back and then some on pit road as the 3rd place battle continues down the backstretch.
Watching Bowman, about a half a car length now as Hamlin closes it right down. He'll go to the outside of the 48, trying to make a move there as he gets a decent run but can't get the pass made.
Daniel Suarez had a problem on his pit stop. He was running solidly top 10, now being scored 1 lap down in 19th. Let's pick up Bowman and Hamlin in turn 1.
It continues to be a fight for that 3rd spot. Bowman will go to the bottom groove, get the left side tires down to the line, running in the middle groove off turn 2 as Hamlin, he gets a really strong momentum in that process.
Call it 2 car lengths now. Once again, Hamlin gets a better run down the backstretch. Can't quite find the right groove to make a move on the 48 car. He'll take the middle of the racetrack off 4.
Rolling out of turn 4 here, it is Alex Bowman in that purple Ally machine being chased by also a purple FedEx car right now as they roll back into 1.
Again, as the race leader, Kyle Larson, is exiting turn 2. This fight for 3rd was just entering turn 1. Bowman 3 car lengths over Hamlin for 3rd.
Watching down the backstretch once again, Bowman will hold that position. It doesn't appear that the 11 has that much for the 48 here as they work down to the very bottom of the racetrack. Those 2 cars pretty equal to each other right now.
As he comes across the stripe, Kyle Larson, 48 laps to go. That battle continuing with Bowman and Hamlin 5 seconds behind him.
And once again, this time in turn 1, Alex Bowman will move up half a lane. Now in the middle of 1 and 2, he gets to the bottom. So he's kind of cutting off that corner, and that's enabled him to stretch his advantage over Hamlin to about 5 car lengths.
Yeah, Hamlin's got a lot of running to do now to get back to the bumper of Bowman as we watch the leader exit turn 4. Here's Blaney right behind him. Working back behind him is that battle for 3rd is separated by about 10 car lengths.
But right now, Ryan Blaney 2.5 seconds behind Kyle Larson. Then it's 5 seconds back to Alex Bowman, 6 seconds to Denny Hamlin, and so on. Austin Dillon hanging in there in the 5th spot but he is 9 seconds behind the race leader. And so Kyle Larson has been playing the long game all day long, and it has worked out as he has a 2.5 second advantage. Now, Mark, I don't know how hard he's pedaling. I don't know if he thinks he needs to pedal that much harder right now.
Oh, absolutely not, Doug. At this point, he's fast, he's smooth, and he's not really giving it all he needs to give it. He's certainly saving some race cars should he need it for a late race sprint to the checkered flag if we get a caution flag. And Doug, he came into this race among the active drivers 8th and laps led at 149, has moved by Ryan Newman, Joey Logano, Martin Truex Jr. up to 5th.
All right, for the Kevin Harvick fans, and I know there's a bunch of them out there. I went to college with one of them. He has rallied. He came off the deck today and from a flat tire that had him way back in the pack. And Kevin Harvick has fought his all the way back to 12th. I don't think he is a threat to win here today, but that's a good rebound for that team.
It is, but it's so strange to talk about Kevin Harvick, bouncing back to finish 12th. Everybody expected him to come here despite his troubles early this season. This has been his playground the last 3 or 4 years, and it is not certainly today.
Little shop of horrors here today so far. All right, we'll take a timeout. Come back. 45 laps to go at Atlanta.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor. Half man, half motorcycle. If you missed a turn, there's always another turn. Take it to get back to the turn you missed. Use your turn signal. Progressive Motorcycle also presents Roadside Assistance. Progressive Motorcycle, for those who were born to ride. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
There's going to be 43 laps to go in the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 here from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Again, Kyle Larson continuing to dominate 3 seconds ahead of Ryan Blaney. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, it's PRN's Doug Rice. You can join me each Monday for Fast Talk, where we keep you on top of the NASCAR universe.
Every race that Bubba enters this year, it's going to be like him stepping to the free throw line. You're down by one, and it's 1/10 of a second left on the clock. He's going to have to win these races while at the same time being under all that pressure.
There's a big list of drivers that are just not that great at road racing, and they need to be, because this year, I don't think you're going to be able to fall back on points unless you're top 12 or top 10.
Make the playoffs. Be in that top 16 teams after 26 races. And if we're still talking about you then that's a huge step.
You know, my mom texted me. She said, oh, another no-name won. And I said, he is not a no-name by any stretch of the imagination. Christopher Bell, we have known for a very long time, as an extremely talented race car driver.
It's Fast Talk right here on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
We're back at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, so glad you could join us here on PRN. I'm Mark Garrow with Doug Rice, our state water heater turn announcers today. Rob Albright and Pat Patterson, our O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporters, of course, Doug Turnbull, Brad Gilley, and Wendy Venturini. So glad you could join us here today. Also, a quick shout out to our production man, Kent Bernhardt, and our director, Laura Beth Barnhart, our engineers, Harold Hamrick, Scott Hollingsworth, and Bill Parrott, and, of course, the all-great marketing crew, Jerry Horn, Alexis Erickson, Jim Fickinger, Hank Lee, Barry Roach, David Stiles.
Takes a lot of folks to do this, believe it or not. I mean, it is a manpower-intensive sport to cover. Most other sports, especially on radio, 3, 4 people, maybe 5, count everybody that goes along. A lot of folks here to cover a NASCAR race on a 1.5 mile racetrack.
Heck, we've got that many on the air. Forget about everybody behind the scenes that you have to make it work.
We're going to have a lot more on the air when we go down to Austin, Texas for Circuit of the Americas, 3.4 miles and 20 turns. Excited about that. Excited about the year. And we'll get back to the race and tell you right now, Kyle Larson's leading by 3 seconds over Ryan Blaney. Not much has changed. Kudos to NASCAR for being willing to change things up this year. Dirt race at Bristol, Circuit of the Americas, Road America, different venues, the road course at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, substituting the road course at Daytona for going out to California. Lots of bold moves, going to National Super Speedway, things that 5 years ago were unimaginable. Mark, I never thought I'd live long enough to see the Cup cars on dirt. And now it's like a fashion statement.
And, you know, one other thing that I'm sort of keeping an eye on, and it's an ongoing situation that's growing, Doug, you know, Speedway Motorsports, Bristol Motor Speedway, talking about bringing back to life the Nashville Fairgrounds Raceway in Nashville. And I can remember once upon a time the great races they had on that 1/2 mile track. So maybe someday that finds its way onto the Cup Series as well. So these are exciting times. And when the year started, you know, the 3 races that jumped out at me, Bristol Dirt Race, COTA, and I've also got to admit, because we've seen such great races for the Xfinity Series at Road America and other series like IMSA and IndyCar, I couldn't wait to see the Cup cars at Road America. I think that's going to be a great race as well.
I think it's going to be fantastic. I like the idea of the road course at Indy. I don't think it quite has the magic of racing on the 2.5 mile oval, even though those people didn't, it never was the race that befitted the Speedway. There was a majesty to racing there, but I have a feeling it'll be a very competitive show when we watch it on the road course.
Well, if the Xfinity Series race is any indication from what we had there last year, that could be a wild show. We certainly saw an Xfinity Series race for the ages on the road course at Indy last year.
It was absolutely tremendous. Daniel Suarez is riding in 19th. He is one lap down. We talked a lot about Daniel being a fixture in the top 10. Pit road penalty. Too fast on pit road, Mark, and that torpedoes you, especially when that comes on a green flag stop, because you don't have the benefit of going to the back and fighting your way up. You have to take your medicine cruising down pit lane.
And especially when it happens this late in the race where it could be your last or next to last pit stop. You just don't have the time to recover. But again, it should not take away. Christian Marks there, the team owner there, Pitbull, Daniel Suarez, again, should not take away from their run today. And remember, their regular crew chief, Travis Mack, is back home because he got suspended because they had inspection issues at Phoenix.
So for Daniel Suarez, what could have been a red letter day probably won't be there. But as Mark, to allude to what Mark said, that team flashed today. They showed up. They brought a competitive car to the racetrack. Tough luck on pit road and getting a penalty, a speeding penalty, which can undo just about anybody. And right now, I think Daniel Suarez just got around Michael McDowell out there, Rob Albright.
Yeah, he did. He's still a very, very strong race car. He'll ride through turn 2. Unfortunately, he's a lap down. He's actually gaining on the second-place car right now, headed down the back straightaway.
Yeah, watching him, again, work down the back straightaway. Here's Larson now, midway through 3 and 4. Blaney right behind him. And then you see the Suarez car come into play off of turn 4.
Well, it was a big move there for Suarez to get around Daytona 500 winner Michael McDowell. It puts him at least temporarily in the lucky dog spot.
Just caught myself, Doug. It's Justin Marks, not Christian Marks. Justin Marks, the team owner, the principal team owner of Trackhouse Racing. And this is a guy with a big racing background, brought in Pitbull, who's a racing fan, and they've built something special here that's gaining some steam here on the Cup Series.
I like the building blocks that they're going through, and when it shows up like it has here today on a racetrack that's all about speed, Suarez could get back on the lead lap, but this race doesn't have the feel of one that's going to have a lot of cautions. We've only had 5 cautions here today, and we've got 31 laps left to go.
What a difference a year makes, Doug, with Gaunt Brothers Racing last year. Poor Daniel Suarez. I mean, if they could run 30th, they were happy. And certainly a much more competitive car, much more competitive team. And Daniel Suarez has a lot of ability. He's the guy that's going to be around this NASCAR Cup Series for a while.
Let's go down to Brad Gilly.
Well, Doug, if you remember in that second stage, Kyle Larson had a 10-second lead. Right now, the lead is only 2 seconds. And I say it's only 2 seconds because Cliff Daniels is doing a great job basically keeping Kyle Larson calm in the race car, making sure he doesn't push it too hard. Basically, Larson is just going as fast as he has to right now to stay out front. Also interesting, standing here next to his pit box, as the laps click off, they still have plenty of sets of Goodyear Racing Eagle tires down here. They have some of those sets set up for a longer run, some of those sets set up for a shorter run. And now that we just got to a point in the race where we have 30 laps to go, they actually just swapped out the sets that were leaning against the wall should they need it for another round of pit stops.
So, Brad, what you're saying is he's got a lot more left to go if he sees Brian Blaney getting larger in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, I don't know that gas pedal has touched all the way down to the firewall during this run, Doug. I think he's still got plenty more to go.
Maybe the only time it did was when he took the lead away from Blaney, and after that, just kind of easing his way around the racetrack.
What a luxury.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, again, usually we're talking about Kevin Harvick doing this the last 4 years, or a Brad Keselowski. Kyle Larson just getting it done.
And I'll say this, I might have said it when we were in Vegas. I know there are a lot of people that refer to Kyle Larson as a generational talent. He's that good. He's like Haley's Comet. He only comes around ever so often. I had never bought into that. I don't know why. I guess because I don't see him race every weekend on some dirt track someplace and tear everything up. And I'm starting to think, okay, that there were people that were a lot smarter than me that saw the talent that Kyle Larson has.
And last year, Doug, after he was suspended, we've talked about the fact he went to work to make amends on the track and off the track for what he said, what he did. And everybody believed him to be sincere right from the get-go. And he did a lot of stuff that he didn't tell anybody about. He wasn't looking for PR. He was legitimately trying to make up for the mistake he made. But he went out there and started running dirt. After he did some sensitivity training, they allowed him to go back onto the dirt series. 46 of 96 races he won. Wing sprint cars, cars without wings, super late models. I mean, he jumped into everything.
Cars on fire.
Cars on fire. I mean, this guy was unstoppable on the dirt last year, winning at a rate, at 50% basically.
So here we are with 26 laps to go. We'll take our last time out and come back and take you to the checkered flag.
The smell of burnt rubber emanating from the tires of your favorite Toyota racing driver's Camry can be exhilarating. But for fan Rebecca Chu, a.k.a. Bernie Becky, the smell of Martin Truex Jr.'s Victory Donuts became an obsession, which explains why the multiple air fresheners in her GR Supra have the sweet scent of burnt rubber, as well as why she smells like it 24/7, 365. That's how it all began for Becky. Share your hashtag Toyota fan stories on Twitter. Toyota, let's go places. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
When we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag commercial free. You're listening to PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
The Grassroots is where the hometown heroes of Friday and Saturday nights are and where the future stars of NASCAR are made.
First career win for James Friesen of the TAS Racing Sportsman Series.
PRN's At the Track is a people show about the people of grassroots racing. The stories and journeys from the grassroots are always unique. Whether it was the excitement of her championship at the track her grandparents helped build, the loneliness of his first win without his father there to hug him in victory lane, or the track their mama warned them about, PRN's At the Track covers the people of America's fattest bull rings, from El down to Lawrence County, Mud Lick Valley to Dog Hollow, Blizzard Creek to Possum Kingdom, Gas City to the Chili Bowl, and many, many more. Follow PRN's At the Track on Twitter and hear PRN's At the Track each week on broadcast radio stations, the free PRN app, or at goprn.com. PRN's At the Track, relentless passion for grassroots racing.
Time now for us to race to the checkers, brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com and we'll take you to the checkered flag. Commercial free here for the Folds of Honor QT 500. That has been a Kyle Larson dominated affair. Right now, he's settled into about a 2-second lead mark and doesn't seem to be varying from that more than a tenth of a second.
He has all he needs and then some to hold on to the lead. He's the cat. Ryan Blaney's the mouse. The mouse gets a little closer, thinks he's going to get a piece of cheese. No. Kyle Larson just going to put the pedal down and just roll away.
And this green flag run's been going on for a while. It's long enough that right now Kyle Larson has only 15 cars on the lead lap. They have been putting some good cars a lap down. The next one would be Joey Logano if he can't hold off over the next 21 laps here.
So again, let's set it up for you. Next time by, 20 laps to go for Kyle Larson and the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. For Rick Hendrick, here he is working out of turn 4, working on putting Joey Logano a lap down. Logano currently running 15th. They're in 1.
And this will be the second time that Joey Logano has gone a lap down under green. Now, he normally is very good here. And, in fact, used a wave around to get on the lead lap one time. Larson now closes quickly. He's halfway down the back straightaway as Ryan Blaney's second-place car exits turn 2.
All right, here comes Larson, and he'll work underneath. Well, Logano go down and kind of shut that door. Larson will ease on down again, a little further on the racetrack, and he'll try to set Logano up down in the other end.
Been a gorgeous day here at Atlanta Motor Speedway right now as the sun's starting to set. We've got the Jacobs ladders dancing off of turns 1 and 2 as we wind it down with 19 to go. Leaders back in 1.
Joey Logano still hanging on to the tail end of the lead lap. And Kyle Larson gets a little bit loose off turn 2 in his effort to put yet another car lap down.
Now here's the leader once again down the backstretch here at Atlanta. He'll get right up on the bumper of Logano. This time he's going to take the middle of the racetrack. Logano stays down on the bottom. Larson not in any hurry to get around the 22.
Ryan Blaney clears the lap car of Bubba Wallace running in 16th, so he can clearly see now the back bumper of Kyle Larson, but it is way up there. Larson's now in turn 1. Just getting there is Blaney.
Kyle Busch just took 5th place away from Austin Dillon a few laps ago, but that's a full half lap behind the race leader.
All right, once again, here's the 5 car. Kyle Larson aboard down the backstretch, out next to the wall. Couple car lengths make it 4 car lengths now behind Logano, down into turns 3 and 4. And here's Ryan Blaney. Blaney can, again, see the bumper of the leader about a half a straightaway back.
Last time by, 1.7 seconds. Let's try to create some drama here in the closing lap. Across the start-finish line, it's down to 1.4.
And that time, Joey Logano actually pulled away from Kyle Larson by about 3 car lengths. Visibly, Blaney is closing that time off turn 2. Very tail-happy was the 5 car of Larson.
All right, Larson maybe with some handling issues. Let's see what he does down in 3 and 4. Once again, goes down to the bottom of the racetrack, tries to hold on to that line down there. Does a good job of doing that this time.
As they come down to the stripe, 16 laps to go. Again, Logano hanging on to the lead lap. Here across the line is Larson. Here's Blaney. The gap now under a second to 9/10.
The last time the cars came on pit road, Ryan Blaney over the last 5 laps had chopped the lead from 3 seconds to 1.5 seconds. Again, as this run goes on, it looks like Blaney is holding serve and Larson beginning to lose a little bit.
Down the backstretch once again, Blaney in the hunt. Larson has backed way off of the 22 of Joey Logano. Excuse me, Ryan Blaney visibly catching the leader.
Ryan Blaney trying to track down Kyle Larson here in the waning laps of this race today as they flash across the start-finish line. We will call it 9/10 seconds. Let's get a quick update from Brad Gilly.
Cliff Daniels just told Kyle Larson, just keep hitting your marks and you'll be fine. Kyle Larson hopped on the radio, wanted to know what line Ryan Blaney was running. He might be getting a little concerned now.
As they work their way down the back straightaway into turn 3, the gap remained the last lap 9/10 seconds. Both cars hunt the bottom of the racetrack as they come back down out of turn 4. 14 laps to go. Ryan Blaney can see it now. Larson's the carrot on the end of the stick. Can Blaney go get it?
Well, Daniels must have told Kyle Larson that Blaney was running the top in 1 and 2 because Larson, the last 2 laps, has moved up there. The gap for the moment is stable, but neither of those guys seem to be gaining on the tail end of the lead lap with Joey Logano.
Blaney gets a nice run off the hill down in 2. Down the backstretch now. Here comes Larson. He'll take the car once again to the very bottom of the racetrack. Blaney able to follow right in his tire tracks off of 4.
As they come back to the start-finish line here, it'll be 13 laps to go. Let's give you the distance from Kyle Larson back to Ryan Blaney across start-finish line. It's 8.85 seconds. Let's go back to Brad Gilly.
This might be just a little bit of encouragement for Kyle Larson from Cliff Daniels, but he was just told that Blaney's starting to use his stuff up, trying to catch him. With that being said, Blaney looks like he's doing a pretty good job maintaining, guys.
Leaders in turn 3.
Yeah, I got to watch now. Once again, Blaney's down at the bottom, up at the top of the racetrack. The leader down at the very bottom. So Blaney's going to look for grip here, all 4.
As they come down to the stripe, 12 laps to go. Blaney went up high. Now he is trailing the Kyle Larson machine, running the same groove down to 1.
The last couple of laps, it certainly hasn't looked as if Ryan Blaney is using his stuff up. He is actually just running very, very smoothly. Kyle Larson is the one whose car looks extremely loose in my end.
Down the backstretch. Here's the leader one more time. Kyle Larson, about 10 car lengths in back of Joey Logano, who's in front of him. Blaney now goes way upstairs, out next to the very edge of the wall to try to gain some speed.
The distance is pretty much stabilized here the last couple of laps between Kyle Larson and second place running Ryan Blaney. They flash across start-finish line, 0.8 seconds.
Once again, Larson begins to narrow the margin between himself and Joey Logano. Kyle again retreats to the bottom of the racetrack. Ryan doggedly working the top lane.
Yesterday, we saw lap traffic really play a difference in how you get around this racetrack. And right now, it appears to me that Blaney is going to have to really use the lap traffic well. Larson is there, and he's cut it down to about 10 car lengths now.
Now Kyle Larson has a problem. Blaney in back of him has teammates Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski up ahead. Larson stuck in a Team Penske sandwich now with only 10 laps to go.
11 tracks where Kyle Larson has finished runner-up without a win. This is one of them. All night long or all afternoon long, it's looked like he might break that streak, but Ryan Blaney is trying to keep it intact.
Larson out next to the wall. Once again, Blaney, call it 8-10 car lengths maybe. Here's Larson once again, bottom of the racetrack. Logano also in front of him by about the same margin at the bottom of the racetrack.
Don't need the stopwatch to see that Ryan Blaney is gaining on race leader Kyle Larson, and he really picks up ground down in turns 3 and 4. He's cut it down to 4 car lengths.
Wow, they'll move to the inside of a lap machine. Still Joey Logano right in front. Blaney now is within a car length and a half off turn 2. He'll come to the inside of Larson off the corner.
Blaney will tuck right in behind the leader. He'll look for his opportunity down in 3 and 4. 4. Larson out next to the wall. Logano in front of him by about 10 car lengths. Here goes Blaney. He'll go up to the top side. He'll go up to the Larson lane to try to catch Larson.
He gets a big run off the top of the racetrack. Larson moves up the block. Now Blaney crosses over, goes to the inside by a half a car length. He leads that lap with 8 to go. Leaders battling back in 1.
5 races, 5 winners. Ryan Blaney trying to extend that streak to 6 races with 6 winners. Larson will battle back on the inside.
It ain't over till it's over. Larson is now trying to catch Blaney. Blaney's got Logano in front of him. Will his quasi-teammate give him a break? He does. Logano goes up high, and that opens the door for Blaney at the bottom.
Joey Logano ushers in Ryan Blaney to that position. To his credit, though, he lets Kyle Larson go, too. As they head back down into turn 1, Ryan Blaney leads by 0.4 of a second.
Ryan Blaney has been second or third almost all afternoon long. Now he's taking the lead, and he's pulling away 7, 8 car lengths off turn 2.
Here comes Blaney down the backstretch here with just a handful of laps left as he works down the backstretch. Pulls on the wheel, takes that red and white number 12, bottom of the racetrack here. Leader hanging on and looking good all 4.
6 laps left in this event. Here is Blaney. Again, the only cars up ahead, his teammate Brad Keselowski, who is multiple laps down, should give him a pass. They're back in 1.
Nobody has doubted the talent of Ryan Blaney, but the rap against him has been that periodically he'll run strong and then fail to close. This afternoon, though, he's closing strong.
Ryan Blaney pulling away with
Trouble up in turn 2. Corey LaJoie gets into the outside wall. Let's see if it brings out a caution. He'll continue. We stay green for the moment.
Down to the bottom of the racetrack here once again is Ryan Blaney. Kyle Larson continues to lose ground.
Flagman keeps the flag in his pocket here at the flag stand. Ryan Blaney across the start-finish line. Just 5 more circuits around Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Blaney's advantage has grown to almost 20 car lengths as he rides up the banking. He gives himself plenty of room to the outside. Another teammate, Brad Keselowski, will pull to the bottom and give him room.
Here's Ryan Blaney down the backstretch once again here at AMS. Leads it out next to the wall, now pulls it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney gets back into gas off of turn 4. Again, back to the stripe as a lead.
4 laps left. Ryan Blaney pulling away from the man who dominated this race, Kyle Larson. Now the laps down car of Brad Keselowski separating the two as they go back to 1.
By all indications, Kyle Larson was saving something for the end, just not running too hard. But Ryan Blaney was the guy saving, and Pat, he has not put a wheel wrong.
Here comes Ryan Blaney. He has managed perhaps the tires better than Larson because he's got something to work with now. Dives into turn 3. Bottom of the racetrack, left front tire right on that white line, stands up on the gas back to the stripe.
3 laps to go for Ryan Blaney. 3 laps away from giving Team Penske their first win in 2021. He coasts back into turn number 1.
Blaney finished 4th in this race in 2020. First time he had finished better than 12 in all of his starts here. He is all by himself off turn 2.
Down the backstretch, here comes Ryan Blaney, now in control of this race here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Bottom of the racetrack, that's where he'll head with that bright red and white Ford. Once again, off of turn 4, looking good.
As he comes down to the stripe, 2 laps to go. He last won 28 races ago. Talladega, the first race back there in 2020. Trying to end that losing drought, heading back to 1.
For 400 and probably 90 miles of 500, Kyle Larson has looked unbeatable, but here comes Ryan Blaney. He continues to stretch his lead.
Ryan Blaney, nice and smooth, down the backstretch here in Atlanta, out next to the wall, works his way down towards turn 3. Once again, gets a tug on the wheel, bottom of the racetrack, right through the middle of the corner. Now stands up off of turn 4.
Ryan Blaney has never been a winner in a big way, meaning no double-digit victories, but he is pulling off a big win here today at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
By far the best of the Penske contingent, Joey Logano, a lap down. Brad Keselowski, multiple laps down. The leader is off too.
Here's Ryan Blaney making a statement today that he is one of the winners at Penske Racing once again. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Ryan Blaney. A great run and a lot of patience this afternoon.
Call Ryan Blaney the comeback kid. He didn't quit. He hung in there. He passes Kyle Larson late. Now 7 races, 7 different faces in victory lane. Ryan Blaney wins the Folds of Honor QT 500.
So Ryan Blaney is your victor here today at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And I don't think a lot of people thought that the first Team Penske win would come from the driver of the 12 car. It does in dominating fashion as he wrestled the lead away from Kyle Larson at the tail end of this event.
Larson finishes 2 seconds back in third. Alex Bowman, 10 seconds back. Denny Hamlin, fourth. Kyle Busch, fifth. The rest of our top 10, Austin Dillon, Chris Buescher, William Byron, Martin Truex Jr., and Kevin Harvick scrambled back to finish 10th.
I know for a lot of folks, they were probably thinking, okay, we're already putting Kyle Larson's name on the trophy here today because he was that good throughout the day. But as it waned down, there was a period there that the distance stabilized at about 2 seconds. And I think that was the first telltale sign we saw that maybe, just maybe, somebody else is going to have something at the end of this race.
The handle went away just a little bit for Kyle Larson at the end. And I made a reference to, that the cat was Kyle Larson, the mouse was Ryan Blaney. Turns out Ryan Blaney was the cat and Kyle Larson was the mouse. He went up and got him there late in the race. And again, can't say enough for the way Ryan Blaney, Doug, just hung in there, just would not quit. And then he had the opportunity at the end and he took it, got the win. And for Ryan Blaney, again, first win since Talladega early last year. 28 race drought is over. That is going to be his fifth Cup Series win to go along with Pocono in 2017, Charlotte 2018, Talladega in 2019 and 20.
So we've had a half dozen races this year, 6 different races, 6 different winners going to victory lane with this mark today here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and that trend will continue. And Mark, we've still got a lot of the big hitters that have not been to victory lane yet.
Absolutely. And again, we could see the record's 10. We could very easily see that reached again with some of the big guns who haven't won yet.
Fireworks going off along the backstretch here today as it looked like it was a benefit for Kyle Larson for most of the race today. Ryan Blaney didn't buy into that, came on late. Kyle Larson's car, like you said, Mark, I think probably went away just a bit as Ryan Blaney comes back around here. Let's see if we get a little donut action from Blaney here, as it sounds like we're being bombarded. And Blaney says, no, I'm just going to park it right here. Start finish line.
I'm gonna duck as he climbs out of that body armor Ford.
So the body armor machine parked at the start finish line where we'll catch up with him and interview him here shortly. By the way, the burnout or lack of burnout victory moment brought to you by Sunoco, the official fuel of NASCAR. Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. And our Wendy Venturini will be catching up with him shortly. Let's go to Doug Turnbull.
Down here on pit road, seeing Alex Bowman mount himself for the number 48 machine here. And Alex, we watched you have the best run of your career here at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the 3rd position. What was that like there? And did you have anything for the leaders at all?
No, I don't think so. Maybe for a couple laps on a short run, but just kind of fell off a little bit as we ran. We would build really free, but anything we did kind of just took the front end out of the racetrack instead of, securing the back without touching the front. So, 3rd place isn't bad. Really proud of everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. Our ally Camaro was obviously really good. Greg made good calls. Every time down pit road, we gained spots. Our pit crew's phenomenal. So, wish we would have been a couple spots better, but, kind of good to have a normal day. We haven't had a day without something crazy happening so far this year. So, glad to have a normal day again.
First top 5 of the season there for Alex Bowman, Brad Gilly.
Kyle Larson, the dominant driver in this race. At one point, you had a more than 10-second lead, and you were lapping the field well into the teens. But just that last run, Blaney was able to catch you. What was going on with your race car, Kyle?
I don't know. Those runs before, I could get out to such a big lead. I could pace myself a little bit better. Where he got really good there the last stage, and it kind of made me had to press my stuff a little bit more, I think, to maintain that gap. And I just used my stuff up there late and got stuck in traffic. And I hadn't gone to the top yet in 3 and 4 all day, and he had. So he knew he could use that to get by me, and he got the big run and cleared me. So hate to lead a bunch of laps and not win, but another amazing race car that we brought to the track. The HendrickCars.com Chevy was really good. So a lot of fun to lead a lot of laps, but would have liked them one spot better.
All right, good luck next week at Bristol.
Thanks.
All right, there's Kyle Larson, the runner-up finisher after being the dominant driver here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Doug Turnbull.
And from Kyle Larson to Kyle Busch here. And Kyle, we saw you drove through the pack at least twice. I know there was a speeding penalty, but it seemed like the car came to life as the track got cooler. Is that the case?
No, I mean, I thought we were pretty good all day. The Eminem's messages, Camry was fast. Every time I would log my way and claw my way up to the front, we'd have a problem. I had a restart issue that sent us back 7 spots. Got back up to 3rd. Then we sped on pit road and got back up to 5th. I mean, that's just all it is all day long. It's just a claw, and that's all you can do. It's just there's not enough separation in speed between cars and fall off and all that sort of stuff. But great job by the guys. We definitely improved our car. It was good in the early stages and even better at the late stages, but everybody else was better too. So that's all we had.
Thanks for stopping by there, Kyle Busch, with a 5th place finish. And now the winner's circle with Wendy Venturini.
A big win for Ryan Blaney, a super cool moment where he just handed his checkered flag to a little fan in the stands. Of course, the fans are here to celebrate with Ryan. Ryan, it seemed like you turned on the turbo boosters those last 10 laps. You've been fast all day here in Atlanta. I covered all of it. However, we thought Kyle Larson was going to be the car to beat.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 was crazy fast there. Really all race. And we started closing in. Our car got a lot better there. I think towards the end of stage 2, it was starting to get there. And then before that last green flag stop, really came to life, and he was starting to struggle, get really free. So I don't know if the track changed or what, but we're just tightening up all day, and I'm happy there was, a couple long runs at the end. That's where our strong suit was, and they would capitalize on it. Really proud of, can't thank Body Armor, Menards, Dex, Advanced Auto Parts enough for what they do. We couldn't do it without them. Ford. Cool to get a win in Atlanta. I love this place, and it's nice to have a good run here and win.
How good does it feel to do this in front of the fans today at Atlanta?
Oh, it's great. I was able to see him in the, the Fox booth yesterday, look down on him. And it's just awesome. It's great that fans are finally been able to come back. And I'm looking forward to when they can be in the garage again. Yeah. We get to interact with them, but just the energy getting out of your car, that's the big thing that I miss. And thank you to everybody who came out on this beautiful Sunday.
All right. Well, congratulations to Ryan Blaney. If it sounds like he's had food in his mouth, he was already taking down a protein bar. He said, I'm hungry. I'm ready to eat. Let's head over to Brad Gilley.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Denny Hamlin will leave Atlanta Motor Speedway still as the points leader by 43 over Kyle Larson after his 5th top 5 finish in 6 races. A 4th place run for you here, Denny. What more did you need?
Just not fast enough. I mean, we're just kind of the story so far. Just, we're getting our balance decently close and just not enough speed, not enough balance, handling, not enough grip. Just need more speed. So we'll go to work on it. But, we're just trying to gather a notebook. But, I hate we're having these clean races and everything and just not there's always like 1 or 2 cars that are just a little bit faster.
All right, there's Denny Hamlin after a 4th place run here at Atlanta.